to the defendant's motion to require privilege log and in-camera submission, or the state's response to the motion for clarification. Then I have the subpoenas that were issued pursuant to the court's order that then.
All right, good morning, guys. They're doing this outside, obviously, the jury's presence, but so they had to go live beforehand because Judge Kite said, hey, always let me know if we're going to be handling any motions that are being filed, anything like that. We have to handle that so that the jury stays on a schedule. So what happened this morning here, welcome to Truth and Transparency. It's day 3 in the courthouse for Mario Saldana, murder for hire case, first-degree murder, solicitation to commit murder. And so here we are. Welcome. I had everything set up to go over some stuff with you guys, but we're going to tune in here. Again, Judge Kite getting on, starting nice and prompt. And she likes to take care of motions or filings beforehand. So if you're just joining us, that's why we are live, and it's outside the presence of the jury.
The same page, and you all can correct me if I'm wrong. We have, I believe, one of the first filings after the court's order was the defendant's motion to require privilege log and in-camera submission of withheld communications and to clarify the meaning of victim support communications, which I'm just going to short title that as like a motion for clarification. And then I have the state's response to the defendant's motion to require privilege log and in-camera submission, or the state's response to the motion for clarification. Then I have the subpoenas that were issued pursuant to the court's order that then Ms. Bridegan, Mr. Clifton, you filed a motion for protective order, which is part of the pleadings to, I guess, express concern on part of Ms. Bridegan related to the subpoenas. Is that everything? All right, am I missing anything? Okay. All right, so this is the way I read the papers. I believe that I need clarification from the state of Florida because I left it open to the position of the state of Florida, whether you wanted to, I guess, produce some of these things and then take it off Ms. Bridegan's production request from the defense. And so I need an answer to that, Mr. Siegel.
Your Honor, as I understood your order, you indicated that it would be too intrusive based on the present record to require the state to produce the victim support communications as well as the work product. So I did not review or see your order as being a directive to the state to produce those. Those were just simply set to the side. But the short answer to the court's question is no, those should come from Ms. Bridegan.
Okay. All right. So I believe that, so now the state's position is that you would not be producing anything that may be contained on devices of the identified state attorney and assistant state attorneys. So then I would have to go, I didn't believe that it was necessarily ripe. And so as it relates to the defendant's motion to require the privilege log and in-camera submission, Ms. Nelson, I want to know if the state of Florida's position is that they aren't going to produce any of those communications or the subject of the subpoena that was directed towards Ms. Bridegan. What do you believe that that's now moot?
It is moot, Your Honor, insofar as there are no communications being withheld. If Ms. Bridegan or the state has also asserted statutory standing on her behalf, so it's not clear exactly to whom I should address this, but I'll assume it's Ms. Bridegan and Mr. Clifton. To the extent that no communications are being withheld as either work product or as victim support communications, then I do believe our motion is moot. But if anything is being withheld, we're simply asking that we have the opportunity to know what's being withheld and to be able to challenge those claims of privilege under Callaway. And that's the request.
Okay, so the way that I read it, okay, I don't believe that Ms. Brightigan can assert any type of privilege. So if the state is saying we aren't going to produce it, then I don't think Ms. Brightigan can assert a privilege. That's the burden of the party. So, Mr. Clifton, so then I believe now your motion for a protective order would be ripe related to Ms. Brightigan's interests.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Doug Clifton on behalf of Kirsten Brightigan. Is it all right if I take this off?
Sorry?
Is it all right if I take this off?
No.
Okay. It just seems loud.
No, it's necessary because otherwise they can't hear you.
Okay, all right.
You can clip it somewhere else though.
Your Honor, there's two things in our motion specifically, and one that I didn't put in there, but I do want to address for the court. Number one is just, we didn't think anything in your order was demanding that Kirsten Brightigan provide anything directly to the defense.
Right.
We
No,
believe everything should go to the judge. If there's anything to be provided to the judge, it goes to you first and not to them. Their subpoenas were saying, this comes to us, this goes to the judge. And so part of that is as far as their subpoenas.
So stop there. I don't know that I necessarily wrote it like that. Hold on.
Again, this is just a motion, a defense motion for basically a communication log between,
In item A1,
Okay, I see.
yeah, to undersigned counsel, and then
between Kirsten Brightigan, the wife of Jared, and the state. They wanted a communication log of all the times they talked and stuff like that. We've mentioned that there was a lot of coaching going on here, and the defense team believes that they are not given all the communications. And they want a communication log, they want a clarification. Then, Ms. Brightigan, she wants a protective order on stuff, things like that. So this is what we were doing this morning outside the presence of the jury. Right there, the guy at the bottom of your screen, he represents Kirsten Brightigan.
B3 to undersigned counsel.
Okay, so in my order, I didn't find, I believe that is call logs, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Nelson. So I don't need to review call logs. Like they don't contain anything. It's just.
Well, and I guess that kind of leads into my other point though, is we don't have the call logs. And I mean, so there's, to put the burden on Mrs. Brightigan to somehow download her own data, like we don't have that capability unless we're going to go out and pay for something, and to put that burden on her was just, that's the next step in what we're arguing.
Let me pause you for a moment. Ms. Nelson, I thought okay, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I thought in somehow in one of the pleadings, I have not read the second deposition, but I thought that Ms. Brightigan said that she had like in and out, from her phone, like that she called the state or whatever. That's what I thought. And then those questions were asked. The defense said they didn't have the time. I thought that was part of it. No?
No, Your Honor, there were questions regarding whether communications happened. She said, yes, they have. There were questions regarding the amount. There was information that she put together for her second deposition in accordance with your order. That's been compiled. This, though, is stating, I think it was basically 4 years of call data. That's time, date, and everything else. But we don't have that. That's not something that's been put together by us. That's something that would have to be done forensically and taken off the phone. And frankly, Your Honor, they should have subpoenaed the carrier 2 years ago and gotten that information, or a year ago. Now we're right on the eve of trial and they're demanding it from her. That's not the normal process of that. Every lawyer just goes out and gets it from Verizon.
Okay.
So that's on them as far as creating this bottleneck.
Well, they can only subpoena what you have. And so if you don't have it, that's the response.
We don't have it unless there is a forensic download of her phone. We don't have call log data that we can just provide.
Your Honor, if I may, a few points to make here. So first of all, we have a forensic vendor who has been court approved in Florida as being neutral, joining us by Zoom today. Ms.
Is that
Brightigan,
Mr. Green?
That's correct, Your Honor. Jake Green from Invista Forensics. Your Honor, previously Ms. Brightigan had opposed any sort of forensic vendor. We proposed this back in July. And so here we are again with delays being caused by switching positions. And so we are just trying to get the discovery to which the court has said we are entitled. This was due yesterday, according to the court's order. We still have not received it. We have proposed solutions. We've been seeking this information since February of this year, and we're still here in August seeking the same information. If we had known back in February that the information didn't exist, despite Ms. Brightigan's testimony under oath that she has not deleted any information from her cell phone, we would have gone out and sought a subpoena from her cell phone provider. However, her sworn testimony was, I have not deleted anything. All of this information is on my phone, and I would not oppose somebody coming to get it. But here we are months later, still facing opposition. All we're asking, Your Honor, is we are seeking solutions. We are seeking to implement the court's order about what we believe we are entitled to and what the court has found we're entitled to. We're asking the court to order that Ms. Brightigan produce her cell phone this week to this court for Invista Forensics in order for us to get the information that has been ordered by the court. Mr. Green, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Invista would be able to forensically image Ms. Brightigan's cell phone no later than Friday of this week.
Yes, ma'am. We could have somebody in Jacksonville tomorrow.
Your Honor, if I may, I mean, those are just misstatements. We weren't here in February arguing about subpoenas for phones or anything on the phone. Their first motion after this deposition in January was later and was just asking for a second deposition. So these are all misstatements. And as far as I know, this provider of theirs is actually working with them on this case. Like, that's the whole point. We're not just giving our phone to the defense so their guy can download everything and we're just all supposed to go along with that. That's beyond the scope of what's going on here. And I know that there was an in-camera review of materiality and everything, but we're still in the dark on what exactly is being looked for. They're asking for, and I'll just get into it now, every single direct message on Instagram. Is there specific individuals that they want? I mean, that could be numerous, and that's an invasion of her privacy. And they've had these Instagram, the only thing that's not public and that they can't recover themselves right now is the stories. Those stay on for 24 hours and then they're saved on
The
the Instagram.
stories.
Instagram has stories. Like,
Okay.
and that's a 24-hour thing. Her site is public. They can go through it. They can pull all the comments. They can pull everything they want off it. So I understand
But
the
Mr.
story.
Clifton, my understanding, at least from the pleadings, is that there was a point in time in which it was public. Then there was a point in time that it was pulled down at the request of the state, and then it was put public or something. Am I wrong about that? Like that, I thought I read that.
There was a time where it went down and then it's back up. I mean, it's been on for years. I went through it this morning. There's comments, there's posts, like they're asking, and that's another thing I wanted clarification. They're asking for direct messages. That's private messages that she's having with anybody else. If there's not a specific person involved in that, that's an enormous amount of information. That's phishing, and that's an invasion of her privacy and harassment.
Your Honor, if I may be heard, Mr. Clifton is attempting to relitigate our original motion. This is our 6th hearing on this issue. The court has found materiality. The court has found particularization as to specific communications, which are outlined in the court's August 11th order. We're not asking for anything more than what the court has authorized, and any sort of attempt to recast what we are seeking is incorrect. And I want to correct the record and be very clear. We sent a letter to the state on February 6th.
Wait, let me interrupt you, Ms. Nelson. So I'm looking back at the order. These arguments that you're making, Mr. Clifton, I have settled them, I thought. I said no sweeping requests for all direct messages, account settings, viewing history, metadata. Instead, I said the narrow request of legal theories, statements about defense counsel, statements about guilt or innocence, instructions. That is what they would be allowed to do.
Direct messages concerning defense counsel, defense team, or defense guilt or punishment, that's basically, when you say that, that's, I mean, it's just Justin for Jared's site. That's what it's about. It's about this trial. I think everything can be concerning guilt or punishment.
So
And to
if-
have her go through all that and try to figure out what is what.
I don't think that she needs to self-edit. So if there are messages, and so and that's why I wanted the hearing. The papers have, like, they keep flowing and flowing and flowing, right? The initial request was centered around, there is no mystery about that. They put it in the initial pleading, which is disparaging comments about defense counsel.
Those were on a story that they have. I mean, you understand, like in January, they questioned her about those specific comments and she said, yeah, I made those.
Right. And then, so I put to bed that issue. Now they are seeking what may not be, that might have been related to that particular disparaging comment.
So is anything that Mrs. Brightigan then said and anybody else in a private message on Instagram, all that's discoverable?
No,
That's what direct messages are, though. That's what that means.
no, I would go through them in an in-camera review. And I would only disclose what would be within that parameter.
Are we
I'm not asking you to self-edit.
Are we going to have an opportunity then to see what's going to be provided to them and object again? Because I still don't understand what the materiality of direct messages are. That's private messages she's having with somebody, and somehow that's relevant to her testimony. I mean, again, I mean, I know we're in the dark on a few things because there was that in-camera materiality argument. I don't know what they provided to you, Your Honor, but I do know that going through direct messages, just private messages of hers, where does that lead? I mean, that is nothing but a fishing expedition. If you're saying we want a private message that she sent to EF or this particular person because that's material, okay, then maybe, you know, I get that. This is just, we want every direct message for 4 years. That could be thousands. That, I mean, so there just needs to be a narrowing down. If there is materiality to it, that is a very broad spectrum of information that she has to hand over.
Your Honor, if I may offer a limiting principle, which I believe the court already contemplated in its order, and that is
Why is she muted? What the hell? I love Nelson. I'll cut my girl off. What the
due process and to discovery under the rules. We believe the court has struck the right balance and put in place the correct procedural safeguards. We're asking this court simply to effectuate its order and to require Ms. Brightigan to comply.
So I'm going to read the order again. I said, this court grants a targeted in-camera review of Justice for Jared content consisting of posts, comments, and direct messages concerning this. These are the categories: defense counsel, defense team, defendant's guilt or punishment, and then any communication about stopping, editing, deleting, and that came from the state, the initial pleading that said that the state said take it down. This court has found the materiality of it, and I understand the burden for which this places on Ms. Brightigan. I can foresee any number of ways to take it off of her. The state of Florida doesn't want to do it. And I don't think that I can order them to do it.
Yes, I love it.
There needs to be a neutral party that's going to do it. The defense needs to pay for it. And then we would still like the opportunity before anything goes to defense
who is
to offer
Mr. Green?
objections. He works for them.
He does not work for us, Your Honor. He has assisted with this case. Invista Forensics is an independent third-party contractor that the defense has contracted with, and as I said previously, has been found by other courts in Florida to be a neutral third party for forensic purposes. I apologize, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not hearing any solutions being proposed by Ms. Bridegan, only objections.
I provided,
Ms. Gardner is here offering solutions. We initially offered a forensic vendor, they said no. We asked then, okay, please direct her to produce, and now they're saying no. We came to court with a forensic vendor to propose to the court. They're still saying no, but they're not offering a solution. Your Honor, what we're asking for is simply that this court order that Ms. Bridegan comply. If they want to propose a third-party vendor by noon today, we're willing to meet and confer with them. We also disagree that Invista is not qualified to do so. They're professionals, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Christina Stifler for the state. I'm not speaking on any of the issues other than Mr. Green. Just my experience, Ms. Nelson joined the case relatively late in the proceedings, but I have been in contact with Mr. Green for a number of years. He's been retained by Ms. Gardner's defense team as an expert and or consultant. He's gone through all of the discovery. He's rendered them opinions. He's participated in litigation in the disqualification proceedings. So just to give context to Mr. Clifton's argument, he is not an independent. He's a part of the defense team, has worked on defense strategy, and has had access to all the state's electronic discovery in the criminal proceeding. So, I mean, I can get with Mr. Clifton and propose perhaps seeking somebody else who has forensic capabilities to do so, whether through law enforcement agencies that are unrelated to this case or otherwise. But I just wanted to clarify that I do know Mr. Green has.
The state can easily just download her shit, and they're refusing to. They've been refusing this entire time. When have you ever heard of a wife's phone in a murder case of her husband not having their phone downloaded?
Worked extensively on this case and has had access to state's discovery and defense strategy for years.
and Your Honor, we did provide a manner of compliance. That is our suggestions. As much as the defense would like to say it's not, but we just want a neutral provider. She can provide her phone to them. The information will go directly to you, nothing to the defense yet. And whatever happens then, we would want the opportunity to provide objections to anything that's going to be provided to them. Because we're still.
Anybody that if you want the defense to pay for it, that means they have to go out and go get somebody. They have this dude. So anybody that they go out and get would be considered a defense person. You fucking cocksuckers. I'm so sick and tired of these lame ass arguments that are splitting hairs. The state's right there. And they're just sitting there doing nothing. You want to know why? Because they don't want any of those communications to get out.
Left in the dark.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have a proposal. JSO has the capability to do this today. We would propose that JSO be directed to complete the forensic.
She can't hear you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I apologize if somebody else was speaking. I couldn't
No,
hear.
it's okay. Let me hear you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would propose that JSO complete the extraction today, and that then be produced to the defense consistent with the court's order not to the defense. The categories that were ordered produced in camera be produced in camera to the court to the extent that they haven't already been produced. They were due to be produced yesterday. And then the specific call log metadata issue, which was ordered produced directly to the defense, that be produced directly to the defense no later than Friday. I would imagine it could be done today, Your Honor, but we're willing to agree to a production date by Friday for that which is due to the defense.
I don't know. I don't know that JSO can do it. But let me ask this. All I can do is ask at this point, because this is a subpoena to a non-party. The state is taking a position of basically not facilitating. I don't know if I don't want to call over there. Maybe Ms. Nelson, you can call over there. Would Ms. Bridegan have an objection to JSO imaging the phone?
As long as any information is going to the court first, Your Honor, there's no objection to that, but then we would still want an opportunity to object to anything that's going to the defense.
Well, I ordered that the call log go. I don't know.
That's the what? Call, time, data, date, duration?
Right, like something they could have gotten from,
Should have gotten from Verizon or
right,
whomever.
like
months
the
ago.
in, out. I don't know that she would have any privacy right in that, like just,
No, I agree, Your Honor. So if
so that goes to the defense. I've ordered that. So, but the other is substantive. I have to do an in-camera review. I have to make sure that it's not impacting her privacy rights related. And
Okay, for those of you guys that are just joining, what this is about is Kirsten Bridigan started up a Facebook page, no different than Jennifer Drake did. Okay? When you start up a Facebook page, remember when I always say stay out of Facebook groups, do not start them. Okay? When she started up this Facebook page, because nothing good comes out of it. That's why I'm always like, dude, you got trolls in there. You got people that are pretending to be people. You got people that are acting like they're your friends. They don't give a fuck about you and never will. Okay? Sorry. You may catch a good egg here and there, but it's not worth the hundreds and thousands of fucking crazies that you will catch. Okay? Pretending. And if you don't give them the right amount of attention, they're unstable fucks, okay, that will lose their mind on you. Promise. Learn from experience. Now, she started a Facebook page, Justice for Jared. Okay? She ran it. In this Facebook page, when she was deposed under oath and was answering questions, Kirsten Bridigan was talking about the fact that, yes, she has made a lot of disparaging comments about the defense team. Okay? And other things, blah, blah, blah. Well, what happens in those Facebook groups or pages is immediately when someone sees you, whatever name it is, you can click on that person and then you could send them a message. You could freaking call them. You can do a lot of things. Okay. You can also try to hide communications. There could be potential jurors that were in that Facebook group under an alt. Okay. There's just a lot of things that can go on. And Miss Bridigan said that she had nothing to hide. Okay. Which I give her so much credit for. And then the thing where this all went off the rails is all the state had to do, okay, was say, okay, she says she has nothing to hide. You know what? We're just going to take her phone. We're going to do the imaging, okay, do the downloading of it. Then it goes to protect Kirsten. Why is the state not stepping in to protect your witnesses? Why are you hands off? You never went and got her phone to begin with, right? What's going on here? Protect your witness. Let's flip it on its belly here. Nothing is going to the defense. It's going to the judge. The judge gets to then go through the material that they are seeking. And what the material is that there was communications between Kirsten Bridigan and a couple of very important witnesses who I consider very important. You want to know why? Because their testimony evolved after speaking with Kirsten Bridigan. Their testimony changed. When I say testimony, their witness statements changed, evolved, and then they met with the state and unrecorded conversations occurred where then printed up reports then occurred. Or I'm saying didn't occur, but the state then produced a discovery where it said, oh, hey, we had communication with EF, whose name is Erin, female. And EF is now claiming things, oh my God, that she never claimed. And it's very significant because you go from saying that you didn't see anything to then evolving to saying that you saw a male, and to then you're saying now you're seeing a black male. No. We're talking about descriptions of vehicles. You said you didn't see anything, that your son saw something that night, and that you even said that, yeah, my son saw it, and he said it was a newer F-150, and it was 2 doors, not 4, not a cab. So we're going to get into all of this, and that it was black, and we're going to get into all of this. But this is where this is coming from, is that this should be a non-issue because the state of Florida should have already done this.
maybe I was inartful, but victim support communications, I'm sure they have, that is, the defense wants to litigate what that means. And what I mean by that is the Constitution, Marcy's law. That's what I mean. Ms. Bridegan has a constitutional right to communicate with the state of Florida. She has a constitutional right to consult. She has a constitutional right, so all of those, while not privileged, she has a constitutional right in that level of communication with the state to be informed per the law. So that's, maybe an inartful word, but, I don't know that crosses the line into what the defense has shown to be material in this case. She shouldn't, she should be and feel comfortable and confident that her constitutional rights are also guarded. So I try to strike
Absolutely.
that balance. But I do understand the calls in and out and in. I think they get it. They get it directly, but I don't know how to effectuate it because, and I want to know from you, Mr. Clifton, what is the difference between picking someone and then they get paid by the defense?
Because they won't know the defense. This is somebody who's familiar with the defense, Your Honor. I mean, we're just not comfortable at all handing over a phone to somebody who is hired, paid by the defense as an expert in their case.
Do you know someone?
But there are other forensic, there's capabilities around Jacksonville.
Do you know someone?
I could find somebody. I was hoping the court had somebody in mind.
I deal, Mr. Clifton, I deal in criminal law. The only person I see up on the witness stand is JSO.
I've never had a client have to have their phone dumped. I mean, this has never happened. So I'm in a new.
What? You've never had a client that has to have their phone dumped? Oh, that happens every day.
I have been searching any case that would give me some type of guidance. I am walking in total gray territory. I'm doing my very best. Okay. I think we're all out there somewhere.
I think the biggest concern then, I mean, I understand and they're trying to put deadlines on things. This was supposed to happen yesterday. That's their subpoena was yesterday. We ignored that and objected to it. The timelines on
there was an
it
order
might take a little longer than Friday to get them everything they want, or Friday for the court. And frankly, Your Honor, this is right again. This trial is happening right now.
I agree. And I
it's just going back to the burden on her for doing all this, but I understand, and I will take the burden of hopefully trying to find something.
This is ridiculous. She's in a courtroom. She cannot have her cell phone. All you have to do is hand it over, and it takes 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, I have no idea how much stuff she has in there. Let's even say that it takes fucking 5 hours. She's in a courtroom. I'm just saying right now would be the time. You can't have your phone. But this is all I see is excuses and just woes me and just get it done. This is what these lawyers do every single day, and they love it. You know why? Because the longer that things drag out and you have to do all this stuff, money, 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 they charge you. Somebody's paying for this. He's not there for free. It's ridiculous, and she shouldn't have to pay for this. But these lawyers don't give a fuck.
Somebody to do this for us. But again, and I think where you were on the right track talking about constitutional rights. The other constitutional right in Marcy's law is that she has to be heard at anything regarding her rights. And again, before anything goes to the defense, we want to know what it is and offer objections to it, because we are again in the dark on materiality of really specifically DMs and that kind of thing. But we'll get into all that. I mean, again, because that could be, Your Honor, that could be thousands of messages. I mean,
I have no idea.
That's called a fishing expedition. I mean,
I am also in this trial. I've got to be present and thinking, and I wanted to try to resolve this issue. I don't want to, and I understand both sides, and I am very, very cognizant of the constitutional rights of both Ms. Bridegan and the defendant. I've got to strike that balance, and I'm trying. So what I would ask, I'm not ordering, I would ask, can the state of Florida please contact JSO and see if they were willing to do it? If they are not, then I'm going to put it on Miss Bridigan, unfortunately. Okay. So.
Thank
if we
you.
Propose a name, of somebody. I don't know. That's who sits in this witness stand day in, day out. Okay, it's JSO.
Well, who's going to pay for that then, Your Honor?
Your Honor, our firm has used Mulholland Investigations many times for that purpose. I don't know.
Mulholland.
Mulholland, they're local.
I know him. I actually know Mulholland.
They do that work. I've used them for downloads all the time.
Can you get me the information, please? How can someone vet it for me? Like how I want to know how long they.
Look at the state. I love it. Look at them just sitting there. Stifler and fucking Ms. Mizrahi. They're not doing shit. Look at them. The judge just said, can you do this? Like, what are you doing here? Why are you putting this on Miss Bridigan? Like, wake up. But guess what, guys? The state is trembling over this. Wait. Whoo-wee. They're trembling over it. You know why? Because Miss Bridigan has nothing to hide. Okay? Absolutely nothing. But you bet your bottom dollar the state has a lot to hide. Because Miss Bridigan doesn't understand it. You bet your ass the state has a lot to hide.
Believe that it would take. Can they set the parameters that the court is? I don't want her whole phone dumped. That is against the law. And there is a way, I think.
I will talk to the expert, see if there's a way to do it as it's described here, almost like a piecemeal
Yes.
pull.
I don't want to sell bright. First of all, I don't have the bandwidth to look through somebody's phone like that. Okay. Like
This is amazing that she's saying this on air. Do you guys understand that this is what freaking Shanna Gardner's argument was for all of these search warrants? Exactly, Judge Kite. You know it. There should only be certain folders, and you can piecemeal it. And that's what should be done in every single case. This is going to be interesting down the road. I love this judge.
like I thought the best I could, narrow categories, and that's all I believe that should be produced. I don't want our whole phone. I don't want, that's against the law, period. Okay,
Okay.
so.
Let me find out then if that's the capabilities, and we can take it from there, Your Honor. But I would still say that the bill be presented to the defense and they can pay for it since they want it. Ms.
Your
Bridigan
Honor,
shouldn't have to pay for it.
If I may, Mr. Green is former law enforcement. He's worked on forensics, both on the state level and the federal level. He can answer the court's questions regarding capability if the court is willing.
Mr. Green, if you raise your right hand and be sworn in. What? Okay.
Yeah,
Do
I
you,
got it.
sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. Do you, what
He does.
download software do you use?
Yes, ma'am. So our office does two different download capabilities that would be used in a case like this. One through Cellbrite Premium, the other through either, if it's from law enforcement like JSO, would be through GrayKey. Our version of that is called VeriKey.
Can you spell it for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Cellbrite is CELLEBRITE. GrayKey is GRAYKEY. VeriKey is VERAKEY. I feel like I'm in a spelling bee. As you've described, you don't want a complete download of this person's phone. You want what's called an application-specific phone download. Both products, Cellbrite and VeriKey or GrayKey, have the ability to do application-specific downloads for call log, text messages, the Instagram application.
Can I
Those three
ask
can be
you,
put-
hold on just a moment. Let me ask you about the Instagram application. Does that require to hook to the site, or it's whatever might be contained in the phone?
that you are correct. That is only going to be what is existent on the phone. So if that account that you all have referenced of Justice for Jared is not on that phone, we're not going to get data from it. It would have to be pulled either through a court order or search warrant to Meta to pull all of that information, or if we still have access to one of the administrators' accounts, they can log in through a web browser and request that account be archived. That comes down in a format like a zip file that would be processed in forensic software and produced to the court with those messages, direct messages, whatever the court says is responsive. So you do have, for the call logs themselves, yes, the phone at this point is the best piece of evidence. Most likely the carriers do not keep records that long. For Meta, you have, if this account is physically on this phone or Ms. Brightigan has access to a phone that has it, yes, we can get pieces of it, but the best source of evidence for Meta for the page is going to be directly from Meta itself.
Okay. And with both software that you identified, is that keyword search, meaning that it would capture photographs or screenshots of those things, or would there have to be a download of photographs that are related to that?
Great question.
If the messages, based on my understanding, something like a text message between Ms. Brightigan and State's Attorney's Office, is that the
No.
example that
So
we'd like to use?
my understanding from the pleadings is that some of this, for example, that the court has already reviewed our screenshots. How would that
And that was
be
from-
accomplished?
That was from Instagram.
Messages, and yeah, some of them were.
Okay. So the messages themselves can still, that same application specific download for messages, it will pull if there is an attachment for a picture or a video or an audio message, all of those will be pulled within that database. It can then be applied with a date and time filter. It can be keyword searched, many different ways that we can pull that data and turn it into a subset of data for you to review instead of giving you the 100,000 page Cellbrite PDF.
Okay. Thank you. Do
Yes,
any
ma'am.
of the parties have any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
State of Florida, Christina Stifler. Mr. Green, if you were to send a search warrant to Meta, isn't it true that Meta does not have the ability to send back a targeted reply? When Meta receives a search warrant, they return all information for a specific Instagram account.
I don't have the ability to send a search warrant to Meta. However, if JSO or another law enforcement agency was, law enforcement can specify you do not have to ask for any and all data. You can't do keyword searches, but you can apply a date and time.
Okay, but Meta sends back everything. They don't parse out keyword searches, specific accounts.
You do that
specific
afterwards, you dumb
images,
cunt.
Whatever is in that account for that time frame, they send back.
Believe that's what I said. They do not give you a keyword responsive list. They give you can apply a date and time filter. That's the same with the download. You're going to wind up with a subset of data that would then need to be filtered as pursuant to whatever the court allows.
Thank you.
And
Your
then
Honor, Your Honor, we object
Cunt.
on two bases. First, the state withdrew its statutory standing as to Ms. Brightigan. They're not a party to this particular motion litigation. And secondly, this is beyond the scope of Mr. Green's knowledge. He doesn't work for Meta. There's been no foundation laid.
He's, Judge, I'm just sitting here and I'm by no means am I an expert, but I have had experience with Cellbrite and Meta through the course of my work as a homicide prosecutor. And we had an entire hearing, Ms. Nelson and myself, and Detective Padilla from JSO testified that third-party providers like Meta or Apple are unable to do content-based returns.
Right,
And
but my memory of his testimony was that he would bring in the big cloud of information and he would break it down into what was actually granted by the court. That was my understanding of his testimony. That he would then only give law enforcement what was authorized by the court.
Well, he is, yes.
This is why you guys want this third party that's not related to the goddamn defense team. Because you don't trust him. Not to like parse it, not give it to them. I mean, you people suck. Your arguments change every day depending on whatever side of the coin you need to be on. And it's sick. I'm just so sick and tired of it, man. They're liars. Thank you, Judge Kite, for calling her out.
He is law enforcement, but number one, there's no way from Meta to get content-based returns. And even if you request a date-specific timeframe from Meta, generally, because they are a corporation and they do not want to waste time and money, they don't parse it out. They will send, as Detective Padilla testified to, they'll send back a wider date range that's even requested. I just want to clarify that. I'm not
I
making an argument.
don't know how we got on Meta. This subpoena is for the phone. If it's on the phone, okay. If it's not on the phone.
I want the court to understand that from my experience, and just for everyone to know, if we're looking for experts who can do this, when you do a cell bright extraction or forensic imaging of a phone, trying to do a partial extraction and parsing the data in the extraction itself leads to inaccuracies in the data that's being retrieved. The only way to get accurate data and to get the entirety of what the court is ordered and what they are specifically looking for would be to do an entire extraction of the phone and then parse it from there.
That's not lawful.
And
Judge
I
Kite.
understand, but what I'm saying is there's a practical limitation on what everybody's talking about here, which is if you are requesting someone's text messages, say between Kirsten Brightigan and Christina Stifler, they could be stored in a variety of manners in databases on a phone. And if you only go to native message application and try to pull them, you could be missing other ways in which they're stored. You could be missing metadata. They could be duplicated. They could not pull everything entirely. Instagram messages can be stored on phones under the message category within Cellbrite itself. I'm not making any kind of argument. I'm taking no standing. I'm just asking Mr. Green to clarify, because my concern is I'm hearing that we're going to recover the data being ordered by doing these content-based extractions. And from my experience and from the testimony of Detective Padilla earlier in this case's litigation, I don't think that that's going to
Right, and
yield
that was-
accurate results.
That was Ms. Nelson's argument. That was her argument in a nutshell. She said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The state of Florida said they get it all, we should get it all.
Yeah!
Everyone shut that down. I've spent an enormous amount of time, okay, researching, looking, and this has to be done in some type of way that the civil people do it. I don't know if they download the whole phone or what they do, but like the only guidance I kind of get, which don't address the issues that are pending before this court, are civil cases that, the judges parse this out in-camera reviews. They don't have the same constitutional rights. That's exactly what Ms. Nelson argued in the very first hearing that we had, and the state of Florida shut it down. They said no, and there have been nothing but objections, and I'm doing my very best to balance all of this. And like, I do not want her whole phone. I don't think it's lawful. I think I've said it in a number of different ways, but I do believe, based on the information that this court has been given by the defense in this case, that I have to balance Ms. Brightigan's privacy rights against Ms. Gardner's constitutional rights to a fair trial. Discovery, regardless, in the state of Florida is liberal, and it has to lead, and this is a trial case. Therefore, that means that bias, interest, and whatever can be tested by the defense in a number of different ways. And so they have identified this. This is where I'm at, okay? Mr. Green, I don't understand what you mean really by like log on to the internet and get whatever from Meta or whatever. I don't understand any of that. The subpoena, subpoena is for the phone. Okay. It has to come from the phone. I'm not expecting
What he's saying though is if none of this is on the phone and you're supposed to be getting it because she testified under oath that it all exists and she didn't delete anything, okay, is that one way to just cure this is to, if you're the moderator of the group, go in and archive and download it right now onto your phone, or send a subpoena to Meta and just pull everything from them. Meaning Meta, meaning Instagram. Like
or what I order, because that's not the proper venue. There is a segment in the case law that says that, is this the proper vehicle? Okay, meaning, is this a proper object, Miss Nelson? Okay, that this information should come from. You're not going to use Miss Bridigan's phone to get access to Meta that you could have sent a subpoena to. Okay, it's either on the phone or it's not. That's where I'm at. Okay, so I don't understand. That's not going to be ordered by this court, like logging in somewhere and getting that stuff that way. I don't think I
Judge-
did, but
Judge Kite,
We agree, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're not seeking that, and we
Okay.
don't believe that the court's order authorizes that.
all right. I just want to be clear, because no, that's a no. All
Look
right.
at this
Judge Kite,
clear.
regardless of the vendor you choose, we need to ensure that there is an application-specific download of Instagram and the call logs. That is we're not asking for a full file system download. It's called an application-specific.
Application specific.
Specific, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I've been invited to speak on this from the magnet forensics vendors, spoken at conferences on it. We can do a complete download of the phone. I believe you've already said that that is not going to happen. Application specific for things like the phone call logs and the messages and Instagram, whatever you say. There are vendors, including Invista, that have the ability to pull a isolated image of just that specific application.
And so, to the extent that the state of Florida is indicating that, I've been asked, okay, to narrow the categories, narrow what is recovered from Ms. Bridigan's phone. The state has objected. I've made my ruling, okay? And if it is taken out of context, it's because that is what that's been what's requested by the state. And if there is something in rebuttal that might be existing in her phone, the state of Florida doesn't want to look. And so that's what it is, okay?
Yep, there you go.
So,
State of Florida doesn't want to look.
Do you want to get in contact with Mulholland or?
I will, Your Honor. I'll talk to him about application specific, talking about what can be done in regards to this board specifically.
So I want to make sure that you are heard fully. I don't know if that clarifies. Mr. Clifton, if it's on the phone, okay, and it is substantive, meaning.
We're going to go ahead and move on here to, there he is. Look at him. Lance Ito's cousin is the bailiff. Look at him. If you guys do not know who Lance Ito is, he was the judge in the O.J. Simpson trial. Right here, this is cousin Eddie. Eddie Ito, hanging out in Jacksonville. But it's a family affair up in here. And Mario Saldana's coming to the courtroom. So, woo! Now, while we are waiting for this, yours truly went deep last night. We're talking deep, okay? Went into the discovery. And I was able to find exactly what we needed. You know the gap that happens from 7:12 p.m. to 7:47 p.m. That big gap of 36 minutes that the state just, where is this truck? And how are we supposed to believe that the truck that's at 7:47 is the truck that was at 7:12? It's laughable, right, guys? Well, guess what yours truly went and did? Yours truly went and pulled the one report that none other Brian Wallace, who testified yesterday. I don't even want to consider saying he testified. It was when Stifler basically testified. And in his report, at the address 3521 America Ave, Kelly, and I'm not going to say the last name, this is what his report says. No answer or contact made at this home. Emailed, called, voicemail, and other avenues exhausted. Okay? Meaning that this Kelly person on this American Ave camera that we watched yesterday, right? One of them, right before we get to the shooting camera. He says that he exhausted everything to try to get in touch with this woman to get her cameras. And this report was written, he's like, on 2/18. This report was printed off on 2/23/2022, and this report was approved on 2/19/2022. Okay, now check this out. The next day, voila, Kelly girl. Somehow, Detective Ford writes up a report, and he wants to tell the world in his report that, hey, I'm meeting with Kelly from American Ave on 2/20 to get her camera, and that she has on 2/18/2022 at approximately 9 a.m. I conducted a neighborhood canvass of America Ave and adjacent streets. All information gathered from the canvass was placed onto an Excel Word document saved as a PDF and attached as evidence. I'm waiting to hear back from a resident located at 3521 American Avenue, close to the scene, which may have additional video evidence. I left several messages on the resident's personal cell phone and office. Her name is Kelly. The listed residence has several hardwired security cameras in front of the residence facing America Ave. The neighborhood canvass was concluded at 15:36 hours. Okay. And I'm like, wait a second. That's interesting. Who wrote this report? Oh, Ford. So Ford's over here, like, and I'm like, on 2/18, I'm like, why is what's his name closing out? Basically, I've exhausted everything. Now, information lead concluded at 16:30 hours. Then the next day on 2/19, the same day that Brian Wallace says, we've exhausted all efforts and we're not getting that camera. On 2/19/2022 at approximately 10 a.m., I conducted a follow-up neighborhood canvass of American Ave. Sergeant K. Shackelford made contact with Kelly, who advised she was out of town and would check her video surveillance system on 2/20/2022 and notify the Jacksonville Beach Police Department. And I looked and I said, when was this wrote? Oh, printed on 2/23/2022. Wrote on 2/19/2022. And I'm like, oh, I thought they had these awesome debriefing sessions where they all knew what the fuck was going on. So why would Brian Wallace be under the impression that Kelly Simon is just like totally unavailable? Like, we've exhausted all efforts. Dude, this happened on 2/16. What do you mean you exhausted all efforts by 2/18? Okay? Give me a fucking break. Fire this fuck. Then the next day, Kelly just goes down to the Jacksonville Police Department and she's like, here you go. Here's my cameras. Well, they weren't expecting those, right? So in the report, it says that Kelly, I'm going to read this, that Kelly met with this officer, Ford, on 2/20 at noon. I met with Kelly, who resides at the 3521 American Ave, to retrieve video footage. Kelly only had one security camera, which captured America Ave during the time of the incident. I questioned that because in the previous reports talking about all these freaking cameras. Kelly's surveillance system is 10 minutes ahead of current time. 10 minutes ahead of current time. The video time frame from 7:27 to 8:25 p.m. is clip 1. And then from 8:25 p.m. to 8:32 p.m. is clip 2. You have Detective Ford saying in a report the following. Between the listed time periods, 4 vehicles, just like your girl said yesterday, 4 vehicles were observed passing Kelly's residence traveling southbound on American Ave, approaching the intersection of American Ave and Jacksonville Drive, which is where you have to like make the quick right on Jacksonville Drive and then make the quick left on the Sanctuary, okay? To then be right where the murder scene is. 4 vehicles, just like your girl said. I said there was a white truck in the lead. Then they want to call it Henry Tennant's truck. Then there was a sedan. Then it was the Atlas. And then there was another vehicle. Or I can't remember if the Atlas came after then the white sedan. 4 vehicles. Really, really important here. In quotes for yours truly to you guys, I'm quoting him here. It was difficult to make out the make, model, and color of vehicles. That's his opinion here in his report. Brian Wallace offers no report in any he does not opine anything about these vehicles in any report that Brian Wallace has ever wrote, okay? He just felt that he exhausted every effort to try to get Kelly's cameras, okay? And was still out of the loop somehow to not even realize that Kelly came into the, to Jacksonville Beach Police like on 12/20. And she's been in contact with Ford. Like, okay. But most importantly here, how the hell is Christina Stifler up in front of the entire jury identifying vehicles that are unidentifiable, like we all saw for ourselves? So I hit up a email that I wrote last night. Defense tip. Put this report number, and I said, I know that you guys deposed good old Ford, so I'm sure you're already aware of this, but please subpoena Christina Stifler due to her nonstop testimony yesterday. And her testimony is in direct conflict with somebody that actually did the work, right? Whose name is Detective Ford here, report 28. And he says it was difficult to make out the make, model, and color of the 4 vehicles. Then just when I thought, let's just go a little deeper. Report 8, or not report 8. I told in my tip, I said, tip 2, go to report 12. And this is an officer by the name of Coiner, Connier. He did a lot of the canvassing. On page 10 of 14, his report was 14 pages. On page 10 of 14, I spoke with Matt Heck, Heck, who called to eliminate his vehicle as he drove on Sanctuary Parkway at approximately 7:49 p.m. 7:49 p.m. Heck's vehicle is a 2015 black Ford F-150. Heck stated he did not see a vehicle with emergency lights activated on Sanctuary Boulevard. I asked Heck if he noticed anything else in the area. Heck stated he remembered seeing a small 4-door sedan parked in the painted lines before Sanctuary Boulevard. I cannot wait to show you guys this. Heck was not sure if it was Wednesday night, but he was positive that it was at night. Heck also stated he told the victim was in an argument at the baseball fields behind the police station Wednesday afternoon/evening, but had no other details. Heck stated Thomas Bryan's 3604 Sanctuary Way's wife may have more information. We're going to get into all of that. Next, just to chap one more person's ass named Stifler. Detective Coiner and I went to 2705 American Avenue, a previous received lead. Upon arrival, we met with this person named O'Regan. They had a current date and time stamp. It showed 7:50 hours and 16 seconds. A white truck comes into view and passes southbound. At 7:50 hours and 20 seconds, a dark colored truck comes into view and passes. Then at 7:50 and 42 seconds, a dark colored SUV type, possibly appearing to be the victim's vehicle, comes into view and pass in the same direction as the other vehicles. I did not see any other vehicles come into view passing in the same direction. Because the dark colored SUV appeared to possibly be that of the victims, I called Detective Sergeant Young to the residence to view the video. Detective Sergeant Young and Detective Johns arrived and viewed the video. Detective Johns was able to get a copy of the video, which will be placed at the property section of the evidence. Yada, yada, yada. Now, where's the white vehicle? Remember, there was 4. And la-da. And then you have an eyewitness who nobody wants to talk about, but we're going to mention him right now. And this is who the state is hiding. This is why the state won't talk about it. I told you about the transient that's running. And then we have we're going to go to the trial. But right here, 4067 American Ave, Trenton Waterman, the camera that was basically catching this murder happen, basically, but you don't see it, but you see, like, you hear the video that we saw. Waterman was able to access his camera while looking through several motion-activated events on the previous night. We located a minute-long video clip beginning at 7:52 and 51 seconds. A minute-long clip. We didn't see no minute-long clip. This is a minute-long clip, and it says that it starts at 7:52 and 51 seconds. After review, I discovered the following. A gunshot and muzzle flash occurred at 19:52 and 52 seconds near the driver's side of the victim vehicle. Shortly after the flash and shot, a subject, henceforth known as the suspect, moves in front of the victim's vehicle southbound on Sanctuary Boulevard. Where's the truck? Where's the truck? What are the odds? Now, this is what we didn't get to get into yesterday because I was like, I'm just done. What are the odds, ready, that a white truck was leading the pack and then a white truck somehow is not in the lead anymore? Something had to have happened, or something's wrong with these cameras and timestamps, because how does this white truck that matches the white truck that was leading the 4-pack, how does it come back? It is now passing, and it's Trent Waterman's vehicle, okay? And it's pulling into the driveway. That's what sets off this motion activation. So my question is how did the white truck not make it to their home first? Because it's like right in path, like that would have made it first. And then where are any vehicles associated with the Henry Tennant truck that supposedly had the tire, you know what I mean, to like put it in the middle of the road, right? Where is that? Where is that? And what are the odds that it would literally trip it right there at the end just to see like this, you know, muzzle flash one shot? This means if it wasn't Trent's white truck that was actually leading the pack, and this white truck comes from some other place. Do you understand that we have 2 white trucks that are matching in Tundras? We also have 2 F-150 trucks. I said, it's just doubles for days here. I said, what are the odds of all of that happening right around this? Or is there something like, what's going on here? Anyways, this dude was interviewed, and he said, the guy that was driving the truck, that white truck, the alerts to the muzzle flash, this Trent guy, he was interviewed, and he said that he didn't hear any gunshots. Okay? That he didn't hear any gunshots. Nothing's muted here. So whatever she's talking about, she's dealing something, and we're not able to hear it. Just so we're clear. Okay. So whatever she was dealing with, guys, there's nothing to hear there. She's dealing with something that has nothing to do with this. Okay. Now, so when I went to take a look at who the defense has deposed in this case, they deposed a guy by the last name Davis, Davies, okay? And let me tell you why. So all this information I'm giving you is all the information that they had that contradicts everything that they're saying here. We have an eyewitness that's putting a black, newer model Ford doing a 3-point turn back over there, okay? And that's Aaron. That's her son. Do you understand why this is becoming really important testimony? It's nuts that people's what do you want to say? Like I don't say testimony because it's not testimony. Their witness statements have evolved, and it's all been after talking to Kirsten Bright again what it's going to look like. Now,
versus Mario Fernandez Saldana. If the attorneys will place their appearances on the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Christina Stifler and Alan Mizrahi on behalf of the state.
James Hill, Jesse Dreiser, Shannon Day, Ginny Nepstead on behalf of the defense, Mario Fernandez to my left.
Thank you. Good morning.
And as I understand it, Frank Tassoni is on Zoom this morning.
Oh, okay. I don't know where Zoom is anymore, but he can't be on Zoom.
Okay.
We
he's
shut
not
the
on- he's
Zoom,
not on
we
Zoom.
shut the Zoom down. So
Okay.
he might want to participate another way.
Okay. Did you say he was on Zoom?
No,
Earlier, he must have been when there was a Zoom link.
okay.
That's okay. He's not on Zoom.
All right. Let's get the witness back, please. Detective Johns. Just have him come in the courtroom and remain here. I'm going to have him sworn in, okay, before we begin again.
I'm pausing it a second because I want to give you guys this last piece of information. Rebecca Ainello is a witness. Saw car and vehicle backing up. Ready. On Thursday, February 24, 2022, I called Rebecca Ainello. She advised that she went into the sanctuary at approximately 7:45 and went and picked up some things without turning off her silver Toyota 4Runner, then left. As she was approaching the intersection of Jacksonville Drive and Sanctuary, right where it happened, she saw a vehicle with its flashers on midway between JTB, like where the victim's vehicle was, and the intersection. She also saw a vehicle reversing from the southbound lane of Sanctuary Boulevard, and she knew the vehicle was an SUV or a truck due to the height of the reverse lights. She turned east on Jacksonville Drive and did not see where the vehicle went. She later asked her 12-year-old who was in the front passenger seat if he remembered what kind of vehicle he saw backing up, and he said it was a Ford truck. She asked how he knew it was a Ford truck, and he said it was a 4x4 on the back of it. He thought 4x4 meant it was a Ford. She asked him if he was sure it was a truck like Daddy has and not like an SUV like she has. And he told her he was sure it was a truck. She asked him what color it was, and he said black. Black. Just like the black F-150 that Matt Heck, H-E-C-K, okay? Let me tell you what happens in this world. Not everybody stops a vehicle because someone has their flashers on. If you're in a hurry, you need to do shit, and I'm trying to come down, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm not doing this. I'm going to reverse my vehicle, back up, and then just like take off, because I'm just going to go out a different way or something. It's very important. Matt Heck, we have him on camera. He has a black F-150 2015. The kid continues to say, she asked him if he was sure it could not have been dark blue. Dark blue. Why would she be asking this on February 24th, 2022? When did that report come out and hit the air with Jacksonville Beach? Meaning when did the news reports, I believe it wasn't until March that it was like, hey, we're looking for a blue truck. So why would Rebecca, the mom, ask the son, are you sure it wasn't blue? So these dates matter. Guess who's on the defense witness list? People that work for the media. They know when they put the report out. She asked him if he was sure it could not have been a dark blue, and he told her it was black. She did not see any other vehicles there except the vehicle with its flashers and the vehicle that was backing up. That's all I would like to say. I have so many other nuggets, but we're going to continue with court today. There was a white van, a white truck, and a white sedan, as well as this black F-150. How the hell did they get on to the blue F-150 truck if they truly don't have any whereabouts from 712 to 747? They're just saying that the 747 truck is the same car or the same truck that's 712? How? How are you saying that? 36 minutes. So in my tip that I gave, I said, if I was a juror, you have to make it perfectly clear how far it is from Pablo Hamlet to that first house fairway, 25 fairway drive, where we first see from Pablo Hamlet at 712, the vehicle leaves, and then they don't want to let us know that the next timestamp is 747. It would behoove you to have the jury understand that that is only like a minute drive. And it would behoove you, if you were the defense, to make sure that the lay people understand that there's a bunch of driveways that truck could have pulled into, that is there another way you could have made a left on a street before you got to the 25 fairway? You know, what if you continue to go, straight? They think that the car goes, that the truck goes right to go to fairway. You know what I'm saying? When it could have been on 15th and just stayed on 15th. It would just to show that, because I went back over the map late last night and I'm like, this is really, really important. And the state is hiding. They're trying to make it seem like 712. Oh, and that you're just the next video that you see, they're hoping to like mess with the jury. Where is this blue truck? Which just pulled off the side of the road and hung out for 30 minutes? No, not at all. Sorry. Go sit and spin.
Are both sides ready for the jury to be?
By agreement of the state, has added to what was pre-marked as Exhibit A, put into evidence as 1, and if the court...
Detective Johns, just pause right there one moment.
If the court recalls, 1 was comprised of 1A through 1I, and we've added 1J this morning, which is the suggestion of death in the family law case that was brought up during Mrs. Bridegan's redirect.
Was there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So that'll be admitted into evidence. Detective Johns, I'm going to have the jury brought in, and I wanted you to come in. So the moment that they come in, we get them settled. I'm going to have you walk forward. If you can sit there where you can sit there if you want, just for a moment. I'm going to bring the jury in. Okay. All right, Mr. Holman. And here in the courtroom to come forward. Since there has been a night's recess, I'm going to ask that you take the oath again. And
all right, Detective Johns back on the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, so Detective Johns is back on the stand. I want everybody to understand that yesterday we heard his first direct testimony. He is going to testify again. So they're breaking up kind of what they were planning on doing in Idaho. They were planning on having, just because they wanted to keep the flow of the chronological order of how they went about their investigation. So Detective Johns, they closed with his direct examination first part, because he's going to be recalled to testify to something else afterwards. Now, this is something that did not happen in the Delphi case, and I thought it was a horrible strategic move. Okay, ready? What the defense has the option to do here is, since he is being subject to, you're going to recall, like you're recalling him, right? And you've got to be honest about that, because I'm not going to cross-examine him yet. I'm going to wait till the end to do it all. The worst move that could have ever been made by the defense in the Delphi case. Every time that somebody got up there and testified, because they broke it up the same way, you need to cross that right then and there, because you need to shut it down, because of the way that your brain works as a human. Okay. And so I love this move that Jesse is not passing on him and waiting. He's getting up there and he is going to cross-examine him to everything that he first testified to. And so I want everybody to understand that their defense attorneys have a choice. And I think that anybody that makes the choice to wait is an absolute fool, because of the way that our brains as humans work. And you only care about those 12 jurors, man. Okay. And all this ridiculous shit that could be in their head right now after sleeping on it, and like, oh my God, whatever they think that they just showed in that, his testimony, you need to wake up this morning. You need to pop them You need to wake up this jury and literally come with some like sucker punches. Wake this jury up. That's my pep talk for this morning. So, tailgating for the truth, day 3. Detective Johns, the little liar.
Y'all settled in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Detective, you would agree that this is by far the biggest case of your career?
Yes, sir.
This case is not only a big case because of the media attention, it was a long and exhaustive investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you a few questions about both. From a media perspective, do you agree that this case did in fact get major media attention?
Yes, sir.
Not only during the course of your investigation early on, there were news reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were, when people got arrested, the court was recorded, correct?
That's correct.
So not only from what the media kept reporting as you guys got updates in the case, when people got arrested, whatever happened in court was made publicly available, right?
As far as I know.
Sure. Anyone that wanted to watch it on numerous live streams could know exactly what was happening if they so choose to do that, correct?
I mean, as far as I know, I wasn't present for everything, but as far as I know, it was, yes.
Right. And you also know that as your investigation went on, you would sometimes purposely release information, correct?
There were times during the investigation where a decision was made to use an arrest as a tactic, yes.
And there were some times where tactically you did not release information so that the public could not know, correct?
Not necessarily. I'm not sure.
What?
Okay. You sometimes purposefully release information like the blue truck, and we'll get to that
Yes.
later in my cross-examination. But there were also pieces of information that only law enforcement knew about the investigation that was not publicly available, especially early on in the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, maybe I just didn't ask you a good question. We both agree to that fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of the exhaustive nature of this investigation, it was 11 months before any arrest was made for this particular case, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot for me to ask you about today. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And you were the lead detective in this case?
Yes.
Detective Lamont helped you?
He was my co-lead.
And as you guys got developments, you never let up, right? You just kept pushing and trying to get more and more evidence to make your case, correct?
I would kind of reject that premise. You follow up on leads and you either develop new leads and you follow those leads, or information kind of dies out and that lead dies out.
But over the course of 11 months, you were looking for leads. You were looking for new information.
Yes.
I mean, that's what that whole table up there is shell casings from the night of, tires that you later collected, boots that you later collected. I mean, that was what you were doing, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, and you've answered most of these questions, but personally, you are only part-time at the sheriff's office or the Jax Beach Sheriff's Office now?
Yes.
Okay. You're only putting in about 10 hours a week?
Depends on what's going on. It can vary.
And you are now a financial planner in your own private business, unrelated to law enforcement?
That's correct.
And because of what you described as some of the background that you have working at banks, they sort of deem you the finance guy at Jax Beach's Sheriff's Office?
I handled most of the financial investigations. That's correct.
Okay. But you agree you don't have any degrees in banking?
I don't think there is a degree in banking per se, but no, I do not have a degree in finance.
Or a business degree of any kind?
No.
Business
You
degree.
don't have any degrees in taxation?
I hold a license in taxation, but I don't have a degree now.
You're not a CPA?
I'm not a CPA.
And in terms of being a financial planner, there are certified financial planners or CFPs. You're not one of those.
I'm not a CFP. I am an enrolled agent, which is a designation that the Treasury issues.
Okay. But nonetheless, without ever having worked a homicide before. Because you were on call, this became your case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to get some background, some context, because I think some names have been thrown out in this case. Do you remember saying the name Jeremy Ordway yesterday?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Jeremy Ordway became the tenant of Potomac on,
Around the beginning of the year.
well, it was after January, moving into February, right? And I'll show you the lease later, but I'm trying to give them some context of who Jeremy Ordway is. That was the new tenant of Potomac in between January and February of 2022, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, of course, we've all heard the name Henry Tenon. And I think you said on your direct examination that Henry Tenon was still living at Potomac after the homicide. Detective Burrell yesterday told us he didn't think he was living there. I'll let the jury make the decision. But my question to you is, Henry Tenon and Jeremy Ordway have a relationship, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's not like, you know, in a typical situation, you move into a new place, the old tenant can't stay there unless, in fact, you would agree that they are friends.
I would say they're friends.
Right. And it's because Jeremy and Henry Tenon's father, before he passed, they had a relationship, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in some ways, they were family friends.
It's fair.
They lived on the same street at Potomac.
Correct.
Right. So when Henry Tenon is seen over at Potomac, and I'm going to show you, and we're going to talk a whole lot about it this morning and afternoon, about why those two people are together, it's because they, in fact, are friends. And it's not unusual that Henry Tenon would be at Potomac, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Love context.
I'm going to try to go chronologically, but yesterday the jury was left after seeing an interview of Mario Fernandez, and I'm sure you remember that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And I want to ask you a lot of questions about what they heard and what they didn't hear in that interview. Is that fair?
Okay.
When someone goes in for an interview, let's start with a few basic premises. He came in voluntarily
Yes, sir.
with no hesitation.
That's correct.
He didn't bring a lawyer with him.
No.
He answered your questions.
Yes, sir.
And during that interview of Mr. Fernandez, as a detective, you're gauging whether he's telling the truth or he's lying, correct?
At that point, I'm making a record of what he's saying. I'm not necessarily gauging whether he's telling the truth or not.
In that moment, you're making a record, but certainly as a good detective, you're going to try to find out, was he telling me the truth or was he telling me lies? You have to have done that, right?
Part of what is done when you're doing an interview is you are making a record of what people say, so that later on, if something is said that contradicts that, you have a record of what they said earlier.
That would be a lie.
That's true. Yes.
So in a nutshell, I asked you a simple question, which was, you're trying to make a decision after you listen to what they say, you do some detective work, and then you say, was this guy being truthful with me or was this guy being a liar? That's part of your job, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So trying to, and you would agree, people react differently in police interviews, right? There's no right way to react, right?
Correct.
So Mr. Fernandez talked a lot. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Some people could say, well, he talked a lot, so he was nervous. Some people could say, if a person comes in and they don't really expand on their answers, that could be suspicious, right?
Being evasive.
Not in itself, no.
Right, because everybody reacts differently to police interviews.
Correct.
So just the way a person acts doesn't tell you one thing or another about their involvement in a crime, correct?
No.
Okay. No, meaning yes, you agree.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Okay, so now let's talk about questions that the state didn't ask you yesterday. Mr. Fernandez told you that there was an issue with AB, sorry, Judge, about purple hair. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And how Mr. Brightigan, Jared Brightigan, went bananas. I don't think that was the word he used, but he went apoplectic. He was pissed off about her wanting to dye her hair purple, correct?
According to what Mr. Fernandez said, yes.
That's exactly right. According to what Mr. Fernandez says, we don't know. But as part of your detective work in this case, you went and spoke to Bishop Curry, correct?
Yes, we did.
And he confirmed that Jared did confront him about purple hair, correct?
I don't remember if it was necessarily about the hair color or something else, but yes, he did go and speak with Bishop Curry.
Yeah. And it was about Bishop Curry giving advice to the Gardner family, and he's a bishop.
Honor,
in the
The state's going to object. This is all hearsay.
Grounds? Okay. Response?
I'll ask it differently.
All right.
Hearsay.
You were able to confirm that what Mr. Fernandez told you about the confrontation between Jared Bridegan and Bishop Curry did in fact happen.
I was able to confirm that there was a confrontation between the two of them.
Thank you. And in fact, that Bishop Curry was pretty taken aback by how aggressive Mr. Bridegan was during that confrontation.
I don't remember his specific language that he used. I believe he was surprised by the interaction.
The aggressive nature of the interaction.
I don't remember him saying aggressive or using that type of language. I just remember him being surprised by it.
He wasn't pleased with Mr. Bridegan coming to his house, was he?
No.
Thank you. You heard Mr. Fernandez tell you that the child reported that during that date night, on the night of the homicide, that Mr. Bridegan took a phone call, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Fernandez wasn't there during that date night, right?
that's correct.
There's no way he could have known that, to tell you that, unless someone told him that, correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to confirm that during that date night, on that day, Mr. Bridegan did in fact take a phone call. It lasted about 20 minutes at the beginning of the date night.
Yes,
So again, what Mr. Fernandez told you checked out to add up to something that actually did happen, right?
yes,
Okay. There was some school issues brought up by Mr. Fernandez. And Mr. Fernandez told you that the way the school perceived Miss Bridegan and Mr. Bridegan and whether they were friendly, you were able to talk to some of the school teachers in this case, correct?
we talked to one school teacher, yes.
And I'll represent you. They're going to testify in this trial. But they confirmed that the Bridigans weren't really happy with the school situation, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview. I don't remember them talking about that particular aspect of it.
Okay. Would you agree with me that whatever they tell the jury about how the Bridigans perceived their happiness with the school situation would be the truth?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation.
I'm not asking him to speculate what they're going to say. I'm asking him to speculate, accept that whatever they tell the jury is how they felt.
The court will sustain the objection on other grounds, invading the province.
So Mr. Fernandez reported to you that Kirsten Bridegan was unhappy with the notification that the school gave out to the public regarding the death of Mr. Bridegan. Do you recall that?
Yes,
You were able to confirm through Mrs. Bridegan that she did in fact contact the school and she was not happy with that.
I don't remember if I confirmed that through her, but it was confirmed.
It was confirmed. So that was also true,
Yes.
correct?
3 for 3.
Lastly, do you recall one more fact that was confirmed? He told you that Mr. Bridegan's brother had left the church and there was strife in the Bridegan family about that, right?
I don't know what the particulars were in the strife of the family. I do know that he did, in fact, leave the church.
Right. So let's break that down to what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you about the particulars of the strife. So let me ask a better question. Mr. Fernandez told you in response to issues that were going on that Mr. Bridegan's brother left the church.
Yes, that was a statement that was made by Mr. Fernandez.
And then later you were able to confirm that that was true.
Yes,
So again, as part of the work that you did post the interview, you were able to confirm, for example, he told you the children's therapist was Mercedes McGowan, correct?
yes,
And that was a big issue that he talked about. You were able to confirm the children's therapist was in fact Mercedes McGowan, correct?
yes, sir.
And there was issues about whether the Bridigans wanted her going to Mercedes McGowan or whether the Gardner camp wanted her to go to Mercedes McGowan. You confirmed that was a true issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what you're learning
Five.
all sort of panned out, correct?
Everything we've spoken about so far, yes.
And then when someone's giving a police interview, they could just come in if they wanted to make it seem like they were distancing themselves from a crime. They could say something like, well, there was really no problems between us and the Bridigans, you know, little issue here, a little issue there, but we got along great. And then you would confirm that's not true. Mr. Fernandez didn't do that, did he?
No.
I mean, he told you there were issues. He told you what the issues were, and everything he told you checked out in terms of those issues that he identified, correct?
He was very candid about the issues between them.
Yeah, very candid.
And then, do you recall answering a question yesterday about motive? It's a big issue in this case. The government's alleging that the motive in this case is a child custody issue. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and they asked you, before we even played the interview, at what point in the investigation did you come up with this motive? And you said, well, Mr. Fernandez said that he wanted to do a social investigation so they could get majority time sharing. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And that's the snippet of information that you gave the jury before that interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the jury's now heard the entire interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's in evidence, right?
As far as I know.
Okay. But and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to use the exact words of what was spoken. So let's see what we can agree on. At any time, if you need to look at the transcript, you let me know, or we can play the video. Okay? Mr. Fernandez told you that there was an issue with the children, AB and LB specifically, and Mercedes McGowan, the therapist, right?
Yes.
And the issue was they thought it was really good for the children, meaning the Gardners, Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner, and the Bridigans did not want the children to go to therapy. In a nutshell, that's what he was telling you, correct?
That was the statement made by Mr. Fernandez, yes.
Right. And then, in response, you say, the therapy, okay? Take my word for you?
Okay.
And then Mr. Fernandez says he wanted it to stop. And he was saying that he never agreed to it and that they had to go and tell the kids, I don't know if he thought that they were in there with the kids. And he goes on to talk about why Mr. Bridigan wanted the therapy to stop. Fair enough?
Yes.
And then you say that's why he wanted it to stop. And then Mr. Fernandez says he wanted it to stop. Then he sent us a thing through his lawyer. We forwarded it to our lawyer. And our lawyer was more or less, is this real? Is this serious? Our lawyer legitimately told us that he ignored it because he didn't think it was serious. And he waited out the time. Then he went back in and got serious and was like, I haven't received a response and blah, 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 blah. We asked our lawyers, hey, can you respond to this? Because this is getting out of hand now and it's absolutely ridiculous. Fair enough?
Okay.
Then Mr. Fernandez went on to say, our lawyer was prepared to be like, I hope this goes forward so I could just crush him in court. We were hoping that he was going to push it so that we could file a social investigation against him. I'm going to stop there for a second. Mr. Fernandez was saying, we hope that he was going to push it. Push it was the fact that Mr. Bridigan, he was Mr. Bridigan, you agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Bridigan was going to push the issue of taking the children out of therapy. That's what Mr. Fernandez is telling you.
I can only say that, yes, that's what the transcript says, yes.
That's all I'm asking you.
Okay.
What he told you. That's what you're basing your response to this jury yesterday was, we believe the motive, in short, was he wanted to push a social investigation and majority time sharing. You got that from that interview, correct?
That is part of a larger context of things.
Sure.
Yes.
But right now in the interview, this is the part where we're talking about those two things. Social investigation, correct?
Yes.
And we're about to get to the majority time sharing.
Okay.
So to back it up, he's now telling you what the lawyer was going to do if Mr. Brightigan pushed the issue of taking the kids out of therapy, correct? That's where I left off?
I mean, you're reading a small bit of a long interview.
I'm going to
which
read the whole.
I understand, yes, what you're saying based upon that part of it, yes, that's accurate.
He's breaking it down.
Mr. Fernandez goes on to say, because up to pretty much this point, the primary goal, because it wasn't amicable and because how they're being with the kids, we were more or less fighting for the kids to have a chance and for Shanna to have majority decision-making. Okay, I'm going to stop there. That's different than majority time sharing. That's just decision-making for health decisions, correct?
Yes.
I believe that he wanted them to have control over the children.
What? He didn't say
That's
that.
how I perceived his statement.
That's how you perceived it. The words are.
I'm objecting to this line of questioning because it's calling for
Let me
speculation.
see your side.
Yeah. What do you mean? No. We have to understand what he thought about this investigation because this is about motive. This is why that you think that Jared Brightigan was killed. And what do you mean we're going to object to this line of questioning? You guys, this is so important to understand. If you've never been through a divorce, 50-50 custody, you can have 50-50 custody, but have not the final say of, like, let's say that you want the kids to go to this school and I want the kids to go to that school. Well, how do we decide who gets for both final say? What happens? We just flip a fucking coin? No, there's something that if you guys can't agree on something, then you have to do what? And if you're like adamant about it, you do what? What do you think you do? They appoint people. They literally would appoint somebody who's a PC, a parent coordinator. Okay. They would hear both sides of the parents and then they decide. Now, you could have somebody that has final say of health related stuff. So, hey, I really want my kid to get braces. Hey, are you kidding me? No way. Like, what do you mean? So then you would go explain why you want your kid to get braces. And let's say that one of the sides is, I can't afford it. Okay. Would I love to have that happen? Yeah, but I can't afford the braces that are, let's say, like $5,000. Who knows? Okay. So if you don't have to pay for it because you can't afford it, are you okay with them having them though? Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So it's just a money thing. Yeah. Okay. So if you want the kid to have braces, are you cool with paying them? Well, God damn it. No way. You know what I mean? Why should I have to pay for it all? Well, because you want it, right? But our kid needs it. Okay. So, but this is what, like, final decision making is all about. If you could have 70-30 custody. If you don't have final decision making, it's two totally different things. It has nothing to do with anything about the shared time or the way the time is split. Okay. And if you're out there and you're in a divorce, you do not give up your parental rights. Do not give up your parental rights. You have the right. Okay. So what you want to do there is, I'm not giving up my parental rights. And I have the right to final say, just like they have the right to final say. What people will try to do is make you seem, they could say, well, we want custody. We want some evaluations here. This person's off the rocker. And if they can try to deem you as like mentally unfit to make decisions, then that's how you could lose your final say. Shit like that. But if you're ever in a situation like that, you say, I want my final say. I want them to have their final say. And anything that we just can't come to an agreement on, then I guess that we will have a parent coordinator for our case and we take it to them. We take our arguments to the PC, which you have to pay for. And then you tell them your side and they tell them their side. And then the PC says, okay, this is how it's going to go. And now you should probably take a step back and think about that. Why the hell would you ever want a stranger ever deciding what should happen with your kid? If you want to spread your legs and get pregnant and have a kid, okay, and that person's good enough to sleep with, you might want to think twice about having a child with them because you're not going to take away people's rights, right? Because we're anti that here. We all have rights. And stop being a cunt and stop being a dick. All right. And if somebody can't afford something, but they want something to be done with the child that's in the best interest of the child, right? And you have the money, then you pony the fucking money up. And you pay for your fucking kid to have whatever the hell they need. Now, if you want to argue and say, well, they're just saying that they don't have the money. They clearly have the money. They make, $150,000 a year. I get it. Maybe they're bad fucking budgeters, but then they can just pay me back over time. Okay. Stop being fucking idiot. Stop being idiots. But I think that this line of questioning is very, very important because it's what Detective Johns, this is what he perceived and how he looked at things. And I think the jury should hear when Mario Fernandez is saying things to you, he's saying something and you're seeing it a different way. And I think the jury should see that. And I have no idea what Stifler means is that you guys just played the interview. What do you mean you don't understand this line of questioning? Stifler, you testified all day yesterday. She's a little baby. So he's also talking about that my lawyer was like, oh, if he really wants to go forward with this, what do you mean you want to take the kids out of therapy? Okay. If he's really going to try to push this, then we want a social investigation. And what a social investigation is probably the terminology in Florida, is equivalent to a custodial evaluation. A custodial evaluation. And anybody that needs to go that far, there's only like a handful of cases that get that per year. Like, if you're doing it over petty shit, be prepared what comes with that. You'd be amazed.
Madam Court Reporter,
May proceed.
Here we go.
I want to make sure we know exactly where we left off, because I want every word to be considered in this paragraph, because this is the part where you learned about the majority time sharing, correct?
Okay.
So I left off exactly with decision-making. So the first thing that Mr. Fernandez said after you were discussing the therapy was that it would be better if maybe she got decision-making. That's the word that Mr. Fernandez used, correct?
Right.
Okay. And then in the next sentence, Mr. Fernandez says, if she could have more timeshare on her end, if it was 60-40 or whatever, we could bend it just enough, it'd be great because the kids would be better off. If we could push them into the corner of all the interaction with the kids, we need all to be together so they could just suck it. I don't care if they're suffering because they're uncomfortable, okay? And he was obviously not referring to the children being uncomfortable. He was referring to the Bridigans, correct?
Correct.
And this whole concept that you told the jury yesterday for motive was that Miss Gardner, you believed, and Mr. Fernandez wanted majority time sharing is what you said, correct?
That's what the transcript says.
Right. But 60-40, meaning 10% more time sharing, Detective Johns, correct? That's what Mr. Fernandez said, correct?
In the transcript, yes.
Right. So in the transcript, he's saying, if we could just bend it slightly, it would be better off for the children, correct?
That's what the transcript says.
And 60-40 is 2 days a month, correct?
Okay.
Nowhere in that transcript does Mr. Fernandez ever say that they were trying to take away Mr. Bridigan's time sharing, correct?
I think if you look at the total context of the interview,
Yeah.
I believe he was saying that they wanted them to have majority control over the children.
By way of 10% more. I mean, a majority is 51%. I mean, you know from your business background, that's what a majority means, correct?
This guy's
It
an
says
idiot.
60-40, 10% more is the majority.
Yes.
We're not speculating because you keep saying, well, that's what Mr. Fernandez said. That's exactly what Mr. Fernandez said. If we could just have 60-40, we could bend it just a little bit, the kids would be better off. That's what he said.
That's what the transcript says.
You keep saying that's what the transcript said. Detective Johns, he is the transcript. You are the transcript, Detective Lamont is the transcript, and Mr. Fernandez is the transcript. That's what the transcript is. It's three people that were talking in a room, correct?
Yes,
So when I say that's what Mr. Fernandez said, that's what he said, and then it was transcribed, correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
I love it.
And to be very clear for the record, when I keep saying that's what was transcribed, it's from what Mr. Fernandez said in the interview, not the transcript, because they saw the interview in its entirety yesterday, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, you never took the time to read the family law docket in this case?
It was read by one of my colleagues.
Okay, but you personally, as the lead detective, never read it.
I have since read it.
Since the last time I asked you, and you told me you hadn't read it, you've now gone back and read it?
I have read the docket, yes.
Okay. Did you actually read the pleadings?
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to represent to you that that many of them are in evidence, okay? So I'm going to walk you through that, is that all right?
Okay.
So let's start with, let me go to my notes.
See, I would have pound a little bit more there. Only because, like, to make sure, like, wait, what do you mean you didn't read it? So then how would you know that there was, like, this strife? And he's gonna be like, oh, my colleague did. Okay. You know, it's 900 pages. 900 pages. Tell me how you retain things from
Defense
900
Exhibit
pages without
1A.
reading it.
When you say that since the time I asked you last, which was only a few months ago, right?
Yes,
So it had been far after Mr. Fernandez was arrested until the time that you read the docket.
that's correct.
This is the docket that we're talking about, and this is, for the record, Defense Exhibit 1A. Do you agree with me? This is the docket?
Looks to be the same.
And the docket, as you understand it, means all of the pleadings, all of the motions, all the filings are contained within the St. Johns County Family Law Clerk of Court, right?
Yes,
So everything that was done, the jury now has an opportunity to look through because it's in evidence. Do you agree with that?
as far as I know.
Okay. You're also aware that there was a family group chat that existed between Shanna Gardner, Jared Brightigan, Mario Fernandez, and Kirsten Brightigan.
Yes,
And there were thousands of messages in that family group chat.
there was a lot. I don't remember the exact number.
And you and your team had an opportunity to look at all of those, correct?
Yes,
And there's nothing that you're aware of in there that had any evidentiary value as to a threat of violence,
that's correct.
any kind of, let's just not beat around the bush. It was about scheduling for the most part, correct?
But things you would probably expect to find in a family chat.
Yeah. Medical decisions between the children,
Yes,
pickups and drop-offs,
yes,
exchanging medical supplies or school supplies.
yes,
Okay. And that comprised over years of information that you and your team were able to investigate. And you would agree, sometimes there were little snips from one side or the other, right?
correct.
Okay. But in all of that, there was nothing, as you've already told me today, that you can say, yeah, this went to motive, this went to violence, this went to why we believe Mr. Fernandez is involved in the crime out of the thousands of messages that you read, correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to go back in history and I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 1B. This is the consent final judgment of dissolution of marriage. Okay? This is, in fact, the initial document that Jared Brightigan and Shanna Gardner agreed to regarding time sharing, or as the state uses, custody in this case. You agree with that?
Yes,
And you know, even with just limited family law knowledge, that a consent final judgment means both parties agreed.
Yes.
They didn't go to court and a judge said, after all this fighting, I give you X, I give you Y. These two parents, for their two children, came to an agreement, and the agreement says on page 4, page 4.
Oh, was I muted? Oops, sorry. This is unheard of to not have a trial and to try to say that you're having like some crazy divorce. So that's all that I was
The
saying.
consent final judgment is also their property, is what they do with their cars, what they do with their houses, correct?
Right.
And as part of the property, are you aware that Ms. Gardner was ordered to give Jared Bridigan $390,000?
I think it was part of their marital residence, but I don't know the specifics of their divorce.
Right. She got to keep the house. In exchange, she gave him $390,000 in cash.
Right.
Okay. Just want to make sure you're aware of that. Now, where it says time sharing schedule, in section 7, you can go down. It must be easier if I have the. Okay. See where it says in section B below, this schedule is intended to be a 50-50 time sharing schedule.
Yes.
Clear as day, they agreed to 50-50 back in 2015 by agreement of the parties.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you what's been put into evidence as defense exhibit 1C.
They had all of this in 4 months. She filed in like February or March of 2015. There was something already done, finalized in June of 2015. That's unheard
This is
of.
called a supplemental petition to modify time sharing and support and other issues. Can you see that?
Yes.
So this is now Ms. Gardner going back to the court and saying, I'd like to change what we agreed to, right?
Correct.
Okay. And now, in the supplemental petition that was filed by Ms. Gardner,
4 years later.
if you would go to page 3. Paragraph 3. The right one. May I approach the hard copies? Just
Yes.
hard on the computer.
Okay, so filed for divorce in 2015 in like, February, March. Maybe even later. This was all finalized in June, at the end of June of 2015.
This day, there are 2. It's the other one.
That's unheard of.
The one that you
For anybody to say that this was like, this is nuts to me.
May I approach the witness?
People would literally kill for that.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna.
Is that still the same exhibit?
It is 1C, and I'm going to try not to be so archaic. I'm going to use some technology.
All right.
It takes a second. All right, we got it. All right. Detective, can you see the supplemental petition to modify the parenting responsibilities?
Yes,
Okay, my question was to you, this is Ms. Gardner going in and asking for a change, right?
correct?
Read for the jury what Ms. Gardner, without the assistance of a lawyer, asked for the judge to do in modifying timeshare.
A more beneficial sharing schedule for the children has been successfully utilized since June 2016 of 1 week on and 1 week off with a Wednesday date night.
Okay? So she's just asking for a different 50-50 time sharing schedule, correct?
She wants to make it official.
She's asking for a modification to the time sharing agreement.
You have to agree with me that week on, week off is a 50-50 time sharing agreement.
Just reading what the document says.
I'm asking you, if you're with your children for 1 week, and then they're with the other side for another week, and then you're with them for 1 week, and you go a whole year or a whole lifetime, wouldn't you agree with me that's an equal time sharing schedule?
Yes.
Complete fucking
And
clown.
in this particular case, and the jury has the ability to look at all this evidence because it's been admitted, it's been marked, and it's in, they can determine what the change was. So without going back, the last one, it was a few days in between, and now she was saying, let's just go a week on and a week off. And you would also agree that she's telling the court that they've already started doing it and it's been successful since 2016.
For 3 years.
Correct?
Based on the document, yes.
Okay. Wasn't trying to take away any time sharing from Mr. Bridigan.
Not according to this document, no.
Now, let's go to paragraph 5 of the same document, because now we've asked you about what she asked for. Now let's ask why she asked for it. Can you read paragraph 5 to the jury?
Schedule change has been agreed upon mutually because it allows them to have more stability for the majority of the time, as well as looking forward to a midweek visit with the opposite parent. Having the kids rotate homes every few days was too emotionally upsetting because it was too much instability for them to handle.
Sounds consistent with what she's asking for, correct?
Yes?
What do you think killing a parent would do?
Did you know, because you've read the docket, that that's exactly what they did? That by agreement, without a judge having to get involved, they agreed to week on, week off with a Wednesday date night. Right?
Okay.
Right?
That's what this says, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's what she asked for, and then they actually came to an agreement to do that. Right?
Yes.
Now, in 2019, a few years later, Ms. Gardner files another supplemental petition, which has been marked in evidence as defense 1D. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take as much time as you need to review it, but would you agree with me, after you've had time, that this supplemental petition doesn't seek to modify time sharing in any way, equal time sharing in any way?
Give me just a moment to read it.
Sure.
Come on, Johns, if you're being honest, this entire situation is not about time shared parenting because it was never an issue. Nobody was ever trying to take more custody from the other parent.
I'll just give you a whole hard copy so you can look at the entire thing.
Thank you.
He knows the answer. You look foolish for even having to look at it like that. It just totally discredits him. Like, how could you come to this conclusion when, if you read this document, all these documents, you would never, that's why I said, like, this is crazy to anybody that actually reads the documents. Mainstream media can lick my fucking titties. Okay. You read these documents, it's opposite of everything that mainstream media has put out. And it's everything opposite of what this fat fuck put in every single probable cause statement that he's ever made. You're a liar. There is not one document. How long? Why does it take you this long? What are you looking at? This is absurd. It's a filing. Is she seeking more time or not? Is she trying to change the 50-50 or not? Being thorough now doesn't matter. We needed you to do that 4 years ago. Again, we're not taking the guided tour here. Saddle up. Ridiculous.
Okay, what was your question? Sorry.
Would you agree with me that nowhere in that document in 2019 does Ms. Gardner seek to take away any time sharing from Mr. Brighting?
It just discusses how they'll split up more holidays, and then there's a mention about their schools.
I'm going to ask you all about that.
Okay.
But I thought my question was pretty clear, so let me ask again. Do you agree, after reading that entire document, that nowhere in that document does Ms. Gardner seek to change equal time sharing with Mr. Brightigan?
No.
Thank you. What it does do, so I'll give you a chance to tell the jury whatever you want, is it goes to codify or make Wednesday night the official date night, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now I want to pause on just that point, because in this case, there was a crime that occurred on date night. You agree with me on that?
Yes, sir.
This docket, these pleadings that I'm showing you are all publicly available, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the idea that that's some personal detail that only the Brightigans would know and only the Gardner Fernandez residents would know.
Boom! Holy shit! Ah! Cuckoo!
Is simply not true. It's public information, correct?
The docket is publicly available to my knowledge. Sure. I don't know if there are certain restrictions on documents when they involve minor children or not. I don't know I can't say who would and would not know.
I'd ask. We don't know who went on the docket and read it. I'm just saying it's publicly available, correct?
Yes.
When I asked you about it at your deposition, you said you hadn't read it. You came in today and said you did read it, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't need to get a login or a password or an account, correct?
I couldn't open the actual exhibits. I could only see the docket because I didn't have a registered account.
Okay, but as a public user, you are able to go through and look at it and do it. You just didn't, correct?
I honestly don't answer the question.
You don't know how to answer the question. You don't know the answer, right?
I don't know.
Okay. So Wednesday she asked for Wednesday night to be the official date night. That's what it does ask in that petition, correct?
Correct.
All right. Then it goes on and it has an issue with school, correct?
Correct.
And then Ms. Gardner acknowledges that the communication between Ms. Gardner and the Brightigan camp, it can be frustrating at times, right?
That's correct.
So she says, we'd like for the court to implement OFW. Do you know what OFW is?
The app, the Wizard app?
That's right, Our Family Wizard. And that's an app that parents can use to better and effectively communicate in a family law case, right?
It's a tracking app too.
And the other interesting part of her asking for OFW is that it also can be court monitored, correct?
As far as my understanding.
Right. So that it keeps people honest. If once it's on OFW, it's recorded, and if the court is so inclined to look, they can. That's one of the tools that OFW offers and why courts utilize it, correct?
As far as my limited understanding, yes.
Guess who doesn't get monitored though? A guardian ad litem. That needs to change. Do not, if you're ever going to consider using OFW, you need to put in your paperwork that you want the guardian ad litem, whoever is able to open up files, that there is able to be a tracked record keeping of it when you go to subpoena the app to get the information. Because guess who? So if a guardian ad litem is on your case and they say, "Oh, I was reviewing your guys' messages and looking through stuff." Oh, really? When you subpoena that app, guess whose information doesn't get subpoenaed? Guess how you can never prove in a courtroom that they ever viewed your communications? There's no way to prove that. There's no way to prove it in court. That's why you need to put it in your paperwork that you want your guardian ad litem, if they are going to have access to that, or PC or whoever, that you want them treated as a party like yourself so that the login every time is documented. Otherwise, do not get the app because it's worthless.
Sure. And of course, in this case, Ms. Gardner is saying, let's give OFW a try. That's what she's asking for in the supplemental petition.
That's correct.
Right? Then the next issue that Ms. Gardner brings up is now an issue between the new step parents that are involved. Because in 2019, Mr. Fernandez is now involved with the children, correct?
Yes.
Kirsten Brightigan is now involved with the children, correct?
Yes.
So read for the jury what Mrs. Gardner petitions the court in regards to the parties, new step parents.
Are you talking about the number 10 on the screen there?
Please read paragraph 10.
The father is currently insisting that the mother's new husband may not exercise overnight time sharing with the minor children when the mother is away. He is additionally creating problems with the mother's new husband being involved on a more general basis with the minor children. However, he insists that his own new wife should be fully involved in the children's lives. The father's new wife is a positive influence in the children's lives, as is the mother's new husband. Both new spouses have strong and positive relationships with the minor children. This paragraph should not be construed as a personal attack on either step-parent.
She went out of her way to make sure that even with what they wrote in that paragraph, that no one would perceive it as a personal attack, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Ms. Gardner went out of her way to say that Miss Brightigan is a positive influence in the children's lives, correct?
According to this document, yes.
What?
That's all I'm asking you about. What's in the,
Yes.
That's all it says, is that she's a positive influence in their lives, correct?
Yes.
And she's saying that Mr. Fernandez is also a positive influence in their life. That's what the document says, correct?
Yes.
Right? And she's asking for the court to clarify their old parenting agreements that don't address step parents, correct?
That's correct.
She didn't do this outside of court in a self-help mechanism. She went to the judge, she described what the issue was, and she asked for court intervention, correct?
That's correct.
Without personally attacking anybody, right?
According to the document, that's correct.
And without taking away a single second of time sharing from Mr. Brightigan, correct?
According to the document, yes.
What do you mean according to the
You're
document?
saying according to the document.
Thank
Let me
you.
ask you, what document are you going to tell me exists that's contrary to what I'm asking you? The whole docket's in evidence. Show me the court document that says that she took away time sharing from Mr. Brightigan.
I'm not aware of a document that says that.
Because it doesn't exist, right? That's why I'm walking you through this, to show that the documents that do exist show time and time again that they had an equal time sharing schedule that no one interfered with, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Jesse. God, I love this man.
It's been alleged in this case.
I would have broke my foot off
that
his
this was
ass.
one of just the most toxic family law cases. That's why I'm walking you through this. So now I'm going to show you what's been marked and put in defense exhibit later in time as 1E.
He's getting
See that?
crushed right now.
It's a motion for school determination and request for expedited hearing, meaning school's coming up. We got to figure out what school they're going to. Can we get a quick hearing? You agree that's what it says?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as 1G. I'm sorry, 1F for the record. Consent order regarding school choice. Without going to court, the parties immediately came to an agreement and picked a school. Correct, Detective?
Yes.
By way of agreement, they just said, we can do this on our own. This is what we came up with. That's what the consent order says.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1G. This is the mother's motion for declaratory relief. If you want to take a moment to read it, I can give you the hard copy. This is regarding an issue regarding the breathing machine for LB, correct?
That's correct.
Simple issue. They were trying to figure out who should keep the breathing machine, correct?
That's correct.
And the jury's heard somewhat, but LB had a breathing issue and some medical issues where he could only live in certain parts of the country that were near to
Sea level.
sea level, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit 1H.
Just shredding
Mrs.
this,
Brightigan
shredding him.
responds to the motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to, that was 1G for the record. Sorry, Your Honor. And now I'm going to show you what's 1H. Again, no court intervention. The parties came to an agreement and a consent order on that exact issue was entered into evidence, or was filed, correct?
Correct.
June 2021. That was just June 2021.
All right. On the family. So to wrap it up, it's all in evidence for the jury to see, but when there were issues leading all the way up to the time of the homicide, they went to court and they agreed, correct? By way of consent.
According to these documents, yes.
Are you aware, has anybody reported to you that there was some nasty trial in this case where witnesses were called and mudslinging occurred that I'm just not asking you about?
No, sir.
He's answering it, making it seem like the defense is being like tricky.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna
That's why
select
he had to
documents.
clear that up.
Okay. You may throw out, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Shredding him. This
That sticker is for the clerk's office. Okay, thanks.
mainstream media, take that. All your lies. Right there. Mess the splinter.
Did you get a second to look at it?
Yes, sir.
I keep forgetting because I'm a dinosaur, but there's better technology where everybody can look at it together. I'm showing the witness what's been marked as 1J and entered into evidence. Detective, this is a suggestion of death.
Yes, sir.
This was not filed by Ms. Gardner herself. This was filed by her attorney, correct?
Correct.
And you know that because if you go to the second page, it says respectfully submitted Denry Mason, correct?
Yes.
And you know that was her family law lawyer.
Yes.
And it has two paragraphs. One, that Mr. Brightigan died on February 16, 2022. That's true?
Yes.
And don't you think after reviewing the entire docket, and you may not know this, that that's required, that when a party in a family law case dies with minor children, that the court needs to be made aware? Does that shock you?
No.
Okay. And two, there is not currently any pending issues before the court and no hearings are scheduled. That was true, correct?
Correct.
Because if you look on the docket sheet, and I'll be glad to show it to you, 1A, the last open pending issue was 4 months prior in October of 2021.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And the case was closed.
Yes.
Christina Stifler on direct examination attempted to show this jury through this witness that Shanna Gardner, right after he was dead, 2 weeks, goes and files with the courts to let them know that, you know, Jared's dead. And it should have come across to all of you guys like, ooh, wow, really 2 weeks? Damn. Jesse just showed the jury, anybody who had been thinking that, and how it was misleading, that when you have minor children, you have to do stuff like that. And that it was through an attorney, not like Shanna Gardner went running down, like calling like life insurance. Like, no. Shredding the state's
Let's switch gears from the
case.
family law case, okay? To give the
Promote
jury
it.
a little bit of background, Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner, they lived in Jack's Beach at the Marsh Inlet address, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fernandez owned a few rental properties in town, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them was the Potomac address.
That's
correct?
correct.
And at a certain point in time, Mr. Tenen lived at the Potomac address. And then like we talked about, and I'll show you some documents in a minute, Mr. Ordway moved in and became the official tenant of the Potomac address, correct?
Yes, sir.
But January 5th of 2022, the year of the homicide, Mr. Tenen was in fact the tenant of Potomac.
Yes.
In this case, there was some FBI analysis done on cellular devices, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this case, Agent Blythe, who I expect the jury will hear from during the course of this trial, he was not a detective in this case, correct?
No.
He was solely utilized by law enforcement to do cast analysis or cell phone analysis of location of devices, correct?
Yes.
He didn't subpoena any documents.
No.
You and your team took care of that.
Yes.
So whatever documents he used from T-Mobile or Google or whatever the case may be, that's information that your investigative team subpoenaed, gathered, got by way of warrant, however, and then you would provide that to Agent Blythe, correct?
Yes, sir.
If there was this particular address in this case, that's not something Agent Blythe would be aware of. He would rely on the investigators and the detectives such as yourself to give him that information, correct?
Correct.
So if there was a location of interest, not something Agent Blythe would have any idea about, he would rely on you to give him the information and then he would map it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll allow him and the government to go through all of his analysis, but in fact, he did mapping in this case.
Yes, sir.
And there are certain days of interest that the information you provided him, he mapped for you at your request, correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with January 5th, okay? On January 5th, yes, and this for the record is, I'm just gonna go back.
Jesse doesn't come across as like a slickster.
Sorry, detectives. Before we go into
Maybe a break.
January 5th, I forgot a question that I need to ask you.
Oh,
Can I just take you back to the interview? Of Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm sorry to jump around. I made this mistake. Don't hold it against me, please. Do you recall in the interview that Mr. Fernandez kept saying, I don't know why he got out of the car?
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about those interviews again. It is not uncommon that in law enforcement, a person can give a detail during an interview where they shouldn't know that detail, correct? Let me ask a better question. Sometimes there are details about a crime scene that only people that were at the crime scene are aware of. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes when people give interviews, they oust themselves by accident, revealing a detail that only somebody at the crime scene or law enforcement would know, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when Mr. Fernandez was interviewed, it was a couple weeks after the homicide.
Yes.
An important detail that this jury should know is that you had not released to the media that the tire was in the road. That was not public information.
I do know it was released eventually. I don't remember the exact timeline that it was released.
Okay. I'm not concerned about when it was released.
Okay.
What I'm concerned about is that at the time Mr. Fernandez was interviewed, you know that it had not been released at that point.
Correct.
That's what I'm asking you. So when he's saying, I don't know why he would get out of the car, he doesn't know that there was a tire in the road, correct?
I don't know what, I can't testify to what he knows or doesn't know.
He doesn't say anything about a tire, correct?
Not during the interview, no.
Right. He says something about maybe he knew the person in front of him, or maybe I just can't imagine why he didn't run him over. He gives all sorts of, hypotheticals as to what happened, but he never mentions that there's a blockade or a tire or anything obstructing the roadway. Never even suggests that at all, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm so sorry. I meant to ask you that question and I forgot.
It was a very important question.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Mr. Dreiser, can we take a break shortly?
It was public knowledge that Mr. Brightigan was killed outside of his vehicle, correct? That had been released.
I don't dispute that. I just don't know exactly what was and wasn't released.
To ask it real simple, there's not a single fact that Mr. Fernandez said to you regarding his hypotheticals of what could have happened that gave you any concern that he had more information than he should about the crime that occurred.
At the time of the interview, no.
Right. Good time for a break, Your Honor.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt you, but so members of the jury, we're going to pause at this time frame. We're going to take 15 minutes. So that would be about 10 minutes after 11. Okay. Enjoy your mid-morning recess.
Okay. Hi. We're on our mid-morning recess. Woo. Okay. All right. So check this out. When I was telling you guys about this Allison Pressler and this Rebecca Ianello, who were witnesses, who were interviewed on February 24th, 2022. February 16th is the murders. These two interviews happen on that day. Well, now that we just saw the compilation video where we see the white truck that's like basically setting off the Nest camera right across the way, and we see basically like the fourth shot and this flash muzzle that they say whatever, and then a figure that would be like what appears to me is coming out of the woods, but whatever they want to say, there's a figure doing whatever. I'll tell you what we do not see at all. Do you guys see a vehicle anywhere? Do you guys see a vehicle in front of Jared's, behind Jared's on that video? That would be in front of his car, behind his car. Anybody? Anybody dispute that you can't see no car, no truck, no nothing? Okay, from that video. Now, going to these interviews, I wondered why these interviews that were, you guys know how I operate. I pay attention to dates and timestamps. Why aren't you writing up a report that you do on February 24th, which is what, 8 days later, so about a week. Why are these not getting written up in reports until potentially, let's see. (9/14/2022). Let me read you Allison's. I called Allison Pressler at the time, as she had previously provided some information. She stated on the night of the homicides between 7:55 and 8, she and her boyfriend Joseph were walking the dog. They walked the dog from his residence on Sanctuary North to the northeast corner of Jacksonville Drive at America when she said she heard 4 shots. She said she did not hear any screaming or arguing, just the 4 shots. She said there was no pause between the shots. She and her Joseph then began to walk back to his house. When they got to the center of Sanctuary Boulevard, she saw a blue older model truck, which had been going south towards JTB, do a 3-point turn and drive out the southbound lane. She said the truck was going real slow and she knows it was a man driving, but could not provide no details such as race, etc. She said the truck had a wide silver rim or trim around it, like on a two-tone truck, but was unable to say if it was a two-tone truck. She only was able to say it was blue on the top, and she said she noticed large black full trash bags in the bed of the truck up near the driver. She further said she believed it was a 2-door with a long bed. When asked if she saw anything else, she advised there was a dark car and a tan or gold car behind it stopped on Sanctuary Boulevard, southbound, which would have been in front of the truck she saw. She did not see people or activity and said it looked like they were just stopped there. She said it was dark and she could not really see and said there was no flashing lights or anything. She provided me with Joseph's number, and at 10:40 I attempted to call him but had to leave a voicemail to contact me back. At approximately 12:19 hours, I again attempted to call Joseph again, left a second voicemail for him to contact me back. Allison also stated that last night, February 24, 2022, she and her boyfriend went to his home after dinner at approximately 7:30, and she saw a gold or tan sedan parked in the southbound lane of Sanctuary Boulevard on the side of the road. When she left at 11, the vehicle was still there. Now, Allison at the time does not know that we have the luxury of having that cam, right? She doesn't know that something caught, this kind of on camera, right? So I want to show you guys something. If we go to Google Maps, oh, by the way, her talking about the fact that there was only 2-door and not like a crew cab where it'd be like 4, right? That is consistent with what the little boy said. Remember how he said that it was a 2-door, not like a 4-door? So that would be consistent with, what the boy said he saw as far as it being, but he said it was black and it was 2 doors. But the thing that I'm having trouble with squaring is we don't see any of this on the camera. That would have to occur like when? Like, did you hear the gunshots first, and then you saw the the truck action, right? What's going on here, more or less, right? But what it seems like is that this truck, right, came after the shots, but it also came out of the view, and it would have been after the fact of the shooting. And that the truck that she saw, like anybody else would do, like I said, I'm not going to continue to go down, right? I'm going to back out, right? Because if I see, but she said she didn't see any flashers or anything. Also, how do you mistake what we just heard and if you're walking your dog and you're like right there over there at the intersection? I mean, like, what's going on here? She just walked her dog back and then she left her boyfriend's house. I want to show you guys something. If you go to Google Maps, I sent this tip as well. If you type in www.google Maps, everybody should know how to use that. And you type in the Potomac address, which is, well, I think actually, Potomac Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida. And you type in I think it's like the 2500 block. So let's go to the 2500 block of Potomac Ave. Yeah, it's like right around there. We'll make it more than that. What is the address there at Potomac exactly? Margie, do you happen to have that number by chance? There should be 4 more minutes left, by the way, of break. Come on. I thought it was like 25, 29, 15, like 29, 15. Hold on. Let's see. I'll just do it like this. I don't got time for this. Oh, it might be coming back.
Thank you.
Sure, it's come back in.
Welcome in, everyone. Everyone may be seated.
Okay, I want you to see these pictures really quick. I got them. Here you go. Take a look at this. This is the Potomac address. Take a look at this as they're getting in their chairs. In 2018, a blue truck, this is the rental property. See? Blue truck. See how it has all those stickers on the back? See how it has the tool chest? You see how it's a blue old truck and it has like the silver around the. Look at those boots. This is 2018. White dude, jacket, girl. Like, who the fuck is that, right? But look at that truck. Then, ready? This is the picture that shows those signs were there for the past decade. So I sent this on over to the defense. Sent all this on over to show that. Oh, and then look at, would you believe it? That's a two-tone truck that looks exactly like Henry Tennant's, but it's just a SUV. But that's where the vehicle was. Those signs have been there for a decade at least, if not longer. And would you believe this? Look at this. At the Potomac address in December of 2018, when you're doing research, you would have researched the property, you look at Google. It looks like somebody got an idea here. Look at the fact there was a tire just at the Potomac residence. Hold on. Right over here I have another picture, but just chilling over there. And so this is a picture when you zoom up on it on the street, it's laying right there by the garbage. If you go to December 2018 to the address. How crazy is that? Okay. Looks like somebody had an idea with that live.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh,
Completed in the, of all.
okay, here we go.
Go ahead and publish. Make it as big as possible.
All right, Detective Jones, just make yourself comfortable again. Mr. Dreiser, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Detective Johns, we're back at the January 5th date, but just to recap, you assisted providing information to the FBI so that they could map slides, correct?
Yes, sir.
Some of the things that you would give were phone numbers like Mr. Fernandez's, correct?
Correct.
To the FBI. So let's look at the top of, and can you see what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 182?
Yes.
And 182 is a composite of all of the work that the FBI agent Blythe did in this work,
That's correct.
in this case, excuse me, right?
I think it's a slide as part of his overall deck, yes.
Yes, there's a deck of slides. That's the work that Agent Blythe completed in this case.
Correct.
I'm now showing you one of those slides.
Yes.
They're all in evidence, right?
Yes.
And at the top right corner, it says page 8. So that's an easy way to identify what slide we're looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at the top, it says 904-566-2633. That was Mario Fernandez's phone number at the time, correct?
Yes.
And then this is January 5th of 2022, so the month preceding the homicide. And it's between 10:56 and 11:51. That's what the slide is suggesting the data shows on page 8 of State's Exhibit 182. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that's information, once again, that you provided the FBI so they could make these for us.
That's correct.
Right? So in fact, in the legend in the top right corner, it shows, and just, I don't know if the state asked you this, in your homicide training that you said you had, and you said admittedly it was mostly after the homicide, but you do have some CAS training.
I took like an introductory CAS course, yes.
Okay, and these are CAS slides. So you have some familiarity with what we're talking about.
Some, yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you your opinion as to how these slides were made. We all can agree that is what Agent Blythe did in this case, not you.
That's correct.
But in the top right-hand corner, that is, again, where you are involved because you gave the information. And there's a little yellow, I don't know what you call it, marking, and you have the location of interest. See
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes,
And that's the Pablo Hamlet area.
that's correct.
And the jury heard a lot about Pablo Hamlet yesterday. That's the area where the Pablo Hamlet retirement community is and those other apartment complexes where the truck was seen a few times before and after the homicide.
Yes, sir.
And then you have the Fernandez residence, and that's in the legend in the top right-hand corner, right?
Yes, sir.
And 1511 Marshall is the Fernandez residence, right?
That's correct.
Fair to say that in this slide, it's just showing that Mario Fernandez was in the area of Jack's Beach at that time.
I'll let Agent Blythe speak to the slides, to interpret the slides.
Okay, so you don't feel comfortable, even with your limited knowledge and this being an evidence saying,
He wrote up a goddamn search warrant because of this. He wrote up a probable cause. Go to that, Jesse.
yeah, it's Mario Fernandez's phone number and he's in Jack's Beach. You can't determine that?
I'm not saying I can't determine it. I'm saying Agent Blythe is an expert in this. He created these slides. I'll let him speak to them.
Well, I'm asking you to speak to it. So can you tell us, as the lead detective in this case, who furnished all of the information to make these slides, that Mario Fernandez, according to this slide, is in the area of his home between 10:56 and 11:51?
Yes, it would seem that he is utilizing, during the phone calls that are made on the slide, he's utilizing the green dotted cell towers.
And those cell towers are in the area of his home.
Yes.
You don't know where he is in Jack's Beach. You just know he's home.
I can only tell you what
Sorry,
the
you
slide
just know
says.
he's in the area of his home.
I can tell you that his cellular device is utilizing the towers that are indicated on the slide.
Okay. You could go to the next slide. On the other hand, you also provided the FBI so they could make maps. Henry Tenen's information, correct?
That's correct?
And then they were able to use geolocation to determine where Henry Tenen's devices went during the course of your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And January 5th is one of the days in which you anticipate that Agent Blythe is going to testify about because you provided him information on those days, correct?
Yes, sir.
So without going into what the evidence shows specifically, you agree that on January 5th, not early in the afternoon in the first slide I showed you, later in the afternoon, Mr. Tenen's devices appear to travel from the Potomac address to Jack's Beach.
Yes, sir.
That you're comfortable saying.
Yes, sir.
Right? On this particular slide, page 9, you've added the crime scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You have no information that Henry Tenen's device went to the crime scene on January 5th, correct?
Based upon the slide and the data points that are here, it doesn't show that.
Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? I'm sorry, the next page number. This is a more zoomed in location of where the Fernandez residence, the location of interest is, correct?
Yes, sir.
All of this is Henry Tenen's device, correct?
That's correct.
Looking at page 9 or 10, you have no information as to where Mario Fernandez is on January 5th.
Not on the slide, no.
And I'll give you an opportunity to look at all of the slides from January 5th. But in all of the information that you provided the FBI on January 5th, you have no information as to where Mario Fernandez is on that date, correct?
There are no data points available, correct?
There are no data points available. Therefore, you don't know where Mario Fernandez was on January 5th, correct?
There is no physical evidence to say where he was at.
Okay. Do you agree that's the same thing as saying you don't know where he was at?
Correct.
Could be at his house.
Correct.
Could be anywhere else. You have no idea.
Correct.
All right. So now on January 5th, Henry Tenen's device does travel into the area of the Fernandez residence and the Pablo Hamlet residence, correct?
It travels to the data points that are here, which is, looks like down 15th onto Marsh Inlet and then down to the Cradle Creek area and then a little bit down Fairway.
Okay. Because of what you said about your comfortability, I'll save my cross-examination for Agent Blythe as to where exactly it went. But in this slide, no information about Mario Fernandez.
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to stop saying slide. Page 10, can you go to page 11? This is more time period.
Yes,
Mr. Tenen's devices, correct?
that's correct.
No idea where Mr. Fernandez is or his devices are.
There's no information on the slide now.
So you did not provide that to the FBI and you don't know.
Correct.
Next page. More zoomed in. Evidence that Mr. Tenen's devices were in the area of Jack's Beach on January 5th, right?
That's correct.
No information as to where Mr. Fernandez is that day.
No.
There's not a single piece of information that you can provide this jury on January 5th that you know that Mario Fernandez was with Mr. Tenen.
There's no physical evidence available for that now.
There is no evidence of that.
Correct.
And on January 5th, Henry Tenen was still the tenant of Mr. Fernandez, correct?
Yes.
So if the argument were to be made that he has no reason to be in that area, his landlord lives in that area, correct?
That's correct.
It's the 5th of the month, correct?
Correct.
It's the last month that Mr. Tenon was a tenant of Mr. Fernandez, correct?
I believe there's some information. I don't remember he was the end of December when he stopped being his tenant, or was it the beginning of January?
So you don't know as you're the lead. I mean, I'm asking you. Jeremy Ordway became
He's getting crushed.
tenant of Potomac come February 1st, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the last month that Henry Tenon was at the home prior to Jeremy Ordway, correct?
That's correct. I mean, I don't know exactly when Mr. Tenon's lease ended, is what I'm saying.
Understood. You did learn during this investigation that Mr. Tenon was having a hard time keeping up with his rent, correct?
Yes.
And that Mr. Fernandez was trying to work with him the best that he could, correct?
I believe there was some conversations that he was trying to work with him, yes.
And he was trying to get whatever money he could until he just could no longer keep him there because he just couldn't keep up with his rent payments, correct?
I assumed that was the case, but I mean, I don't know exactly when the lease ended, is what I'm saying.
Why wouldn't you ask these questions?
I gave you that. We don't know exactly when it ended. We just know when the new one started. But at this point in time, it's January 5th, and a person who at that time or just prior to, who you just told the jury was having a hard time keeping up with his rent, is briefly in the area of his landlord's house for about 30 seconds on January 5th, correct?
That's correct.
And that's all the information that you have.
Based on this, yes.
I love it. I love it. He's getting in front of all of
Let me
this.
show you what's been marked and put into evidence as Defense Exhibit 19. Can you make that bigger? Okay, scroll down a little bit.
He's painting a story for the
Zoom in.
jury.
You and I may be more familiar than the jury with the evidence. You've seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a rental agreement between Jerry Ordway and Jeremy Ordway for the Potomac address, correct?
Yes.
And this is the, and it's signed, if you scroll to the bottom. It's signed by Mr. Fernandez, correct?
That's correct.
And it's signed by Jerry Ordway and Jeremy Ordway?
Correct.
And it's 1/27/22, right before the 1st of February.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to find that lease at Potomac when you guys did the search at Potomac?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you were able to confirm with Jeremy Ordway that he lived there and he was the tenant?
That's correct.
Okay, so that all adds up.
Yes.
And through your investigation, you learned that Jeremy Ordway did in fact pay rent to Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
You saw checks where Jeremy Ordway wrote his rent payment to Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
You confirmed that people that would live at Potomac would also do some work to improve the property, and sometimes that would subsidize their rent, correct?
That's a vague question. I don't understand.
Okay. Mr. Ordway was confirmed that he did some work at Potomac while he was living there.
Yes.
Okay. You learned that Mr. Tenon did work at Potomac while he was living there.
It was stated that he did some work, yes.
No dispute that Jeremy Ordway took over and continued to pay Mr. Fernandez for living at 5239 Potomac Avenue.
No.
Murky, we had it. 255239. We did it.
We talked a little bit about Mr. Tenon and his financial situation around the time of the homicide. I think you said he was having trouble keeping up with the rent,
I think you said that, but
and you agreed.
yes,
And you agreed.
And he was not in a good financial situation at that time of his life, correct?
that's correct.
And you know that because you've seen his bank accounts and they don't have a ton of money in them, right?
That's correct.
And you know that because you have pawn records that you found where at that time, Mr. Tenen was pawning things, correct?
I don't think I ever saw pawn records.
Okay, let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 21, an Advance America pawn receipt from 2/26/2022. Oh, I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. Pawn receipts. Advance America is he went on 2/26/2022 in Defense Exhibit 21, and he got a
Cash advance.
cash advance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So approximately 15 days or so after the homicide, Mr. Tenen went and got a cash advance.
That's correct.
Oh,
As a detective, that would tell you that he needed money, correct?
oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's bombshell. Oh my God. I love it, Henry. Henry,
Let's talk a
free.
little bit about John Biggerstaff, okay?
Okay.
John Biggerstaff is a longtime friend of Mr. Fernandez, correct?
That's correct.
John Biggerstaff's daughter went to high school with Mr. Fernandez, correct?
Yes.
And that's how he met John Biggerstaff decades ago, correct?
As I assume, or what I've heard, yes.
No reason to dispute that fact, right?
No.
And over the years, Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Biggerstaff did work together, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Biggerstaff had a little side business called 904 Handyman,
Yes.
and Mr. Fernandez had rental properties, correct?
Yes.
And there's no dispute, because I'm going to show you what's been marked into evidence here in a little bit, that you know that John Biggerstaff went to Potomac and did work. He did tile work there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that because you saw messages between them about doing tile work, and then we'll get into poll camera footage. You actually saw him show up and do the tile work.
Right.
All right. So no dispute that John Biggerstaff did work for Mario Fernandez.
No.
You also know that Mario Fernandez would hang out with John Biggerstaff from time to time, correct?
Yes.
They certainly weren't best friends, but they'd have a beer together every once in a while, right?
That's correct.
You also know in this case that John Biggerstaff's son, Juan Biggerstaff, around the time of the homicide, was getting married here in town, correct?
Yes.
And you know that Mr. Fernandez helped set up tables and chairs by using his pickup truck and delivered it to the wedding venue, correct?
That's correct.
You were able to confirm that with receipts from the table and rental company, right?
Yes, sir.
You were able to confirm that with some cellular data that Mr. Fernandez went after the homicide to a storage unit, and you were able to confirm that by people who saw him drop off tables and chairs.
That's correct.
So no dispute that they knew each other and they did things for one another like delivering tables and chairs, right?
Correct.
Like tile work, correct?
Correct.
On January 25th, you have reason to believe with cell phone data, and I'll save it all for Agent Blythe, that Mr. Fernandez went over to Mr. Biggerstaff's house on that date, correct?
That's correct.
You know, because we just talked about all the things, that that's not unusual that Mr. Fernandez would go to Mr. Biggerstaff's house, correct?
I mean, I have a limited period of time that we reviewed, but it didn't seem unusual.
Right, didn't seem unusual. And while he was there, you have no idea what he was doing at John Biggerstaff's house, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if they were having beers. You don't know if they were involved. And let's just get it out in the open. Mr. Biggerstaff was a swinger, correct?
Yes, sir.
And his wife was a swinger, correct?
I never spoke to his wife about it.
Sure enough, okay. But Mr. Biggerstaff wanted to film people having sex with his wife, correct? They were into that.
I don't know.
Wait,
You don't know?
you don't know?
On one occasion, he did film his wife having sex, but I don't know. I can't say what he was into.
You didn't ask him?
specifically
Are you sure it was only one occasion, Detective?
That I'm aware of.
Would you like to see, not the video, I don't think that's necessarily important, that on other dates, there are other men, not Mr. Fernandez, who had sexual relationships with Mr. Biggerstaff's wife? You dispute that?
No,
Okay. And you don't dispute that Mr. Biggerstaff participated in that, correct?
no,
It wasn't that Ms. Biggerstaff was cheating on Mr. Biggerstaff. That was a lifestyle that they chose to live, correct?
according to Mr. Biggerstaff, that's correct.
And the videos that will spare the jury from watching that we found in this case and we saw with our own eyes, correct?
That's correct.
Because you got Mr. Biggerstaff's cell phone downloads, and when you got them, you saw the videos, right?
I did not personally go through every single video, but there were a lot of explicit videos on his phone.
You're not disputing what I'm saying to you, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, so just so we're clear, I'm not making this up. This is what was on the phone, right?
That's correct.
And on that particular day, the day I've been asking you about, January 25th, you've already told me you don't know what Mr. Fernandez was doing over at that house, correct?
That's correct.
Other times, you had seen a video where Mr. Fernandez did have sex with John Biggerstaff's wife, correct?
That's correct.
But on that day, there is no video, but you just don't know, right?
Correct.
Ears in the garage, sex with his wife, helping him build a tool bench in his garage, or the tens of thousands of other things they could be doing together. You just don't know, correct?
I don't know.
But what you certainly have no evidence of is that Mr. Biggerstaff gave Mr. Fernandez a 10-millimeter firearm, do you?
There is no physical evidence of that now.
When you say no physical evidence, there is no evidence of that, correct?
There is no physical evidence of that.
Okay. So let's talk about John Biggerstaff and this 10-millimeter. Yesterday, I thought I heard you say that it was a very rare weapon. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, sir.
You also told me in one time that we've previously spoke that it was no golden goose.
That's correct.
You also said yesterday it's no unicorn.
That's correct.
There are tens of thousands of 10-millimeter firearms out in the universe.
Okay, guys, I've waited 3 years. I have to say it. The swingers have entered the fucking chat and the trial to see the jury here. Let's just get it out in the open. They were swingers, right? Mario Saldana was just plowing Maria, and he wanted to video record this shit. I am officially dead. Woo! Mainstream media, what's up? You are a joke. Love this. Love it. I'm shocked it didn't come up in jury selection. Okay, I am so shocked. Okay.
Correct?
It's probably accurate. I don't know exactly how many have been manufactured.
And let's talk about John Biggerstaff's first, and then let's talk about what your investigation revealed as to other 10-millimeters, all right? Back in 2016, John Biggerstaff bought a 10-millimeter firearm, correct?
That's correct.
So just a little time perspective here. The homicide's in 2022.
Correct.
We're going all the way back to 2016, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in evidence as State's Exhibit 191. Can you publish? All right. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
And this is a firearms tracing document that the ATF did in the assistance of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is how we know
This is important.
that John Biggerstaff owned a 10-millimeter back in 2016, because he bought one, right?
Yes, sir.
He bought it legally, right?
Yes, sir.
There's paperwork on it, right?
Yes.
And we know that he had a Glock 40 Gen 4. That's the manufacturer and the model. That's in the top right-hand corner, correct?
That's correct.
And we also know that the serial number of that firearm is BBG L770, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's the basis of how we all know that 6 years prior to the homicide, John Biggerstaff owned a 10 millimeter, right?
Yes, sir.
So then you know that John Biggerstaff got himself in trouble right around the same time that he bought that gun, correct?
Correct.
He got arrested federally after the purchase of that gun in 2016, correct?
Yes.
16.
As a part of his arrest, a federal magistrate ordered Mr. Biggerstaff to forfeit and remove from his possession all of his firearms, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 5. Okay. Can you see Defense Exhibit 5 on the screen, Detective Johns?
Yes, sir.
This is in fact an order setting conditions of release.
That's correct.
You go all the way to the bottom. While I'm scrolling down, you can see refrain from possessing a firearm, destructive device, or other dangerous weapons. Defendant shall immediately remove all firearms he currently owns from the residence, correct?
Correct.
And this was signed by a federal magistrate here in the Middle District and a building about a block from where we are right now, Monty Richardson, correct?
Correct.
You agree with me that federal magistrates take their orders pretty seriously, correct?
Yes.
And they ordered him, as I just read to you, to get rid of all of his firearms, correct?
That's correct.
So in order for him to do that, you would agree they just don't take your word for it. They make you fill out a firearms affidavit where you mark all of your firearms, their serial numbers, their information, so that you show and prove that you no longer have them in your possession, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So now I'm going to show you what's been marked. And that was signed, for the record, October 28th of 2016.
Correct.
And he hadn't been convicted of a felony at this point. This is just when he got arrested. This was his conditions of release order.
Correct.
To make sure that's clear.
Running a federal prostitution ring. But he's like, it really wasn't. Because we were all doing it for fun. Nobody was buying and selling sex. We just love sex.
Okay. This document's a little harder to see. Blow it up. You know, States Exhibit 190 is in fact the federal firearms affidavit that John Biggerstaff filled out in 2016, correct?
I believe this list was completed by his son, but yes.
Right, because of course he can't be in possession of firearms once Magistrate Richardson says you can't be around your firearms. So by the very nature of filling out a firearms affidavit, you have to have some help, right?
Yes.
Because if you sat there and did it yourself, you'd immediately be in violation of the order, right?
That's correct.
And
What a
you came to
dumbass this
learn
guy
that
is.
law enforcement was present when they did this, someone from federal probation.
I believe so. I don't know that for sure, but
Of course, you weren't there, but that's what you learned, is that his son, Juan Biggerstaff, was there with someone from federal probation.
that's what was told to us, yes.
Okay?
Did
He
you
had
check in?
not approximately, he had 20 firearms, right?
Yes.
So let's just be clear what this shows and what it doesn't show. We know he bought a 10 millimeter firearm in 2016, previous to this federal firearms affidavit being filled out. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So if we are trying to look to see if we had a unaccounted for weapon, this would be a good spot to find out, right? Let me ask a better question. We got to look to see if a known firearm that we know he owned is included on this federal firearms affidavit. That's an important detail, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's zoom in to line 7. Do you see line 7?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen this document before. This isn't
Yes.
the first time. It says Glock, right?
Correct.
It says 40 Gen 4, correct?
Correct.
So just let's go back in time, just one exhibit before. It was a Glock, right?
That's correct.
It was a 40 Gen 4, correct?
That's right.
And then I read to you the serial number, and I read to you BBGL 773, I believe.
That's correct.
0, excuse me. The exact same firearm that Mr. Biggerstaff purchased in 2016 is documented as forfeited on his firearms affidavit, correct?
That's correct.
Unlike Brian's knife
Later,
and sheath.
in 2017, John Biggerstaff was in fact convicted of a felony, correct?
Yes.
John Biggerstaff, since 2017, has been and is a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
A convicted felon under federal law cannot own or possess a firearm, correct?
That's correct.
Cannot own or possess ammunition, correct?
That's correct.
Under Florida state law, a convicted felon cannot own a firearm, correct?
That's correct.
They cannot own or possess any ammunition, correct?
Correct.
If you do, felonies, correct?
That's correct.
You have no information that since 2016, that John Biggerstaff has ever been in possession of a firearm, correct?
I don't know that that's necessarily true. There's some information that he might have taken back his weapons.
Do you have any pictures of John Biggerstaff with his firearms?
No.
Do you have any surveillance of John Biggerstaff with any of his firearms?
No, I do not.
Has John Biggerstaff ever been arrested for felon in possession of a firearm since he has been a convicted felon?
No, sir.
In federal court?
No.
In state court?
No.
The firearm in this case, and the jury will hear all about, and they're going to hear from John Biggerstaff, and they're going to hear the trajectory of that firearm. But I'm asking you, during the course of your investigation, you didn't find a 10 millimeter firearm.
No, sir, we did not.
You interviewed John Biggerstaff to find out if he could tell you where that 10 millimeter firearm is, correct?
That's correct.
And to this day, there is no murder weapon in this case.
It has never been recovered.
So all these shell casings and all these projectiles and all the things that are sitting right here in front of the jury have never been matched to a particular firearm.
That's correct.
And to be very clear, they have not been matched to a Glock Gen 4 with the serial number BBGL770.
That's correct.
There has not been one single person to report to you that John Biggerstaff has had his firearms since 2017.
No, no one has directly said that.
And you've interviewed as many people as you could to try to get someone to tell you that, correct?
Yes.
There's no social media posts where John Biggerstaff is seen with a firearm, correct?
That's correct.
Now let's talk more generally about these 10 millimeter, not unicorns, not golden goose weapons, okay? You did try in an investigative effort to see what you could find in Jacksonville regarding 10 millimeter weapons, correct?
Yes, sir.
And about a month after the homicide, for whatever reason, you chose to go, or you and your investigative team, to Beach's Pawn. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
That's just one pawn shop out of, I don't know, probably 100 or more pawn shops in town.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just one that you picked?
We just, it's happened to be the only licensed firearms dealer in our jurisdiction. Due to the nature of pawn shops, we have a relationship with the owner. So we went to the pawn shop in Jack's Beach that we knew that we could go to the owner and ask for his assistance.
You had
He
a
assisted.
agencies.
Yes, he did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and put into evidence as Defense Exhibit 55.
Okay, here we go. 55. They only went to one pawn shop. That reminds me of the Medina burglary pawn shop. That is Scott Peterson case. They didn't do shit. Said it was Scott. And lied about the day of the burglary. The Modesto Police Department worked with the Hells
When
Angels.
you went to the pawn shop, you were able to get some paperwork regarding 10 millimeter firearms that were sold by Beach's Pawn, correct?
That's correct.
And at the only pawn shop that you went to, in your jurisdiction, 6 10 millimeter firearms had been sold when you went on March 15th of 2022. That's the evidence that you were provided, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And out of the 6 transactions that are in evidence, every single one of them, and do you see the blacked out portions, Detective Johns?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to represent to you that we redacted their names. And do you agree that's just where someone who purchased a 10 millimeter did so at Beach's Pawn?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree just to protect their privacy? That's why we did that?
That's correct.
There's no other information on that sheet that gives you any more information other than, in this particular case, a Glock 40 10 millimeter firearm, correct?
Correct.
And I'll show all of them to you if you need to, but would you agree with me that out of the 6 that were sold from Beach's Pawn, 3, 50%, were Glock 10 millimeter firearms?
Correct.
The exact model and the exact caliber, thank you, of firearm that you were looking for.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't interview any of those 6 people, correct?
No, we did not.
You just looked and you saw whether or not they were associated in any way with a blue 2-tone truck.
That's correct.
And if they weren't, you just scratched them off your list.
That's correct.
Mr. Fernandez isn't associated with a blue 2-tone truck, correct?
No.
Do you have any records from any of the dozens or maybe 100 other licensed firearms dealers in the greater Jacksonville area that I can show this jury of how many other 10 millimeters were sold?
I don't have numbers of that. And we developed no leads from any of the ones that were looked at.
You only looked at 6.
Correct.
No leads because you didn't talk to anybody, right?
Right. No leads were developed from them.
All right, I'm moving on. Now I'm asking you about all the other places. You have no other paperwork for me to show you or for me to enter into evidence to say, yeah, they went to 20 other licensed firearms dealers. They got another 100 Glock 10s and they did or did not speak to those people. That does not exist in this case.
No.
You didn't go anywhere else and specifically look to associate anybody connected with Henry Tenon or anybody else regarding a 10 millimeter in this case.
No.
You do know that Henry Tenon on 2/9 of 2022, this is just days before the homicide, he did pawn some stuff, right?
Right.
Again, proof that Henry Tenon didn't have any money.
That's correct.
He's pawning he's pawning items that he owns. He's getting cash advances, correct?
Correct.
But a clue could be that in Defense Exhibit 20, this is a value pawn receipt. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me it's a value pawn receipt?
Yes.
You agree with me that the date is 2/9/2022?
That's correct.
You agree that it's Henry Tenon in the left-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
8701 Old King Road, correct?
That's correct.
That's not the Potomac address.
No, it's not.
Did you ever go to Value Pawn and Jewelry, the very pawn store that you knew that Henry Tenon dealt with, to see if they had sold any 10mm firearms?
No, it did not.
Maybe we approach without the court reporter, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh my God, I love it. Impeach. Oh my God, this is absolutely bombshell. Okay, absolutely bomb. I mean, I knew the bombs were coming, and I was just hoping that what type of receipts we're dealing with here. You guys, if silver doesn't do some damage here, okay, so check this out. Did you guys see the date on that? 4/10/2022. You can't get dates past me. 4/10/2022. Guess what happened on 4/2/2022? These tires being put on supposedly. But remember I told you guys the other day, yesterday, I said, I wonder if that's the date this actually happened.
All right, members of the jury, I've asked the lawyers, and both sides are doing a good job. I'm asking them on longer witnesses to kind of do what I would normally do, which is kind of pause at a natural point in their examinations. So I've been told by both sides that this would be a good pausing point. It happens to be right at noon, so we will take our lunch break now. So you're going to go into the jury room while we set up your lunch. Remember to follow the communication rules while you have your devices, and enjoy your lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock, okay?
Okay, so I was going over some of these dates and these timestamps. Hold on 1 second. I want to grab something for you guys. Okay, I created something to help you guys through lunch. Well, let's see if they're going to do anything. Hold on. They're maybe just letting the jury know that. Hold on. There might be a little voir dire. No, he's not done. This is just a break. Like, okay. Are they done? Okay. Okay. Here we go. I created something for you guys. Hello, Hector. I have it in my ear, so I'll know when they come back. Don't worry. All right. To help you guys understand, Hector and I created something for you guys. Okay. People that are map people. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Here's the crime scene right here. Here's the street that's right there at the intersection where the cars basically were like waiting. And then as you can see how at first, like there's the trees that are there, it splits off, right? And then it thins out a little bit. And you drive, and then you would be getting onto the JBT highway. What I did is I took everybody that had cameras and anybody that was talked to. So there's woods, obviously, that we can see them. And so this sanctuary, whatever it's called, like Sanctuary Way, there's a house here. There's a house here. No camera, camera, see. So Thomas said, home at the time, heard shots in living room. They were quick. Don Cruz, this house right here. He said, not home, but wife was. She heard shots, no cameras. Okay. Now, up at the top here, this is Jacksonville Drive. And so what they've been telling us is that I backed out a little bit to show you, is that what they've been telling us here is that these cars are coming down this street here, and then making a left onto, or a right onto Jacksonville, and then a quick left here into the sanctuary. See how it splits off? So you're coming down like this, and then like that. Okay. So if I flip it upside down, Jared and those 4 cars, they're right here on this street. They're driving down, quick right, and then a quick left, and then you're splitting off. And then this is where it brings you out right to JBT, and then you're getting on the highway like that and going like this to the highway. Okay. Now, back over here at the crime scene. What I went ahead and did is I made it so there wouldn't be any issues here to understand. America Ave, it travels all the way up, and that's what they were heading down before they met Jacksonville Drive to make that right, and then they'd be making then a quick left, because you got to, it may say, I'm saying you would go left, but if you're actually driving, you're making the right, and then you're making a quick left, and then this is where you're coming down Sanctuary, and it splits off, and so you got to come like this. And at the time, because I'm not blaming myself for this mistake, I blame the media. The media made it seem like it was up here, right where it split, that's where the crime scene was. It's actually down, as we now know, these are the houses that have the cameras. The trees pretty much go away and you can kind of like, see through. So you're dealing with like right here, that's the crime scene, not right when it splits. So this America Ave here, this is what I wanted to show you guys. The way that you're traveling down America Ave in those 4 vehicles that were together to go down, straight down America Ave, the leading vehicle was a white truck, okay? The camera that we see is Trent Waterman, Watterson, whatever. And when you go all the way down America, if you do not turn to go onto Jacksonville, to go onto Sanctuary, you're going to continue down America and you're going to dead end into his driveway, right where the dolly guy was. So these houses that are here, all down America Ave like this, I went and took the discovery and I put everything that each one of these people said. So this is where Trent Waterman is. This is the camera that catches that muzzle. But guess why it catches it? Because his white truck comes and makes the Nest camera, motion activated. And that's how you're seeing that, because of the truck. So what I want you guys to understand here, and I did a tip because I just simply wanted to put a tip in. And I said, if I was on the jury and I can connect dots, I would want, if I was on the jury, for you to point this out, that in order that Stifler was trying to talk yesterday about, the white truck is first, then they're saying it's Henry's truck, then they're saying Jared's, and then a sedan, or it's a sedan and then Jared's. Either way, there's 4 vehicles that are coming down America. Do you understand that if the white truck is leading the pack and they just continue to go straight down America and they don't make this little, left to then make a right onto Sanctuary because he's just going home? How then, right, is he not the first to drive right down America and come into his driveway? He's in the lead, right? Now, the reason that Stifler was testifying and trying to say, oh, that truck's going pretty fast, right? Meaning Henry Tennant's truck, right? So understand this. We watched it with our own eyes. How far apart do you think those vehicles were? Honestly, how far apart? Like how many seconds? We're going to come back to that at the end. Trent Waterman says he will check his cameras, wasn't home at the time of the shooting. You got home on the 4th shot. Like that's the 4th shot is you're pulling into your driveway. That means as you were driving down America, right? Right here, boom, 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 boom is happening. And he says that he did not hear those gunshots. This dude in the white truck. Next, Eric Sullivan. He's at this house. He had, did he have cameras? No cameras. And then Eric Sullivan, I'm not sure if he had cameras or not. Anyways, Eric Sullivan, though, when this happened, said there was a van was blocking his driveway. Talk to the guy that was in the van. White, 6'2", 250 pounds, chubby, black, scraggly beard. Okay, there was a white van that was like blocking his driveway. Next, the 4039 house. Wade, last name. Son tried to take pick of van. No cameras. Candace at 4033 on America. Heard shots, didn't check cams. Heard about van guy. So this is like the street, America. Like right here is like you just have that median that's between those two streets, and then you have a median here again for the split off. Next. Last name, maybe Ireland or something. Heather. Heard shots, no cam. House 4013, cameras. Doug. Heard shots, cam didn't pick up anything. Okay. Now, ready? I got so many issues. We're going to be real. You'd want to test Doug and see what makes your camera go off. Because remember, the white truck travels like this, right? And he's pulling in all the way down here to his, like he's right here. This is like his, where we see like the dolly and all that. Like that's his house right here. It's his camera that's triggered. And it goes like this, and you can see that's where we're seeing everything. Now, unless, because that's 4068. Now, how if homie is driving down, right? Do none of these houses that have cameras, where are we seeing anything with one of these cameras? From the white truck, right? I want to go back and see if there is one. Maybe they just didn't put it in their compilation. But again, how does the white truck, it should be arriving if it was in the front, it's just going straight down America, goes home, and it should have been all before, right? Anything that would have happened over here. Unless, ready for this? Unless the white truck that we see, right, that's in the lead is not the white truck then that returns home or something. That means that there's two white trucks, understand? There's two white trucks, or he's involved, okay? Like, we're going to call spades here. Now, what I wanted to know is if you continue to go past this dude's house, is it a dead end? What could happen here on this America? So, let me go like this. And I realize that, oh, wait, there's more houses. And we have Robert Carney here. So this isn't the dead end. There's more. We have Robert Carney and we have Tony Blanco. Okay. So these America runs right along with Sanctuary. And what it would look like is that was the last house on the block until you actually make a map. And so it's not Trent Waterman, right? Watterson, whatever he goes by. There's actually a couple more houses right here. And so I said, okay, Robert Carney, what do we got? He said, now this is where it says pulling into driveway when heard gunshots. Only mentioned seeing a vehicle on Sanctuary. And I was like, oh, wait a second. I think they may have some people mixed up with their interviews. Well, Lana, why do you think this? Because I went to the report and it says something that makes no sense. So what I did is I mapped all these motherfucking people right here. Doug Ott, Heather Ireland, all these people that I just read off to you. Candace, Wade, Sullivan. Have we heard one time in this trial them talk about the fact of a white van? No. Well, that's funny because 4033 America Ave has a camera on the house, had not checked the video yet. She said she heard 4 shots. She told me there was a white panel van on the street 30 to 40 minutes after police arrived. After, she said she was told the driver was acting suspicious and was run off by other neighbors. Wade. She mentioned the white van. Her son attempted to take a picture of it, but was unable due to the darkness and the vehicle moving. Eric Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan told me before 9 o'clock he was leaving to go to the store, and the white panel van was blocking him from getting out of his driveway. He went to ask the driver to move it. That would have been an hour afterwards. The driver was standing in the bushes on the west side of America Ave. He said when he spoke to the driver, he seemed to become very nervous. Sullivan asked him what he was doing, and the man told him his dad used to live in the sanctuary, and he saw the police lights and was curious what was going on. The man quickly got into his vehicle and left. He described the man as a white male, approximately 6'2", 250 pounds. He said the man was chubby and had a black scraggly beard. He was wearing a gray hoodie and blue jeans with a hat. The guy that we see walking is definitely 6'2", like around that, He was wearing a gray hoodie and a blue jeans and a hat. That dude was wearing a hat. The van was a plain white panel van with no marking on it. He said there were PVC pipes on the top of the van. It had a Florida license plate, but he did not get the tag number. Now, Trent Waterman said he has a camera off his house, but had just gotten home. So I'm like, so when I wrote this stuff down, I'm like, Trent Waterman's telling me he just got home, right? Robert Carney now. Robert says, has a camera on the house. He told me he was pulling into his driveway when he heard the gunshots. He said his music was up, so he wasn't initially sure if it was gunshots or fireworks. When he got out of his truck, he noticed a vehicle on Sanctuary Boulevard, but did not notice any other vehicles in the area. And so I'm like, okay, the Robert Carney guy, because we have Trent saying he had just gotten home. He has cameras off of his house, but had just gotten home. And the way that the wording of the interview, I'm just like, wait, what? Both of these dudes were just getting home? Okay. Then Tony Blanco. So it's like a cul-de-sac, and Trent, Robert, Tony Blanco has a security camera on his house. He checked the video after neighbors told him about the shooting, but it did not capture anything at the time of the shooting. He stated he heard 4 gunshots, but did not see or hear anything else. After I canvassed America Ave, I stood on the northbound lane of Sanctuary Boulevard to make sure no one attempted to enter the scene. So let's go back to this. We need to know what type of vehicle Bob drives and Tony, right? Yeah. Next. This is where we see the boat. So this is Jacksonville Drive. And so you have America, and right here is Grande. So let me get a better view of Grande. Okay. This is right here. That's going to be the house with the boat and surveillance cameras. Now, we're going to take another, I'm just going to zoom in. Okay, so this is how they're saying that person that's walking is saying that here's the shooting down here. Here's the cul-de-sac, right? Like right in this area. And that this person that they are saying, remember, no vehicles are around, but the person on foot kind of like walks and then runs this way and comes like this. Okay. And then but we have to ask ourselves how much time goes by, right? Because then we see what they want us to believe is right here, that this person's walking up like this, and it's right here on this camera that we're seeing this person that they're labeling as Henry 10, and that's the shooter, walking up like this. And it's this house where Aaron, Carter, and Ryan live. Now, report that Aaron gives. Report 2. Here we go. Aaron. EF. That's why the defense wants Kirsten Bridegan's messages. Okay. I spoke to Ryan, who's the dad. He stated that he heard 2 to 3 shots at approximately 8. Ryan's son, Carter, heard 4 to 6 shots from his bedroom and called downstairs to his dad, asking if what he heard was fireworks. Ryan's wife, Erin, looked outside and observed a white male, approximately 6'2", average build, wearing a short sleeve black t-shirt and black hat, walking east on Jacksonville Drive towards South Beach Parkway. Do you see this? White male, approximately 6'2". This would be walking this way. If you're saying east, never eat soggy waffles. East towards, so then walking east on Jacksonville Drive towards South Beach Parkway, which is going to be another street over here. Aaron thought he looked suspicious because he was walking alone at brisk pace and kept looking over his shoulder towards Sanctuary Boulevard. I gave the description of a dispatch and a bolo to other officers. All we've been hearing so is that was there any like descriptions of people that you should look for, at the scene? Who was people telling you to like, hey, I saw, were there any witnesses, right? Now, I spoke with Carrie Hazen. Fuck Carrie. She's not important. I guess I can tell you what Carrie said. She stated that she lived just west of the trees on Sanctuary Way. Hazen is a member of the Neighborhood Watch and received a text from her neighbor in reference to hearing gunshots. Now, you would think that we would know immediately who Carrie's neighbor is, because if she's being texted, it's got to be somebody that where she lived is over here, that street. Now, this text messaging would be really, really important to know what time the text came in. Hazen observed the police lights and walked from her residence to inquire for further information. Hazen did not hear any gunshots or observe any suspicious persons or vehicles. While speaking to Hazen, Thomas Bryan approached me and stated he heard 4 gunshots at 1952, which is 7:52. Bryan was not in the immediate area to observe any suspicious persons or vehicle. I spoke to Kimberly Arena and her son Ocean. Kimberly stated she and her son live on Ashley Oaks and observed the police lights and stopped to inquire for further information. While standing at the northwest corner of Jacksonville Drive and Sanctuary Boulevard, a white male with gray hair and a beard stopped in a white car and asked what was happening. Kimberly stated she thought it was a car wreck. The white male stated, hopefully nobody got shot. What? Remember we've been talking about this white sedan? Remember the 4 cars that are in a row? A white truck, a vehicle that they're trying to say is consistent with Henry 10 and second. Then either the white sedan and then the Atlas, or it's the Atlas and then the white sedan. It's really important to remember that. There's 4 vehicles. of which one I thought was the white truck triggering. But then I'm like, no, that can't be possible because the triggering would have happened prior to, basically before. This triggering happens at the end and it's the last shot, but we see no cars in front or behind. So this whole thing of like somebody acting like their car had a, issue with a tire, and it wasn't just the spare tire was in the middle of the road, right? And how much time truly there was for any of these vehicles that were like in concession driving, that they would be, there's no proof with any cameras, which should be wild to all of us, that the white truck, the truck after that they're trying to say is Henry Tennant's, then the white sedan / the Atlas, we never see it after it's driving on America. It's up, and it's basically like this. I think it's Kelly's camera, but it's on America up here. And what I think we should start eliminating, though, is you have an option when you're coming down America. When you get to Jacksonville Drive, either you continue down America to go to the dead end, or you have to make that quick right on Jacksonville Drive and then make that quick left, because that's how you get on the highway. So when people are saying that this isn't a trafficked area, I call bullshit. It's the only way that you can get on the highway. How do I know that? Well, because I've done the research. You can either continue down America and it dead ends, or you can make a right or a left. And if you go this way, there's a house right here that has a camera. Right here. So we should be able to know if these vehicles, because, you can try to say process of elimination, but sometimes does motion activation like always pick up? Now, we then go to a very important interview, which is, because you want to look at consistent reportings. And that would put you going to, okay. The tire. I processed the rim and tire in this case. The rim is a Ford rim. Swabs were taken from 4 locations and marked on the rim where they were taken from. The rim was then processed for latent prints using black powder with negative results. The swabs will be placed into property. On 2/17/2022. That's funny. Have we heard anybody testify to the fact that they were able to get a hit on anything and that they put it into CODIS, right? Because they're claiming they have Henry Tennant's DNA on the tire, right? So what I was waiting for is, where have we heard in this investigation / testimony / trial of anybody that's testifying, did you guys hear, and did I miss it, where somebody testified to swabbing the tire, that taking it over to the lab, that they were able to process it, right? And boom, we have a single source, male DNA. We haven't heard from anybody from the lab, but we haven't heard from anybody saying, because the tire was processed twice. And this is important for me anyways. So he just says, oh, I swabbed it and I'll be placing that into property. Okay. Now, why I said this is very similar to Idaho is because guess who shows up on scene on 2/16/2022? Same thing that Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings did. None other than I contacted the Duval County State Attorney's Office on call homicide state attorney. I spoke to ASA Christina Stifler, and I described the scene to her. Stifler said she would come to the scene. When she arrived on scene, Sergeant Young, Detective Johns, and I escorted her to the scene. Detective Johns and ASA Stifler left the scene so they could speak to the victim's wife, who was at the police station with Detective Santiago. These are your three options on who could have provided the death notice. Either is Detective Santiago, ASA Stifler, or Detective Johns. Remember yesterday when I said, I cannot believe that he's testifying to the fact that he can't remember if he gave that death notice, and you would never not fucking know this. Like, that should stick with you for life. And if I was Kirsten Bridegan and I heard that, that would, like, I think kind of like be like, wait, what? Like, remember I told you that there was 2 different brands, Underwood and PPU. So there's 4 shell casings, right? 2 of them are one brand and 2 of them are the other brand. So I always made a note and said, that's consistent with potentially 2 guns, 2 shooters. Could be. Now, continuing on. Here we go. Henry 10, we got you. Don't worry, buddy. Remember the first people on scene? The guy that got the baby out? Okay. He said, I went to the police station after, and I was one of the people that did that. At 10:57 hours, the interview with Borja was conducted in the soft room and was audio and video recorded. Also present was ASA Christina Stifler. See that? She's in on, I'm just saying, like, just like Ashley Jennings. No different. Now, he said, Boris stated that he was leaving his friend's house near Seabreeze Elementary and returning home. Remember, he said he dropped off a bike, like a motorcycle. He stated he traveled Seabreeze to America Ave. And I was like, okay, this is important. Seabreeze, America Ave, perfect. To Sanctuary Boulevard. So here's, America Ave. So that means you're coming down here. You'd have to go like this and you'd go like that. He stated that he and a car that was in front of him both turned onto Sanctuary Boulevard. Traffic then came to a stop. And this dude said that he saw a black SUV stop in the middle of the road and a tire in front of the SUV. Now, we know from actually now seeing the scene, you had to get out of the vehicle, right? Right? To see the tire. But actually, you didn't. Because I went back through my pictures last night. And it is very clear that Jared's vehicle was totally on the other side, like could have totally went around where that tire was. Now, contraire. Does this mean that Jared couldn't have potentially got out of his car already, right? And began to pick up the tire. And as he's turning back to come back to where his vehicle is, that's why it looks like it's then over to the right a little bit, because it's not then blocking his, and then that's how he was ambushed. So, but is Jared's DNA on the tire? Now, this dude says that he saw the little girl, so he grabbed her and took her back in his car. He stated there was a male bystander, white guy with a hat, who stated he learned, quote unquote, from a lady there was gunshots. Why doesn't this come up? It's going to come up I know why it hasn't come up, because they're not arguing that it's a defensive tactic with what they're doing and trial strategy and blah, blah, blah. But you better bet your fucking ass this is going to come up in Henry Tennant's. All right. It's imperative to find out how. We all know that the 911 calls did not come in. So if the shots are at 7:52 and basically almost into 7:53, The first 911 call doesn't come in until 7 minutes after that. 7. But let's all think about it. If I'm at my house right now and I heard gunshots, I'm not immediately calling 911. Sorry, because I don't even know if they're gunshots, right? I'm going to look around. I might go outside. I might try to see what's going on, right? Like, why am I, hey, I just heard gunshots. Like, I don't think I'm doing that. So it makes sense to me, right? That in the girl that was riding with him, it's her, like one of her calls is like 7 minutes later. So it's totally fine and acceptable that one of the neighbors, basically, a woman told one of her neighbors that she had heard this, right? And so that's why he was a bystander. So he was standing out there. But what we need to understand from the guy that was on the stand as one of the first witnesses, did that happen immediately? Was he already there when you arrived? Like, to get some context there, right? Yeah, that's what you would need. Then, as early as Detective Johns did this, now I think it would be really important to understand, out of the 2 different shell casings or 2 different brands, did one of the 2, because there was 2 shots that basically hit Jared, were they one of each or were they both the same? Could matter, right? Reason I say this is because it almost looks like, I know this is going to sound weird, but it almost looks like, and again, everybody's saying that everything was in concession. And I've heard 3 in concession. And I think that there's a little bit of a pause though on the 4th one. And that's the one that we end up seeing. So the reason I just want to know is if maybe somebody would just shot off, just put them in the air and they fell right down. I don't know. But actually they weren't, because they were in the car. So I was trying to rule out, like, were they trying to stage what time this truly happened? Things like that. And I think for the most part, I can rule that out. But it is definitely interesting because it'd be another truck, because otherwise the camera on America, that's those dudes down there, they should be going off, and they should have actually never caught this if it was the white truck in front of everybody. To prove to everybody that immediately, the only people that were a suspect here is immediately Stifler puts a preservation order in on everything to do with Shanna Gardner and Mario Saldana, to preserve all their shit. But on that same day, the interview with the 2-year-old, the interview right here, Detective Johns wrote, the interview was audio and video recorded. Bex stated that she did not hear anyone arguing with her father, but did see someone who appeared to have a green hat, pink or red skin, in Halloween-like clothing. In Halloween-like clothing. That's like a mask, right? Halloween-like clothing. But also approached the car and then ran south from away from the front of the car. She stated Daddy was sick and was laying on the ground. Again, that this person was dressed like Halloween clothing. Well, look at the person that's walking away from, that they're claiming is walking, and it's Henry Tenen. He's not, how is he in Halloween clothing? That person's in jeans and a t-shirt with a hat. In the same piece of paper as you're doing preservation orders on their phones, interviewing Bex, you then write, later in the day, contact was made with Gabriel Harrod, or instead of Garrett, it's Harrod, who was seen in the area earlier in the day on security video. Well, what's earlier in the day mean, Detective Johns? Because this is the transient. So all the videos that you're referring to, like, and you're supposed to be looking, the dude that lived there, that was the homeless man, lived in these woods right here. I mean, if you want to call them woods, lived in this. I'm going to tell you what, if somebody is shooting somebody and I'm right here, you think that I'm going to not run away? Just saying. So the cameras that are catching this down here, over here, and they see that there's this person walking or whatever, it's just interesting to me because that's right where this person's from or lives or whatever, the transient that everybody knows about. The community, there was leads on this man. Harriet stated he did not see or hear anything out of the ordinary, and he stated that he was not in the area during the time of the incident. Well, where was he? Does the guy have a phone? Like, I mean, I don't know. Track him around. What do you got? It should be noted that Harriet is a local long-term transient that is known to camp near the incident location. Just because, so let me get this straight. He tells you that he wasn't there, you're just going to believe him? There's not a single other report with this man. And there should be. Why? Well, because Detective Johns conveniently, if he's going to lie about what his skin color is, as we talked about, this is him. And if he had to fill this out as the witness, I don't know how it works over there, but if it doesn't just generate it on its own and you actually have to type this in, he's saying that this guy is 46 years old, male, white, 5'8", 160, blonde hair, blue eyes. What? And I'm like, what? Blonde hair, blue eyes. They need to get better. I mean, Gabriel Harriet, like, I mean, blonde hair, blue eyes. I said, you know what? I don't know, but it looks black to me. Well, don't take my word for it, right? Let's just go with another interview that happens, and his name is Davies. Good old Davies. And he says, okay, here. Corporal Wallace right here. This person who just lives in, he says, I met with this person at the 400 block of America Ave. And hey, they showed us a video of what was believed to be a portion of the incident with the suspected shooter walking south on Sanctuary Boulevard. And I'm just like, who provided this? Where? We don't know. It's just very weird. It's just out of nowhere. It just doesn't make any sense. Then, okay. Okay. Remember I was telling you guys you need to find out what neighbors were talking to who? Right here. This is something that happens from neighborhood canvassing on February 19th, a couple days after the shooting. Detective Connor and I went to 2705 America Ave, a previous received lead. Upon arrival, we met with this O'Regan person who said, and it's all blacked out, says that their video had a current timestamp that showed 7:50 hours and 16 seconds. 7:50 and 16 seconds. A white truck comes into view and passes southbound at 7:50 and 20 seconds. A dark colored truck comes into view. So look at 7:50 and 20 seconds, 7:50 and 16 seconds, 4 seconds apart, 4 seconds apart. The white truck, remember I was like, they're tailgating each other. It's very bizarre. Then into view at 20 seconds or 22 seconds later at 7:50 and 42 seconds, a dark colored SUV type, possibly appearing to be the victim's vehicle, come into view and pass in the same direction as the other vehicles. So 22 seconds later is what they're saying from this type up. And we watched that camera. Possibly appearing to be the victim of passing directions. I did not see any other vehicles come into view passing in the same direction. Well, there's a white vehicle. Up above it, at 408 9 American Ave, these two detectives went over to this house. I went to next door at 4075 American Ave and met with the resident Robert Carney to see if he had any contact information for the neighbor at 4089. Robert Carney said his mother, Kelly, knew the next door neighbor's phone number and she could be reached at this number. So I called her and left a message for Kelly to call me back. I received a phone call from Wallace, who advised he had spoken with, quote unquote, Tony, the resident. Now remember, Wallace, what I'm starting to see a pattern here is Wallace was Stifler's puppet on the stand. Wallace is just appearing in people's reports that aren't Wallace's report, okay? And he's the one that shut down saying that this other girl, Kelly Slyman or whatever, I exhausted all efforts. She doesn't have a camera. That was the one at right after the Fairway one on America. Then now here Wallace is popping up like, hey, Wallace talked to Tony. Where's your report of talking to Tony? What did Tony tell you? All it says is who advised he had spoken with Tony, the resident, at 4089. That's it. That's it. Okay, you tell me if this makes any sense. On Tuesday, February 22nd, at this time, Officer Jarman was dispatched to this number, Sanctuary Way, which is over here. Not able to see anything. Ready? This person showed Detective Corporal Wallace and I a video which showed a truck westbound on Jacksonville Drive. So east is this way, west is this way. So she's over here, Sanctuary Boulevard way over here. So this camera was able to see a truck traveling like this. So that means it passed Sanctuary where the shooting was. The truck turns onto Sanctuary Way South and continues down the street. This resident said that the truck may belong to a neighbor, possibly the resident at this other house. He emailed me the link of the video along with a video clip prior to the incident. Where are these? These are all trucks. And then Wallace. So here, go track down this truck. Oh, wait, Wallace has it. Let's see. What do you got, Wallace? Corporal Wallace and I went to 3591 Sanctuary Way. The truck was not in the driveway, and we were not able to make contact with the driver. While leaving, I saw the neighbor's house directly across the street. They had cameras. I met with the resident who showed me the video on the night of the incident. The video showed the neighbor's truck parked in the driveway for several hours prior to and during the incident. What kind of report is that? So was this one of the trucks that was, you get what I'm saying? Like, let's see this. What is this showing? And that's all you were like, what type of vehicle was it? What type of truck was it? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, that's Wallace. Wallace is shutting down all this shit. Now, later on in that evening, there's a woman that calls in, and her name is Van Barrett. After getting a phone call from her, she said that she had been walking her dogs at approximately 5:30 in the area of Jacksonville Drive and America Ave when a red pickup truck driven by a white male with a red beard almost hit her at 5:30. She said the driver was vulgar towards her and drove by her a few additional times. She said she believed the truck's license plate ended in JAX or J4 and then an X. What do you guys, like, what the hell is going on, right? Then Patrick Devlin, baby, come on down. Ee-wee. Now, we would love to see, look at all these fairway lanes. Remember where the 25 fairway lane was? That's the one that is at 747. The camera that's at, it's like 712 and it goes to 747. So you'd really want to try to find a bunch of cameras to really see where this truck was for 36 minutes, right? Well, let's see what they did. On Wednesday, February 23rd, I continued to try to make contact with residents. A possible contact was at 47 Fairway. Got the number. Great. Now, then they went to 57 Fairway. Called up this Jane woman. Bunch of like runaround. Then they call up this 51 Fairway Lane account list Catherine with a phone number of this. I spoke with a woman who identified herself as this. She said, the only reason you're contacting these people is because they have cameras. So it gets redacted here, but she said the following. She said that her camera did not have any information on the incident. She said her son-in-law blank on an earlier date and spoke to someone about seeing two people. And I'm like, wait a second, what? So right here, and this is why I say it's Patrick Devlin. Wait till I talk about Scruffy Jesus. Okay, see this? She's like, our cameras don't have anything, but we had called in because she said that her son-in-law on an earlier date spoke to someone about seeing two people. She said she would give him my phone number and have him call me. At 10:23, I missed a phone call from Patrick Devlin. I called him back. He said he is a painter and had been returning from a job site. He said he was going home and said his route was JTB, which is going to be down over here, JTB Butler East on a north onto 3rd Street, west onto Jacksonville Drive, west. So heading this way, west onto Jacksonville Drive, to north onto America. So when you get to America, past Grand, and then boop, north on America. He's saying that when I was, so Patrick tried to call this in, where's this tip at? But he said while he was doing this, driving home and everything and describing, he said somewhere between near Republic Drive between 6:45 and 7, a light-skinned, thin-built black male appearing to be between 25 and 30 years old, wearing a white t-shirt and khaki pants with a single strap backpack that crosses the upper body, riding a speed bike, rounded handlebars like a 10-speed, riding southbound on American Ave. In this description, I'm like, a light-skinned, thin-built, you could maybe say, maybe you think Mario's black, I don't know, light-skinned black male. I'm like, between 25 and 30, maybe you think he was younger, right? Talking about somebody on a bike. This was earlier. Devlin said the black male was looking from side to side, appearing suspicious. He added that he lived at this address and was familiar with the neighborhood and had not seen this person before. He said he saw another skinny, approximately 160-pound person who between was 25 and 30-year-old white male with long brown hair, who he described as scruffy Jesus. Possibly even a homeless person walking southbound in America. Is that right? He thought seeing those two people were odd or out of the place for the neighborhood, especially given what happened that night. Buried. Next. Woo-wee. Ready? Buried. Not by the defense, though. A woman named Alex comes forward and she says, listen, on the night of the murder, she stated that she and her friend were sitting on the back patio, and she lives on Grande Boulevard. So this, like right there, Grande. And she said, well, we were sitting on the back patio when they heard the 3 to 4 gunshots. Alex said that just before the gunshots, she believes she heard someone yell. She believes that she heard someone yell. Remember all this talk about, like, I didn't hear anybody yelling or whatever? Well, she's like, I think I heard someone yell right before the gunshots. This detective says, I spoke with her friend who gave a similar story, but believes she heard 5 shots with a brief pause between shots. She did not hear any tires squealing or anything like that. Look at what I found. Nice little typo here. This is the wrong address. When I was going through this, I was like, there is no 2075, because I mapped all these people, every single one, like a crazy person. I said, oh, that's interesting. This person here, that's Reagan. She's married. This person, Terry and Reagan, are married, but you're writing down the wrong address. It says, we will be meeting with this person, Terry, on 2/18 to review footage. Didn't want to put it in the discovery of what it was. Then, look at this. Cameras did not pick up anything of interest. Davis and Gabriel, a known transient, live nearby in the woods by JTB and sees him daily. Another witness comes forward and says, at this address, and I was like, oh, thank God, Davis went and checked. The defense did a depo. I was like, right here. I was like, we got to talk about these transients. And so, look at this. 25 Fairway Lane. You see that? That's the big daddy. That's the big camera that we've been watching. 25 Fairway. 15th Street should be so important to us. Why? Because between Pablo Hamlet, you have to then make a right onto 15th, because then you're going to make a left onto Fairway. So 15th Street, they have no cameras on 15th Street. That's funny. Because Michelle right here, she has a camera system. So does 408, 303. Like these might be important, right? Well, they're over here saying, we got nobody, no answer, no answer, no answer. Look at this person. What do you mean, no other information? Security system, you didn't, what do you mean, no other information? What does this even mean? No answer, no answer. You need these cameras to connect this truck, okay? Well, we get down here to 25 Fairway. Eric provided video footage via USB and email. Video on a USB will be submitted into property as property evidence. And we should all be concerned. It was like, hey, whatever your Ring camera picks up or whatever. So 25 Fairway, that they're going to use that. That's the camera that we see. That's 36 minutes behind Pablo. You know, big gap. And then we get a guy that says, hey, I want to come forward and do an elimination of my vehicle. Matt Heck. And so I said, this is wild. Matt Heck wanted to do an elimination. So he said he drove on Sanctuary Parkway at approximately 7:49. 7:49. Driving down the parkway, and he's saying that I own a 2015 black Ford F-150. Heck stated he did not see a vehicle with emergency lights activated on Sanctuary Boulevard. And it's so dark you can't see anything then. I asked Heck if he noticed anything else in the area. Heck stated he remembered seeing a small 4-door sedan parked in the painted lines before Sanctuary Boulevard. And I said, this is the money shot. The white sedan, what they did, and you need multiple people to do this, not one, not two. You need 3 or 4 people to pull this off. Because if you put all these together, there's somebody in the white sedan that's going to block, just like he says he saw. He's like, I remember seeing a sedan that was just in the painted line area, you know, the crosswalk area. I remember seeing a small 4-door sedan parked in the painted lines before Sanctuary Boulevard. That would mean here's Sanctuary Boulevard. You know, when you come see these white lines, the painted white lines, that's what he's talking about. Heck also stated he was told the victim was in an argument at the baseball fields behind the police station Wednesday afternoon/evening. No one's ever asked, what did Jared do before going to pick up the girls? I mean, not the girls, but his twins. What was Jared doing before? Was he at the house? He just left from there? I mean, like, can we get, like, because I'm just curious why anybody would just say, hey, this is what was told to me. Now, do you want to know that behind the police station, you're dealing with that Pablo Hamlet area over there, that shelter, whatever the heck that street is called. He was told that the victim was in an argument at the baseball fields behind the police station Wednesday afternoon/evening, but had not known any other details. Heck stated Thomas Bryan's wife, who is the neighborhood watch woman. Okay? Contact her. Well, I would be like, who told you that? But maybe this is why they wanted to write up the report like this. Now, so then he says, I then made contact with this Bryan woman's wife, like Bryan's her last name, who stated she heard about the incident at the baseball field from Lauren Stout. I made contact with Lauren, who stated she heard about the incident at the baseball field from Natalie, What? Stout and Natalie, which is Lauren and Natalie, heard about the incident from Pam. So Natalie and Lauren and Pam heard about the baseball field incident from Matt. Excuse me? What? What? This is literally what this is all. I'm reading it straight from this report. Pam said she heard about it from Matt, who witnessed it. I then contact Matt, who responded to the station voluntarily for a recorded interview. Matt stated he did not witness any argument or incident at the baseball fields. What? Matt stated he did not know the victim. Matt stated he did know Pam, but had not spoken with her about anything recently. After the interview, I contacted Pam. She said she was not at Wingate Park that night and only heard about the shooting from the news. What? Pam said she has no idea how her name was brought up in any of this. Pam said she has no information to provide in regards to the shooting or a baseball field incident. Do you understand? Period. End of story. Do you understand that none of these people that were claiming all this crazy shit, right? Were followed up to say, okay, Pam has no, Pam, and here it is, Pam, what are you talking about? Natalie and Lauren. So remember, I made contact with Melissa, who said she heard about the incident from Lauren. I made contact with Lauren, who said she heard about the incident from Natalie. Lauren and Natalie heard about the incident from Pam. But that doesn't make any sense because why didn't Lauren tell you? Anyway, so you have all these names. Then you call this Pam person. Pam's like, Stout said, or no, she doesn't even call, he doesn't call Pam yet. He just says, oh, well, where'd you hear about this? Lauren. This is wild. Anyways, at the end of the day, why aren't you calling Lauren, who said that she heard it from Matt? And Matt's over here. I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't witness anything. Lauren, what the fuck's wrong with you? Who's this Lauren broad? Court is back. Yay. All rise for Lana. Court is back. No sound. Sidebar. They followed up with Matt Heck. I spoke with Matt Heck. He stated he checked his exterior cameras.
Okay. I just gave them a heads up. We don't have to do it right now. We can do it at the end of the day. Okay. All right. All right, Detective Jones, you good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, please let the record reflect that all defense attorneys, everyone is present, Mr. Fernandez present, all assistant state attorneys. We're in the middle of cross-examination. Both sides are ready. Mr. Holman. We'll get the jury.
Matt Heck goes as so far as to say that you guys aren't listening to what I'm saying. You guys are at the wrong end. Where the white sedan was blocking like the white lines, he said it was a small four-door sedan parked on Sanctuary Parkway, parked in the painted lines by Palm, east of Palmway. And I'll show you where that is. It's because this person didn't know what route they were going to take, so they had different people at different points if Jared was to make a left or a right, which would require more people.
About 2:15, I'm going to check in, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. Everyone may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. We hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. I think I heard some cheers when y'all went in. That's always a crowd pleaser, right? So both sides are ready to continue with the cross-examination, and Detective Johns is on the witness stand. Mr. Dreiser, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So for a little context, I've been trying to go chronological. I asked you about January 5th, then I asked you some questions about January 25th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And just so the jury can understand what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, I'm not just picking random days, correct?
That's correct.
Those are days that you thought had evidentiary value, then you provided evidence to the FBI, and then they mapped those dates, correct?
Those were dates that we found stuff of evidentiary value that was provided to the FBI,
Exactly what I said, right?
basically.
And those are the dates that I've chronologically gone through, correct?
Yes, sir.
So far I haven't skipped anything.
That's correct.
The next date is January 29th,
That's correct.
right? So that's where we're at now. So January 29th was a Saturday, correct?
I don't remember exactly what day it was. What day of the week it was. I apologize.
Okay. Any reason to dispute that it was a Saturday?
No,
Certainly, as you sit here as the lead detective in this case, you don't think it was a Wednesday.
no,
You haven't correlated like January 29th was a Wednesday, the homicide was a Wednesday. You take my representation, it was a Saturday.
yes,
Certainly the government, if they find out I'm wrong, they can jump up and correct me, right?
correct.
So on the 29th, and I'm not going to go through all the detail. I understand Agent Blythe will tell you, this jury, what all these slides mean, but you're familiar generally what happens on the 29th, correct?
Yes,
All right, so let's walk through what happens on the 29th. Mario Fernandez, through his cellular data and timing advance records, which I'm going to save all for Agent Blythe, a way of tracking people, correct?
yes,
Mario Fernandez goes from his home in Jack's Beach on the 29th over to the Potomac residence, correct?
yes,
Now, one of the things I've spoken to you before, and you made it pretty clear this morning on what you're comfortable doing and what you're not comfortable doing, is whether Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenen are actually there at the same time and get there and are together before Mr. Tenen leaves Potomac. That's something we should save for Agent Blythe, correct?
he would be better able to explain the records to you, yes.
I appreciate that. But generally speaking, you agree with me that the records show that on January 29th, Mario Fernandez went from Potomac and he went from Marsh Inlet in Jack's Beach and he drove to the rental property that he owns at Potomac.
According to the slide, he is at what looks like to be Potomac.
But you know that he got there
by going from his house, correct?
Yes.
Now, generally speaking, we know on that day that, well, generally speaking, you're not tracking people, correct? T-Mobile doesn't have a chip inside of Mario, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
They're tracking devices, correct?
That would be a better question for T-Mobile. I'm not sure what they do and don't track.
I wasn't asking what T-Mobile was tracking. You, giving information to the FBI, you're tracking, these slides are tracking devices, correct?
These slides are based off of records that we've received from T-Mobile.
From the device.
Some of them from the device related, some of them from correlating cell towers.
I'm really not trying to play gotcha detective. They take the information that the device has, via timing advance records, via geolocation, whatever the case may be, and then it tells you where they believe that device to be, correct?
That's correct.
And if it's geolocation, it's more precise than, for example, timing advance records, correct?
Yes.
And I said, I'll let Agent Blythe go all into this, but just generally speaking, these maps are tracking where individual devices that are associated with known people go, right?
Yes.
That's as basic as I can say, and you'll agree, right?
Yes.
So on this day, when I say Mr. Fernandez went from his residence to Potomac, the information is that his cellular device went from that residence to Potomac, correct?
Correct.
All right. You've said in previous affidavits, and you know that studies through all of your training experience have shown, is that people are generally within arm's distance or a wingspan of their device in this modern era, correct?
Generally speaking, yes, that is true.
Right. So when I'm asking you questions about the 29th, I'm asking you questions about where an individual's device is, and then the jury can make a decision as to whether the person was there or not there, right?
Yes.
In this particular case, we know that around 2:02 in the afternoon on that Saturday of January 29th, 2022, Mr. Fernandez's device arrives at Potomac, correct?
According to the slide, yes.
Is there any other slide that you'd like to see that would give any other contrary information?
No.
And you, of course, have reviewed these slides before.
Yes.
At the top, 904-566-2633, that's Mr. Fernandez's device phone number, correct?
Yes.
And at 2:02, in the area of the Potomac residence is where his device is.
That's correct.
Now, that device stays at Potomac until approximately, we'll go to a slide where we can get exactly where it is. Just tell me approximately. So about 4:23, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have no information that that device ever left Potomac between 2:02 and 4:23, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about Henry Tennant's devices.
Okay.
Henry Tennant's devices around 2:02, and we're going to let Agent Blythe determine whether it's before that or after that. It leaves Potomac, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Tennant's devices go all the way down to Nocatee in the area of where the victim lives, correct?
That's correct.
It drives around the gymnastics location where the children are, correct?
That's correct.
It then heads from that area over to the area of Sanctuary where this homicide occurred.
Correct.
Then it goes from the area where the homicide occurs back to Potomac, correct?
Yes.
In defense's opening statement, we told the jury that Henry Tennant murdered Jared Brightigan. Did you know that?
Only as of this morning.
Detective Johns, that evidence of what Mr.
Tenon, the person who the defense is conceding is responsible for this homicide, went to an area where he otherwise doesn't normally go, correct?
That's correct.
That was evidence that suggested to you that that had something to do with this homicide, correct?
That's correct.
It then went to the actual homicide location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Henry Tenon was actually seen on video at the homicide location the night of the homicide, walking away from the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
So on the 29th, Henry Tenon's device, and by extension, the very concept that we just decided or agreed on earlier, is that most people are within arm's length of their device, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And that's why you believe Henry Tenon was with his device on that day, because he's with the device that goes to those locations, right?
Yes.
And then it leaves the homicide scene and it goes back to the Potomac area. No question, I think, in anyone's mind in this courtroom is that that had something to do with the eventual death and murder of Jared Brightigan, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now we know that Mr. Fernandez's device, and by extension of the studies, Mr. Fernandez's device is at Potomac. Mr. Tenon's device goes on this. If I called it a dry run, would you agree that that could be a proper term for this?
That was the term that was used, yes.
Okay. So I didn't make that up. The 29th, the dry run day, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now there are ways to determine if maybe someone isn't with their device, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay. Let's say a device is pinging, or there are timing advance records that show a device is at Potomac.
Okay.
We'll use this very example that we're looking at right here. But then the surveillance would show that Mr. Fernandez is not at Potomac. That would be a way to determine if a person was not with their device, correct?
If we had surveillance, yes.
And that's my next question. You have no surveillance showing Mr. Fernandez with Mr. Tenon on that day, correct?
To be fair, we also have no surveillance of Mr. Tenon either.
Well, let's talk about what you do have. Because maybe someone could say, well, you don't have any surveillance of Mr. Tenon.
Oh my
You
God.
have license plate readers, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have license plate readers of Mr. Tenon's truck, correct?
Do you see how confused the jury should be right now? They were telling them that there are no license plate readers.
That's correct.
So there was an independent way for law enforcement to go, we got Henry Tenon's devices traveling in this area that he shouldn't be on a location that's highly suspicious. And we have an actual picture of a truck registered to his father, his late father. That was independent evidence besides cell phone, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any independent evidence that Mr. Fernandez was with Mr. Tenon when Mr. Tenon did whatever he did on the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have a receipt where Mr. Fernandez purchased something outside the area of Potomac while his cell phone was at Potomac, correct?
Correct.
You said yesterday that dozens of swabs were taken of the inside of that blue truck, correct?
Yes.
The blue truck, by way of the license plate readers, is the vehicle that was used to go on that dry run, correct?
Correct.
There's not a single shred of evidence that puts Mr. Fernandez inside of that blue truck, correct?
There is no physical evidence that puts him inside the truck.
There's no DNA, right?
Correct.
There's no fingerprints, right?
Correct.
Mr. Fernandez at the time, from what we saw in the interview, he had long hair. It was up in like a man bun, correct?
From the time of the interview, correct.
At the time of the interview,
Yes.
2 weeks after the homicide.
Yes.
No way he could have grown that hair that quickly, right?
Probably not.
You're a detective.
See how stupid he is?
Skills. In 2 weeks, before your interview, Mr. Fernandez had long hair, correct?
Yes.
Special vacuums were used to vacuum out the blue Ford F-150 to find hairs so they could test them, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single one of Mr. Fernandez's hairs were in that car, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, there was no evidence that that Ford blue F-150 was cleaned. Like, after a crime, some people may wipe out a kitchen floor or a vehicle or a handgun or whatever the case may be. That car was in pretty rough condition, correct?
When it was found months later, yes, that's correct. True, it was.
Didn't look like it had been cleaned out.
No.
The state is getting crushed right now. I mean, absolutely annihilated.
Let's look at evidence that we do have. We just spent some time talking about digital evidence that would show that Mario Fernandez was at Potomac from 2:02 to approximately 4:23. That's what we talked about, right?
Yes.
Now, we certainly can agree that Mr. Fernandez owned that property, correct?
Correct.
We certainly agree that's a place where it's not he has a connection, a very big connection to that property, right? It's not unusual that a landlord would go to a place that he owned, correct?
Not unusual, no.
Let's also kind of revisit some of the history that we know about this case. It's the 29th, so it's one of the last days of the month, right?
Yes.
And it's also 2 days after and approximately 1 day before the new tenant, Mr. Ordway, is moving in, correct?
I know he moved in sometime in the month. I don't know exactly when.
It's the end of the month, and it's right in the middle of a transition of tenants, correct?
Yes.
The one thing we know for sure is it's 2 days after that lease was signed.
Correct.
And you know that all of the stuff that Mr. Tennant had when he was living there was moved into the garage.
Yes.
Because when you searched it, all the stuff you found was in the garage, correct?
That's correct.
It's not a foreign concept that the landlord may have gone to make sure all the stuff was put where it was supposed to go, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, it's not normal that a person would leave and leave stuff there, except for in this scenario, as we talked about, Jeremy Ordway and Henry Tennant were close family friends.
That's correct.
What is a pole camera?
It is a camera that is put on top of a pole.
Pretty simple. And in this case, pole cameras are law enforcement tools.
Yes.
I'm sure it could be anybody, but when I say pole camera, I'm talking about the pole cameras that law enforcement use as an investigatory tool in the investigation of this homicide, correct?
Yes.
You guys put up pole cameras at Potomac.
Yes, that's correct.
You put up pole cameras at Marsh Inlet.
That's correct.
You put up a pole camera, where else was there a pole camera? I think in Orlando.
No,
There's
there's
another pole camera somewhere.
the one off of Beach Boulevard.
Okay. You guys put up a few pole cameras. I'm going to focus on Potomac for the moment, right?
Okay.
You didn't tell Mr. Fernandez that you put up a pole camera, correct?
Correct.
They're done as a way of trying to find evidence. You don't put anybody on notice that you're doing that, right?
That's correct.
And in this case, you put up a pole camera sometime in August of 2022.
Yes.
Detective Johns, I'm going to represent to you that the defense in Exhibit 33, okay? Let me show this to you.
Henry Tennant was arrested
You said you forever.
August 22nd, 2022. Whole cameras. August 2022.
May I approach?
Yes. What exhibit is that?
I said 33, but it's 31.
Okay.
Mistake. Sorry. Detective Johns, can you see defense 31?
Yes.
And this looks like a big old multi-terabyte jump drive.
Yes.
There's a plug that goes in the computer and there's a plug in the back.
Yes.
I'm going to represent to you that all of the poll cameras, for all of the months that it ran at every single location, is on this, and it's in evidence by the defense, okay?
Okay.
So when I say I'm showing you some clips here in the next few minutes, I want you to know that if there's anything else that you think that they need to see, it's in evidence. They can look at anything they want. Fair enough?
Yes.
And then just so everyone understands how we're looking at this,
Just so you know, I got my answer that we wanted. What was the date that they set up these poll cams? So now we know that it would have been after to be able to track any of the movements with how that tire ended up on that lawn. Just so convenient, huh? Why wouldn't those poll cameras be up way sooner once you know about Mario Saldana and Henry Tennant and John Biggerstaff and Ordway and all that stuff? Like, they knew about this a long, long time ago. Why would you wait until August to put up poll cams?
this is defense 32, 33, and 34. Looks like a little jump drive,
Yes.
a little mini one of the big guys.
Yes.
And this has a number of clips from when you put up the poll camera where you captured Mario Fernandez at Potomac. Oh, we're going to look at it, but you understand that that happened, correct?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
So if we're trying to figure out if Mr. Fernandez would ever go to, well, let me back up. There is no poll camera on January 29th because that precedes the homicide, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know what Mr. Fernandez was doing because there's just no surveillance of it, right?
That's correct.
So one way in law enforcement is we look, I think you said yesterday there's victimology. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Victimology is looking sort of at the past to see if there's any connections, right?
Yes.
So one of the things that you said was, I'm looking to see if it's a random act of violence. I looked at the victimology to determine that it was or it wasn't, right?
Correct.
Well, in the same concept, in the same vein, if Mario Fernandez's device is at Potomac on the 29th, and we have to kind of determine, is that unusual? Is that common? When you put up that poll camera, that could help answer some of those questions, correct?
I don't understand.
Well, let's find out. Did Mr. Fernandez go to Potomac?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so let's look at Defense Exhibit 33. That's the little guy I showed you, right? Are you aware that Mr. Fernandez, when you put up the poll camera in August, in the first 30 days, there are 20 different times that Mr. Fernandez went to the Potomac address?
I'm not sure how many times he did or did not go.
Okay, when we see him on these videos, I assume you don't dispute the poll camera footage, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, one of the other questions is, why would Mr. Fernandez go to Potomac? So let me ask you some questions. Potomac had some disrepair, correct?
Yes.
Like we talked about earlier, you were able to confirm that Mr. Fernandez was engaged in working on especially those tile floors, correct?
He was making repairs to the home.
No question about that.
No.
His bank records reflect that that's the case, right?
Yes.
The poll cameras reflect that that's the case, correct?
Yes.
Messages between Mr. Biggerstaff and others confirmed that that was the case?
Yes.
So what are we looking at here? Oh, I haven't published it yet. May I publish Defense Exhibit 33, and I'm starting with A, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you see that, Detective?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, can you pause it, Ms. Day? All right. Is this the poll camera located at Potomac?
Yes.
And is that the driveway leading to Potomac?
Yes, it is.
And when I say Potomac, we're talking about the residence that Mr. Fernandez owned. I don't need to keep saying the address, right?
Correct.
What kind of car or truck did Mr. Fernandez own in 2022?
A Toyota Tundra.
What color?
It was white.
What do you see in the bottom right corner?
White Toyota Tundra.
That's the driveway at Potomac?
Yes.
Whose red car is backed up?
Mr. Ordway's.
The tenant.
Yes.
What time is it?
It is 7:45 a.m.
Okay. A little early in the morning.
Yes.
You learned, and if you can't remember, it may refresh your recollection, that Mr. Fernandez would come sometimes early in the morning, and depending on what work he was doing, he may come back multiple times in one day, correct?
Yes.
In order not to bore everyone to tears, I'm going to scroll forward, okay?
Okay.
If at any time, I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. Let me start over. We're going to scroll forward a little bit, okay?
Okay.
If at any given time you think I'm scrolling forward and missing a fact that you think is important, will you agree to tell me so I can make sure the jury sees it?
Yes.
See the
There
trust.
isn't a dispute that that's Mario Fernandez?
No.
You could see that someone got out and walked into the residence, correct?
I mean, I didn't see that specifically, but I don't doubt that he was there.
Can you look right, oh, can you see right there?
Yes.
No reason to believe that's not Mr. Fernandez.
No.
Those are better views where you could really identify that was in fact Mr. Fernandez, correct?
Yes.
This is many months after the homicide, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Tennant has not been arrested yet, correct?
I don't believe so.
8/9/2022 to
No.
okay? But Mr. Fernandez is not distancing himself from the Potomac home as far as you can tell, right?
No.
This was after the tire was collected, correct?
Yes.
Jeremy Ordway's home, he knows the law enforcement came and collected that tire.
Yes.
You can kind of see his man bun there. Detective?
Yes.
I think it skipped or looped, but Mr. Fernandez left. The vehicle pulls out. You don't dispute that, right?
No,
Do you want to see it
no,
pulling out? He was there approximately 20 minutes or so, correct?
correct.
Okay. And that was on 8/9/2022. I'm now going to show you another clip from the same day. Defense Exhibit 33B. Thank you, Ms. Stifler. I really appreciate that. Okay. So, is it published? Yes. All right. Same day, 8/9/2022, right?
Yes,
Same poll camera, correct?
yes,
Same house, correct?
yes,
2 p.m., 2:04 p.m., right?
correct.
Mr. Ordway's vehicle still in the driveway.
Yes,
Pause. Okay. Mr. Fernandez's vehicle,
yes,
this stuff, this time, it has boxes of construction materials in the back, correct?
there are boxes of something in the back.
Okay. Push play. Let me say the boxes are consistent with the work that you knew he was doing at Potomac, correct?
Most likely, yes.
Thank you. Scroll board. Right, this time you can see Mr. Fernandez pulling out, correct?
Yes,
So he came back a second time in the day. Looks like 2 people got out of the vehicle. And all the stuff that was in the back of the vehicle is no longer in the vehicle when it pulls out.
that's correct.
Doesn't take a rocket science to determine that they dropped off what they had brought over.
Correct.
I'm now going to show you a video from August 16th. It's about a week later, correct?
Yes,
Defense Exhibit 33C, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective Johns, same house,
yes,
same poll camera.
yes,
It's 8/16/2022,
yes,
and it's 6:43 p.m.
that's correct.
Jeremy Ordway's vehicle is in the driveway.
Yes,
There's a white Crown Vic in the driveway.
yes,
Tell the jury whose white Crown Vic that is,
Mr. Ordway's father,
and who was known to drive that vehicle.
Mr. Tennant.
Mr. Tennant had not been arrested yet, correct?
Correct.
Stop. A week later, and Mr. Fernandez's vehicle pulls up, correct?
Yes,
You're not disputing that's Mr. Fernandez.
no,
You're not disputing that there's more materials in the back of the car,
no,
the bed of the truck, excuse me.
no,
Those are consistent with the same type of construction material. Well, I'm not going to say, we don't know. Same boxes that were dropped off and unloaded back on August 9th, correct?
yes,
Pause it. There's a black dog. Do you see that?
yes.
Tell the jury whose black dog that is.
It was Mr. Tennant's dog.
That's the same dog that when Mr. Tennant was arrested was with Mr. Tennant, correct?
That's correct.
It's the same dog that we heard from Detective Burrell when Mr. Tenon got out of his car, he put a dog bowl down. You weren't in here, but I'm sure you know that from Detective Burrell.
Yes.
It's because Mr. Tenon had a little black dog or a medium-sized black dog.
Yes.
That dog's really important because of what happens on the day of the arrest.
No dispute, Mr. Fernandez got out of his vehicle?
No?
That is Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
It appears Mr. Fernandez got a couple white bags out of the back of his cab,
Yes.
and he appears to be carrying those white bags into the Potomac rental property that he owns, correct?
Yes.
Go very slow. Okay, stop. All right, Detective Johns. That's Henry Tenon, correct?
Yes.
So on 8/16, some 6 months post the homicide, Henry Tenon comes out of the Potomac address home, and he's going to start unloading construction materials from Mr. Fernandez's truck and bringing him inside, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez is with Mr. Tenon. He hasn't distanced himself from Mr. Tenon, correct?
No?
They're on camera together.
Yes.
Mr. Tenon is doing something for Mr. Fernandez. I mean, he's laboring for him, correct?
Helping unload a truck at least.
You heard in phone calls and wire calls and Sonny Fong's call that Mr. Fernandez, according to Mr. Fernandez on the wire call, that he paid Mr. Tenon to do work for him, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, of course, unbeknownst to what he said on a call, you have no reason to believe Mario Fernandez knew that his phone was being tapped on that T9 wire you talked about yesterday, correct?
I don't have any evidence that he knew.
And you have no evidence to believe he knew he was being recorded here, correct?
No.
Can you stop it? We have a new character I'd like you to introduce the jury to,
I believe that's Mr. Ordway.
and that's the dog jumping up on Mr. Ordway.
Yes.
So this is now some evidence that when we see his car there, it's not some kind of ruse. Mr. Ordway is there because you see him there on the poll camera.
Yes,
You learned through this investigation that Mr. Ordway was a pizza delivery man?
that's correct.
Okay, and he worked typically in the evening hours, correct?
That's correct.
And that's Mr. Tennant unloading those materials, whatever they may be, from the truck.
Yes,
Now, again, we don't know by looking at it, but you do know at this time, this is when the text messages are flying back and forth about the tile, correct?
what do you mean?
The tile floor that needed to be done at Potomac.
Yes, sorry.
And then another little clue that we could look at is in evidence, the state put photos of Potomac and it needed tile flooring. It was ripped up.
Yes,
So there's text messages about tile work that needs to be done at Potomac. The pictures confirm tile work needs to be done at Potomac. And then you have this construction material in and around the same weeks of time that these conversations are happening. It's not a leap of imagination that those could be tile. It would be consistent that tile would be being dropped off, right?
that's correct.
And I'm not going to jump the gun here. I know this is exciting, but we're going to see tile work being done at Potomac on the pole camera. We're going to see a wet saw, right?
Yes,
You're going to see the water running down. That's going to tell us that they're doing tile work at Potomac, right?
I would assume so, yes.
All right. While we're watching this, for more context, this is 2 days before Henry Tennant gets arrested.
Yes,
And Mr. Tennant was arrested driving while license suspended or revoked. We heard that yesterday, right?
yes,
And then there was some old shotgun that he wasn't charged with, but they ended up arresting him for, right?
that's correct.
And that was the white Crown Vic that he was pulled over in.
That's correct.
Mr. Fernandez leaves on that day, no dispute as to that,
No,
and the materials are gone.
correct.
Now I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 33D. This is August 17th, 2022. And that's 1 day later, correct?
Yes,
Not to be so redundant, but it's 7:48 in the morning, right?
correct.
So we've seen him there in the evening hours, we've seen him there in the morning, and we've seen him there in the afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
It's Mr. Fernandez's truck, right?
Yes,
No dispute it's Mr. Fernandez,
no,
and no dispute that Jeremy Ordway's vehicle is parked in the driveway.
that's correct.
Now, on the 29th, you follow me? I don't want it to be too confusing.
Mhm.
The day that Mr. Tennant does whatever he does on that dry run, that would be an example of when Mr. Fernandez could be at Potomac and there not being a tenant there, correct? Because if Mr. Fernandez is with his cell phone, and the jury will make that determination, and Mr. Tennant is with his cell phone, then possibly Mr. Fernandez would have been at Potomac without the tenant being there, right?
It is possible that Mr. Fernandez would be at a rental property without the tenant being there, yes.
Okay, but now I just want to show you that we don't have to guess whether it's a possibility because we're going to see it.
Again, this is the day before Henry Chen's arrested, so this is 8/17. He's arrested on 8/18/2022. And somebody that would be like so scared to be around people, like after they had in July, they were all, interviewed. That's when the tire was taken. No poll camera up yet, right? Because we can't get any of that on camera on how that tire ended up there, right?
For the record, this is Defense Exhibit 33F, if I do not say so.
Thank you.
Did you go too fast? That appeared to be Mr. Ordway walking by his vehicle.
I can't really tell.
Okay. Skinny white guy matching the description of Jeremy Ordway.
Probably Mr. Ordway.
Looks like
It's
he's
probably Mr. Ordway.
And it looks like he was getting into the vehicle that you know Mr. Ordway to drive.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and at 8:09, 43 seconds, Mr. Ordway gets into his vehicle and he backs out and he drives away from the Potomac address. Is that a fair description of what you just saw?
Yes.
This would be an example of when Mr. Fernandez would be at the rental property while a tenant leaves and he remains, correct?
Yes.
Go forward. Okay. Stop. In the very first video I showed you, we knew that Mr. Fernandez went to the property. We knew he stayed about 20 minutes and then he left. Fair to say, I couldn't tell you what he was doing there, right?
Correct.
You couldn't tell me what he was doing there, correct?
That's correct.
Seems consistent that he goes there to do work or arrange for work to be done, but we didn't know that, right?
I don't know why he was there.
Right. But in this video, who just pulled up?
Bueller Air Conditioning.
Okay. So does that give you a clue that maybe he was there to meet a vendor who's performing work on the property?
That's a fair statement.
And in fact, when you went through Mr. Fernandez's First Choice Home Rentals business account, at the same time that this was happening, there was receipts from Bueller Air Conditioning, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, at some point prior to this, they had put in an entire new air conditioning unit at Potomac.
Yes.
And it was Bueller that put it in.
Yes.
So this all sort of makes sense, right?
Yes.
How are they getting search warrants?
Here's the Bueller air conditioning man going in, coming out,
Yes.
doing work at the property.
Yes.
Here's Mr. Ordway, comes back to the property.
Yes.
Camera shows Bueller left,
Yes.
and shortly thereafter, Mr. Fernandez backs out and he leaves.
Yes.
Well, I guess it doesn't back out because he backed in, he pulls out.
Yes.
So in a situation where the jury may be left guessing what is going on the 29th, these, via poll camera, we can really deduce with evidence that Mr. Fernandez goes to his rental property for legitimate reasons, correct?
I can say that these show that he does go to the rental property for legitimate reasons, yes. I don't think it's a representation of necessarily what happens on the 29th.
I know you don't want to believe that. I'm asking what these videos show as compared to there not being video cameras on the 29th, correct?
Just clarifying my answer.
Okay. So if I were to make an argument, well, maybe he went to his rental property, we now know, and there is no dispute, that he goes to this rental property, right?
No, that's not in dispute.
He's not an absentee landlord, correct?
No.
Okay. So now let me show you another video from Defense Exhibit 33F.
So right there, Jesse promised the jury that he would show that he's not an absentee landlord. He's showing that. He's keeping what he said in opening.
And if it wasn't clear, there were no cameras at Potomac on the 29th.
That's correct. There was not.
Now, pause it. This is another poll camera from 8/27/2022 at 6:08 p.m. Okay? Same poll camera,
Yes.
same address.
Yes.
What's important about this date is we can all agree Mr. Tenon has been arrested, correct?
Yes.
And you don't dispute that although Mr. Tenon was arrested for a driving offense, law enforcement went to Potomac that day and spoke to Jeremy Ordway, correct?
That's correct.
Detectives from the homicide unit, Detective Cullen and your partner, Detective Lamont, arrived and they told Jeremy Ordway that Henry Tenon was arrested in connection for the murder of Jared Brightigan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Fernandez, he knows at this point that Henry Tenon had been arrested in connection to the murder of his wife's ex-husband, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. We have to assume that. And I'm glad that you agree. And yet, even with that fact, Mr. Fernandez doesn't distance himself from the Potomac address, does he?
No.
No, because this is. All right, pause. Detective Johns, let's introduce a new character to the jury. Whose vehicle is that?
I'm actually not sure whose vehicle that is.
I told you it was John Biggerstaff's vehicle, is that?
Oh, that's right. Yes, it is. I apologize.
Okay, so we don't disagree, that's John Biggerstaff's vehicle, right?
Yes.
And again, you know, because of other investigative efforts, that John Biggerstaff was to perform tile work at Potomac. We've talked about that.
Yes.
And now we see John Biggerstaff showing up at the Potomac address, right?
Yes.
And if I didn't ask you, early in the video, you saw Mr. Fernandez. This time he parked on the grass.
Yes.
So he's there as well.
Yes.
And just so there's no confusion, can you see the black dog?
Yes.
And you can see the Crown Vic, correct?
That's correct.
Can you pause it? Because this is important, but I want to make sure everyone understands the facts. Henry Tenon's in jail.
Yes.
They allowed him to park instead of his vehicle being towed, someone took it and put it back at this address, right?
I believe Mr. Ordway came and got the vehicle.
Right. So just because we see the vehicle this particular time, we know Henry Tenon is not there.
That's correct.
And although we see his dog, we know he's not there because Mr. Ordway agreed to take custody and possession of Henry Tennant's dog after he got arrested, right?
That's correct.
Just another little piece of proof that they were friends, right?
Yes.
And Judge, if we could just get through this video, if that's a natural break for you, you told me at 2:15.
Yes, but before we do, I want to check in with you all for scheduling purposes.
Yes, ma'am. I was just giving you a heads up. I'm okay if you want to at the end of this video.
Okay, thanks.
All right, before she puts play, can you see Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Okay. So we saw him pull up earlier, then we saw Mr. Biggerstaff pull in, and then it looks like Mr. Fernandez got out of his car to go meet Mr. Biggerstaff. We can deduce that?
Sure.
Okay, this is well after the homicide, correct?
Yes.
Some argument is to be made that John Biggerstaff actually gave Mr. Fernandez a 10-millimeter firearm to effectuate the murder of Jared Brightigan. If the government decides that they're going to make that argument, this video shows us that well after the homicide, Mr. Fernandez did not distance himself from Mr. Biggerstaff, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, the jury is watching this. Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can I just have a few more minutes after this video?
Yes.
There's a connected video I'd like to show. Scroll. You can see that that is in fact Mr. Biggerstaff.
Yes.
Okay. Approximately 7:04 p.m., Mr. Biggerstaff's vehicle backs out and appears to leave.
Yes.
And then shortly after, Mr. Fernandez leaves, right?
Yes.
I want to show you Defense Exhibit 32B. This is the following evening. This is 8/28/2022. It's 9:18 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And this poll camera ran continuously, correct?
Yes, it did.
It wasn't motion activated. It caught everything that happened at that residence.
That's correct.
Can you kind of scroll until Biggerstaff gets there? Okay. Pause it.
Appears to be Mr. Biggerstaff is back, correct?
Yes.
Now, this video is about 3 hours and 20 minutes on 8/28/2022, right?
Yes.
You can see that by looking at the bottom.
Yes.
And this is the night that Mr. Biggerstaff goes over there and starts performing tile work, right?
Allegedly, yes. I mean, I can't see what he's doing, but
Well, we talked about
they
that.
spoke about doing tile work.
We talked about that wet saw, right? Right. Well, there's more videos, so let's break it down. You say you don't know what he was doing. Fair enough. I'll give you that. He meets up with. Okay, we can agree that you don't know what he was doing there that day.
No.
It's the day after he met Mr. Fernandez at the property, correct?
Yes.
They appeared to have a meeting in the driveway where they were talking, correct?
Yes.
The next day, Mr. Biggerstaff shows up, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez does not show up, correct?
That's correct.
So whatever Mr. Biggerstaff is doing at the Potomac address, he's not doing it with Mr. Fernandez, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. I'm going to now show you a video after midnight, the same time that he's there, Defense Exhibit 33G. Is that right? It jumped like 21 minutes. Did you do that on purpose? Keep scrolling. Stop. Can you see the bucket?
It's hard to make out what it is, honestly.
Trying to speed this along, but would you like to watch more to determine if you can see if that's a bucket and there's water all over the area where they're working?
It appears to be a bucket and it appears that there's water on the ground.
And that would be consistent with the tile work that we talked about using a wet saw, right?
Yes.
Stop. Can you see Mr. Biggerstaff dumping the bucket now?
Yes.
You can see all the water coming out.
Yes.
This dude's a real piece of work, but I love it. I love it for him. He looks like a fucking idiot.
A moment ago, you said, well, I don't know what he's doing there. Now we have some idea what he's doing there, right?
At least parts of it, he appears to be using a wet saw.
He appears to be working, right?
Yes.
Good scroll.
Now, at this point, you can see water that's now dripped all down the driveway, right?
Yes,
That was not there before, correct?
correct.
And if we sat there and we watched this entire thing, you would see the progression of water from where Mr. Biggerstaff is working, pouring into the street, right?
Yes,
And then Mr. Biggerstaff leaves.
yes.
Your Honor, this would be a natural breaking point if
Okay, let me just see the lawyers at sidebar.
All right, what do you guys think so far about Detective Johns? What do you guys think about this, laying all this out? When does the defense ever get to get their version of events in before the prosecution? Can anybody look up and see when Allison Pressler was married? Huh. Okay, ready? I'm just going to tell you guys a little something. I found the report. This is report 23. On February 18th, 2022, at 1 p.m.,
So members of the jury, we're going to take, let's do 10 minutes. And then I'm going to take another really short break because I think maybe from the state's perspective, there will be some setup. Is that right? Right. Okay. So we'll take 10 minutes now. Okay. And then I'm going to give you another shorter break to set up for setup purposes. Okay. So we'll come back at like 2:32. Okay. Leave your notepads on your chair, please.
okay. So ready for this bomb shit right here. 2 days after the murder, report 23. Lamont, Detective Lamont, co-guy in charge, at approximately 1 p.m.
All right, please let the record reflect that the jury's left the courtroom. Detective, you can take the break, okay? And I will tell you that because of scheduling, I'm gonna tell the jury when they get back, we're gonna pause your cross-examination and take a couple of witnesses out of order and then continue your cross-examination, okay?
I'm sorry, Judge. I thought you were going to let me finish my.
I am.
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry. I wasn't.
No, I'm sorry. Like, we're gonna come back. He's got some more questions. We're gonna pause it and then because of some scheduling issues, okay? All right. So just follow the rules over the break. All right, everyone, the court's in recess.
Wait, what? Okay, so 1 p.m., 2 days after the murder, Detective Lamont makes contact with Gabriel Harriet. Now, this time he spells his name Harriet. And he says he made contact with him at South Beach Regional Shopping Center. Gabriel was believed to be viewed on the surveillance video, which was received from 3940 Grande Boulevard. It's the same camera that they're using in this trial right here to say that it's Henry Tenon. Again, on February 18th, 2022, 2 days after the murder, the transient Gabriel Harriet, this time the spelling's different. And I say, well, here I'm watching a video in this trial, and the 3940 Grande Boulevard camera, 2 days after the murder, they assign that the person that we are all watching walk around. This detective says that they have viewed those cameras, and it was believed to be viewed on the Gabriel is believed to be viewed on the surveillance video, which was received from that address. The night of the incident in the video, Harriet was seen heading northbound on Grande Boulevard to Jacksonville Drive. Harriet then heads westbound on Jacksonville Drive and exits the area. Harriet was asked if he was in the area, and he could not give a coherent answer to this question. Harriet advised he was not in the area, but his twin brother may have been. Harriet had issues staying on topic, and his answers made no sense. It should be noted, Gabriel Harriet does not have a twin brother. Does he have a brother, though? Anyway, what are we going to do about the fact, right? So we are going to help Henry Tenon because it is a trial strategy here for this defense team and their defendant, that if you think about how awesome this would be if you knew that Henry Tenon wasn't the shooter, and the state is going to try to prove something that you know isn't true. Just think about that for a minute. So think about a trial strategy here that, listen, if we concede to the jury with the state and say, oh yeah, Henry's the shooter. Okay. Henry's the shooter. Henry's the shooter, right? Well, so my client didn't do it. That's one of the two charges. Bye-bye. Now the only charge that's left is solicitation to commit murder. Okay. Now, remember the guy that was supposedly at a baseball field and witnessed an incident? There's an interview, another one, with this dude. Matt, at approximately 5:30 on what day? Doesn't say what day this was on. Probably the same thing. Okay, February 18th. So 2 days after the murder, Detective Connor asked this dude who Pam and Laura and all these people said, yeah, you witnessed this. Matt was asked to describe an incident which may have occurred on 2/16/2022 between the victim and an unknown party. It was explained this information was relayed through several.
My name's Alan Mizrahi. I'm an assistant state attorney. Can you hear me?
The fuck?
Can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me running?
Can you hear me, sir?
What is going on? Hi.
All right, if you can hear me, say yes.
Okay, let me continue. Ready? So, back to this Matt character. Matt says that he was asked to describe an incident in which he may have occurred on 2/16/2022 between the victim and an unknown party. It was explained that this information was relayed through several different people. Matt advised he was at Wingate Park from 5:30 until 7:30. 5:30, 7:30. Matt stated he did not see any altercation with the victim at the park at this time. Matt also explained he is not aware there was any altercation with the victim at all. Matt advised he is not aware the victim was ever present at the park. Matt advised he left the park at 7:49. 7:49. Everyone's leaving everywhere at 7:49. And proceeded home. Matt advised he traveled the route which it is believed the victim traveled. What? Oh my God, say it ain't so, Lana. Okay, wait, what? Yeah. Matt is talking in this interview and he says, I traveled the way that the victim traveled. He probably was given his way and it was like, these guys probably were like, wait, what? Matt advised while driving to his home, he did not see anything suspicious. Matt advised when he got home, he immediately heard about the incident and checked his Ring doorbell camera. What? How did he hear about the incident? Where does he live, right? Matt stated his camera is on a motion activation, but his camera did not activate. Matt stated his camera did not even activate when he arrived into his driveway. Matt would go on to explain, and I about fell out of my chair back 3 years ago when I read this to myself. Matt would go on to explain he does not know the victim, but he does know of his brother, the victim's brother. Matt stated the victim's brother, Justin Brightigan, works Stellar Construction, and he works at Stellar Construction. Now let's fuck around. Now let's play. So think about this. We have these women, gossipy women, right? Woo, yeah, get it. Who somehow get something totally wrong, right, about Matt, but yet Matt actually does know the victim's brother and works with him at Stellar Construction. Guess what was seen? I mean, I don't know what type of vehicle Stellar Construction has. Maybe we can start looking it up. But how come in the other interview that was done by these other idiots, right? And it's like, we don't have the recordings, though. People like to fuck around when they write police reports up and they don't put everything in them. But clearly, I cannot imagine that Matt would ever have a conversation with somebody and not say that if you're going to tell this detective here that you know the brother, right? And guess what? It says end of interview. What? Wouldn't you be saying like where this dude lived? Seven? I mean, I can't. It's pretty interesting. Now, ready? Mario has a private attorney. Now, the next report that goes right after this one, it says, at approximately 7:48, Detective Young and I met with Kirsten Brightigan at her residence. And Brightigan was updated on the status of the case and asked several follow-up questions. Brightigan was asked what time she spoke with her husband, what time she spoke with her husband's ex-wife on Thursday morning. Brightigan advised she sent a text message to Shannon Gardner at 1 a.m. So like just right after, like 1 a.m. Brightigan asked if she could be present when Gardner informed the twins of their father's death. Gardner agreed, and Brightigan met Gardner in the morning to inform the twins. Brightigan was asked if she had any further information on her husband's firearms. Brightigan advised she has not seen her husband's gun, but he told her he had one. Brightigan would find her husband's firearm on 2/19/2022 at 1 p.m. While speaking with Brightigan, she showed her 9mm Ruger LC9s. Brightigan's ammunition consisted of Federal, Remington, and 6 Hour. Brightigan was asked to further describe the route her husband would take after dropping off his children to his ex-wife. Brightigan advised her husband used to drive to Beach Boulevard and head westbound to San Pablo. Her husband would then take San Pablo to JTB. Brightigan stated a year ago she got into an argument about this route being slower than her route. Brightigan advised she would travel south on 15th Street to Fairway, to America, and finally sanctuary to JTB. Brightigan reiterated this is the route her husband would take for the last year. She knows the route. Prior to leaving the residence, Brightigan advised the kid, her daughter, began talking about the night of the incident. Beck stated, "A guy drove fast and Dad stopped the car." Bex also continued to talk about the G in the road. Brightigan provided an accurate timeline for her conversation with her husband the night of the murder. 1939 hours, or 7:39. Her brother called, and the call lasted for 8 minutes. At 7:46, Jared called, and so instead of her just clicking over and just taking his call, she clicked over, answered it, and then merged it. Told her brother just to hang on. Jared's calling. I'm going to merge. Okay. And this was at 7:46. So Jared called, and then Kirsten grouped into a 3-way conversation. Now, something that I always thought was weird is that I thought she was watching a show with her family. And I always say like watching a movie, watching a show. I'm usually not talking on the phone if I'm watching a movie with my mom. We like movies. Jared joked with his brother-in-law. At 7:47, Brightigan's brother hung up, leaving her and Jared just on the phone alone. At 7:50, Brightigan ended the conversation with her husband because he was being quiet and unresponsive. Brightigan hung up the phone, and Jared acknowledged. The reason this became an issue is because the phone call didn't register on Brightigan's cell phone because it was a merger of a 3-way. Okay. Next. The Anthony Blanco dude. Oh, here we go.
You don't recall that John Biggerstaff was frustrated that Mr. Fernandez was making him do it on his time schedule, and that's not what they agreed on?
That's correct. Actually, yes.
Okay, that did refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging that. So, as it turns out, around this time, Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez stopped communicating and doing work together. That's what you learned.
Correct.
And consistent with what you learned through looking at text messages and, you know, all those things that you were able to determine interviewing John Biggerstaff, you then know that on the poll camera, Mr. Fernandez starts coming to finish the tile work, correct?
I know he starts coming to the house.
Let's see what we can determine from the poll camera, okay? This is now August 31st, 2022, 11:50. This is the Potomac address, black dog, and a Mr. Ordway's vehicle in the driveway, correct?
That's correct.
Here's Mr. Fernandez shows up this day.
Yes.
You can see Mr. Fernandez there.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez appears to be standing in the back of the bed of the truck, and he's looking up at the roof.
I see him standing in the back of the truck. I don't know what he's doing.
Stop. Does he appear to now be on top of the car, staring at the roof of the home?
He is on top of the car staring at something. I can't say what he is or is it looking at.
Fair enough. If you were standing in front of Potomac, just because you've been there, correct?
Yes.
And the jury hasn't, you can see part of the house to the driveway to the right, correct? I mean, you can see the driveway to the right of Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
In this particular setup, the house is on the side that Mr. Fernandez was looking at, not the other side of the driveway. And so the record's clear. The right side of the driveway, looking at this poll camera footage, has no house. The house is on the left side of the driveway, correct?
The driveway leads to the garage. The main structure of the home is on the left side.
So you understood my question and you agree with me?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez appears to leave the property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you September 2nd, 2022. Defense Exhibit 33H. Let's move pretty quick. See the pallet truck, I think we're close to that. No, that's September 4th. So the record's clear. This is September 2nd, 2022. This is 11:56 a.m. and Mr. Fernandez appears to be showing up at the rental property.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
So far, everything I've showed you is within the first 30 days of you putting up this poll camera, correct?
Yes.
Well, 16 approximately, Mr. Fernandez appears to be leaving the rental property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I'm going to show you 33I. It's the same day, correct?
Yes.
The video I showed you before was a different time, but it was 9/2, September 2nd, 2022. This is a little bit later in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
It shows Mr. Fernandez showing up again. Correct?
Yes.
Without going into the specifics of some of those other days that I talked to you about, and some in which we haven't gotten to yet, January 5th, January 25th, January 29th, February 15th, February 16th, some of these important days that are days that you were investigating. We talked about that earlier, correct?
Yes.
One of the things that you know Agent Blythe is going to testify to is that on certain days, you have Mr. Fernandez, by way of his cellular device, going to the Potomac address more than one time, correct?
Yes.
For example, on February 15th, he goes there in the morning, and then on February 15th, his cellular data shows that he goes back in the afternoon, correct?
I'm going to let Agent Blythe answer those questions. I don't know what he is or is not going to testify to.
Fair enough. I'll show you the slides from that day, and then you can tell me with your CAS training if it shows Mr. Fernandez going twice. And I think we've talked about it before, and you let me know, okay?
Okay.
This is good to show also that he's not just there for like 5 or 10 minutes. He's there for like a couple hours.
Again, while Mr. Fernandez is there, Mr. Ordway's vehicle pulls out and leaves, correct?
That's correct.
Doesn't appear to have any other vehicles in the driveway besides Mr. Fernandez, correct?
That's correct.
Another example where Mr. Fernandez may be at the residence while the tenant is currently not there, correct?
Correct.
And in this daylight video, you can see that orange bucket in the near location by the door to the residence, correct?
Yes.
The next one. And Mr. Fernandez's vehicle leaves, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you the next numbered 33I, the same day, at 8:31 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, Mr. Fernandez's vehicle shows up. Can you see the truck bed?
Yes, again.
Okay, go forward. Looks like Mr. Ordway's vehicle is there.
That's correct.
So your poll camera evidenced Mr. Fernandez going 3 times in one day on September 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Next, I'm going to show you 33L.
This is a lot to overcome for the state.
Now September 3rd, the next day at 1:55 p.m.
Oh my God,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez pulls up.
Yes.
You can see Mr. Fernandez there briefly.
Yes.
Jeremy delivers pizzas my ass. They're probably making porn in there, sex videos and stuff. I mean, Henry Tennant was just arrested on 8/18. Jeremy was interviewed again. John Biggerstaff was interviewed at the end of August. And I think the state's going to say something about that.
9/3, Mr. Fernandez leaves, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you September 5th, 2022, 33M. 33M.
I mean, the state, what are they doing?
I'm going to go back to 9/4,
Oh,
33L.
33. Oh. Go back. He goes at all different times. Holy shit. And he has no idea there's a pole cam up. One
This particular video at 1:18, while Mr. Fernandez is there, you see a trailer pull up?
I see a trailer in the frame, yes.
And what's stacked in the back of that trailer?
Pallets?
Okay. And that was the business, although Mr. Tenon has been arrested, that's the business that Mr. Tenon was in, the pallet company, correct?
He worked at Monison Pallets.
Right? And through your investigative efforts and all the evidence that's been admitted by the state attorneys, Mr. Tenon was interested in starting a pallet business. You learned that, correct?
He did have some interest in starting a business, yes.
Okay. And then you were able to look through some of the paperwork that you found in his possession, correct?
Yes.
You found ledgers that indicated that he had detailed notes about costs and pallets and things of that nature?
I know he had the notebook that you're holding in your hand that had some figures in it.
That's one of the notebooks that had figures, but this, just for the record, where did I pull this out? It's from States 197. And I'm looking at a composition notebook.
Is that 197? Okay.
Okay, so some of the photos that aren't contained in this, that you referenced, which are other ledgers and things of that nature, are also contained in States Exhibit 197, okay?
Okay.
But I'm holding up what was also pulled as part of that composite of States 197, a blue composition notebook. And
I mean, they're just shredding. They're shredding the state's case. There better be some good recordings.
I'm showing you what's on approximately the third page of that States 197. Can you see that, Detective Johns?
Yes, sir.
It says business plan, right?
That's correct.
Name of business,
Aw.
Tenon Pallet Recycling, period, correct?
Yes.
Location, Drayton, Georgia, period, correct?
Yes.
Henry Tenon has connections to Georgia, correct?
Yes.
His family and his father live there.
That's correct.
Action number 1, collect pallets for repair and materials. See that?
Yes.
Truck and trailer needed for this action, period, correct?
Yes.
Number 2, repair pallets to be sold. Correct?
Yes.
Air compressor, nail guns, staple guns. Those are supplies.
I would assume.
Number 3, dismantling pallets for materials, period. You agree with that's what it says?
Yes.
Mr. Tenon didn't write that since he's been in jail. You know that, right?
Correct.
So that was written prior to him being arrested, And this was found at Potomac, correct?
Yes.
So we don't have to guess whether Mr. Tenen, at least in his mind, wanted to start a pallet company, correct?
According to his notes, it seemed like he did want to start a pallet company.
He had a name for the pallet company, right?
Yes.
He had, albeit pretty simple, he had an action plan, right?
Yes.
Mr. Tenen wasn't an extremely educated person, was he?
I'm not sure of his education.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You're the lead detective in a homicide case where 3 people were arrested for a homicide. Any reason to believe Mr. Tenen had a college degree?
No.
He barely graduated high
Yes.
school.
Nonetheless, he had an action plan, he had supplies consistent with a business plan, and he had things that he wanted to do in order to effectuate a company with a name and a location. That we can determine from that composition book, correct?
He did have the notes in the composition book. I don't believe he had any supplies that I'm aware of.
He listed supplies.
Yes, he did.
I'll come back to that. I digress, but at 1:18, after he's arrested, on poll camera, a truck with pallets does arrive at the Potomac address.
There was a trailer with pallets in the frame.
Okay. Maybe it's not clear, like I stopped it right when it was driving by. You want to see it so that you can see that it stopped there? So just back it up a little bit. Can you tell that I'm scrolling minutes and it's still there? You can't, it's okay.
Looks frozen on my screen.
Maybe it is. Let me see. Can you tell it's not frozen now?
Yes.
Can you tell that's not moving?
Yes.
Definitely stops in front of Potomac
It would appear that's true. Yes.
while Mr. Fernandez is there.
Yes.
Okay, go back. All right, stop. That orange bucket that we keep talking about, it was in the frame earlier up in the top left corner, right?
Yes.
Now you see Mr. Fernandez, he grabs the bucket, comes to the end of the driveway and he dumps all the water, right?
Yes.
The same thing Mr. Biggerstaff did about the time he was leaving the Potomac address, correct?
Appears to be a similar action.
Where do we leave off? Then pull forward. And again, around 1:46, Mr. Fernandez leaves the property, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 33M. For the record, Defense Exhibit 33M, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This is 9/5/2022, the following day, correct, Detective?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez shows up, right?
Yes.
You can see his truck.
Yes.
Roll. it's in evidence. On 9/5, he's there and he leaves again. Is that correct?
Yes.
The following day, September 6th, Defense Exhibit 33N. Mr. Fernandez shows up, Detective.
Yes.
That orange bucket you can see moving in the corner again.
I haven't seen it move.
Jury can determine, I suppose. Maybe let it catch up and then scroll again. I'm just show leaving for him. Nonetheless, he's there, he leaves, correct?
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit 33O.
I mean,
Same day, 9/6/2022.
what the
later
fuck
that
did they
night.
do in this
Yes,
case?
sir.
This is crazy.
Mr. Fernandez arrives.
Yes.
I'm telling you, not guilty all day. This is nuts.
I know we're going fast, Detective, but in the upper left-hand corner, can you see the bucket moving back and forth? It appears that work is being done.
I did see it this time, yes.
Try and move it along. You can see the bucket come into frame. You can see it come out of frame.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Try again. There it is. Okay. You see Mr. Fernandez in the bottom right-hand corner with the bucket, and he's dumping it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is about 2 minutes before he leaves the residence. Detective,
He hasn't left yet. I'm assuming
I guess if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you can.
there's 2 minutes, 19 seconds left of the video.
All right, but in fairness, you don't know that I cut it where he leaves, so we can scroll to it. Understand. Okay, he's now gone at 11:22.
Yes.
So he stayed there, and it looked like he was performing work for a couple hours.
Yes.
September 8th, 2022, Exhibit 33P. This is now in the morning, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fernandez appears, his truck gets there around 10:30-ish.
Yes.
That's all right. Easy to find last time. There it is. See Mr. Fernandez again with the bucket coming out.
Yes, sir.
There seems to be a theme that Mr. Fernandez is going there and he's doing tile work, correct?
I can't say what he is or isn't doing inside the home. He is carrying a bucket over several repeated days in and out of the house and dumping some water.
We can't say, but with all the evidence that you have, it's not inconsistent with him finishing the tile work that John Biggerstaff was contracted to do, correct?
That's correct.
Move to Defense Exhibit 33Q. Timestamp it. All right. In this video, is that Mr. Fernandez?
It appears to be him, yes.
Okay, it appears that he has a broom in his hand.
Yes,
He appears to be brushing the driveway.
that's correct.
You don't have to guess that he's doing some work at Potomac on this day. You can actually see it.
That's correct.
This looks like it's the lumber. Were you able to see that he left on that particular day?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Detective Johns. Detective Johns, in evidence, if I represent to you that on September 11th, Mr. Fernandez goes back to Potomac, is seen on video, would you dispute that?
No,
If I told you on September 13th that he went back and he did that, would you dispute that?
no, sir.
I told you at the very onset of this exercise that in the very first 30 days that you put up a poll camera, Mr. Fernandez was at that home doing work 20 times. And did you see that when I showed it to you?
Yes,
Doing work at the house.
We can take that pause if you'd like at this moment.
All right. Members of the jury, because of some scheduling issues, we're going to pause Detective John's cross-examination, okay? He will retake the stand sometime later. So at this time, Detective Johns, again, I'm going to remind you of the rules that this court put into place, okay? And you may step down and I'll be back with you shortly, okay? All right, members of the jury, we need just a moment to set up the courtroom and I'll bring you right back out, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair.
Unbelievable. This was after the arrest of Henry Tenen that happened in August. After the police tell Jeremy Ordway, hey, they're over here talking like Henry got arrested for something to do with a murder. You know, his truck involved in a murder, blah, blah. I mean, and this is what's going on. You have they have no idea that they're on camera, but you would have to think that they're watching him, right? I mean,
Please let the record reflect that the jury left the courtroom. So Detective Johns asked me a very good question, which is, do you think you'll get back to him today? So it's, okay. All right, so you can go walk around. Just stay in contact with the lawyers so they can call you, okay? All right.
I mean, if Detective Johns wasn't such a fucking idiot, we wouldn't be here all day. But he's gonna act like
Okay,
he's.
go ahead and set up the Zoom, please.
Oh my God, who's coming via Zoom? Oh no.
Are you doing Zoom first? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, everyone may be seated. I don't think I said that. Sorry.
The state is just getting fucking crushed. But
Just from an IT perspective,
Oh
is
my
this
God.
being pushed out too? Okay. I'm gonna,
dude, there's no way that you can go back in that jury room and honestly have a leg to stand on to sit.
Witness into the room. Yeah.
okay. Before we get started, is it by agreement that the witness can testify via remote technology? Mr. Dreiser?
Yes, my understanding is we've already signed a written stipulation to that effect.
All right. And it's, okay.
Ms.
Before we
Kudus,
get-
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to let her know that we are in open court now. We're about to begin your testimony. The jury's outside the courtroom. So unmute yourself if, I guess, IT can do that.
All right.
Okay, good. You should be good to go.
Is it
Do a-
Kutis?
Do a test, please.
This is nuts, man.
Hello, this is Taylor Kudus.
All right. Ms. Kutis, just for record purposes, let's go on the record, please.
Yes.
I want to make sure that where on your device, is it a computer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you see the courtroom in full?
Yes, I can see you straight on, and then I can see the attorneys, like their backs are facing to me,
Okay.
and the people directly in front of you.
And where Mr. Fernandez is sitting, he can see the witness? Is that
Ye-
right?
Needs to be on those screens.
I can see him as well.
Okay.
You have to be able to
I'm going to.
Can the defense see the witness?
face your
All
accuser.
right, that's all acceptable? Okay.
You guys, this is fucking nuts. I mean,
And then I'm going to read the, hold on, let me pull it up.
oh my God. Oh my God. They're not going to be able to go back to the jury deliberating room
I'm ready if you all are.
and not have a reasonable
That's right.
doubt.
Okay, let's bring in the jury, Mr. Holman.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. What have they done? How did they get fucking search warrant? How did they get all this shit? Oh, wait, that's right. They should have never gotten any of this shit. Detective John's light his ass off. Holy shit. So, okay, if we think about it, a tire. It's the only thing that was in the middle of the road was a tire. What the hell? This is wild. This is wild as hell. This jury's got to be so fucking confused. Like, this jury's got to be so confused. We heard about swingers today. Then we just watched videos of a guy that was just backing up his truck all day.
Thank you.
Mind blowing. I can't even believe this. How was this a
All right,
capital?
welcome back in. Everyone may be seated.
Murder for hire is murder for layaway. I'm changing it
Members of the jury, just as I indicated before you left, we have paused the testimony, the cross-examination and the testimony of Detective Johns. If the state would call its next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Taylor Cutis to the stand
All right.
virtually.
Okay. All right. Ms. Kudis, if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Kudis?
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Before the state begins, members of the jury, Ms. Kudis, by agreement of parties, has been allowed to testify via remote technology. You are to accept her testimony as if she were here in the courtroom. And so before she begins her testimony, can all the jurors see Ms. Kudis on their screens? If you can answer out loud. Okay, perfect. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cooter.
Ms. Cutis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
It's Taylor Alexandra Kudis.
And could you spell your last name for our court reporter?
It's Kutis.
And Ms. Cutis, what state are you currently living in?
I live in Tennessee.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a corporate sales trainer for a company called Corpay.
Are you married?
I am.
And what does your husband do for a living?
My husband is in active duty military. He's in the Army.
And do you know the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez Saldana?
I do.
On your Zoom screen, can you see Mr. Fernandez? And if so, could you please identify him by what color suit and tie he's wearing?
Yes, I can actually see the back of him. He looks to be wearing a gray suit with a white shirt underneath.
Okay.
I can see the back of his head.
If you're looking, you can see the judge straight in front of you. Which side of the courtroom is he seated on?
He would be on my left, there, the judge's right.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Is that the only camera view you have, Ms. Cutis?
Yes, Your Honor. I can kind of see like above, so I can see the backs of like the defense, and then I can see you straight on, if that.
So she's not identifying by face?
I can see his face on my Zoom camera. That's why I asked.
Is there another angle? Should I like click over to my different camera options to see? Okay. Okay. I can see him on the Zoom room camera 4.
Yes. Can you see his face on Zoom room camera 4?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Is that the person you identified as Mario Fernandez?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, it may reflect that.
Thank you. And can you explain to the jury how it is that you knew Mr. Fernandez?
Yes. So I met Mr. Fernandez in 2013, 2015. I was in ROTC at Vanderbilt University, and we did a leadership training course in Fort Knox, Kentucky. And that is where I met him through that leadership training course. He was a drill sergeant at the time that we had that training.
And can you describe for the jury what the nature of your relationship was back in 2013 through 2015?
Yep. So so we met at the training course, and then post training course, a lot of the cadets and then like mentors, drill sergeants, we stayed in touch. And so we kind of developed a friendship outside of that. And then we just kept in touch over the years through phone and email and text and all the things.
And you answered the next question I was going to ask, which is how did you keep in touch? You said phone, email, texting. Have you ever visited in person since 2015?
I believe it was in 2015, the last time I would have seen him in person.
How often would you two communicate over the years?
I would say over the years, it was definitely intermittent. I was married previously, so, you know, every now and then we would like catch back up. But I would say frequently over the years, but then there would be periods of time where we did not.
I want to talk to you about your relationship via text and phone and email with Mr. Fernandez in 2021 leading into 2022?
Yep. So just to provide context, my oldest daughter is adopted. I adopted her. So she's my stepdaughter. And at the time, when we were communicating in 2021, leading up to 2022, we communicated via text regarding just different co-parenting communications techniques to like have conversations. He was really good at kind of helping me work through some of those things that I was experiencing. And so that was kind of like the nature of our phone calls and things like that, was to just chat through some of the things that we were kind of both going through, I believe, at the
So,
time.
Just to clarify, at that time, you were married to your husband, your now husband.
Mhm. I was married in 2022. So it was kind of leading up to, like, we were talking in 2021 and then leading up to when I did get married to my husband.
And the co-parenting relationship that you had going on was with your now husband that you were dating and his ex-wife.
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Fernandez was, did he also relate to you that he had a similar situation and that his wife had an ex-husband and they were co-parenting as well?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he ever discuss with you his wife's ex-husband, the victim in this case, Jared Brightigan?
Yes, just at time, like briefly at times, I believe he would just discuss maybe different drop-offs, just different situations that they were kind of going through.
How did he describe the nature of their co-parenting relationship?
I mean, he definitely mentioned that it was high conflict, difficult at times, I believe.
Did he discuss his relationship at the time with his wife, someone who may be known to you as Shanna Gardner?
Yes, he did.
What did he say about his relationship with Miss Gardner when you were having these conversations in 2021 leading into 2022?
From what I remember, he said they were kind of, you know, having some difficulties at the time, that maybe they weren't going to continue to be together, things of that nature.
Did he ever discuss with you his relationship with Miss Gardner's family?
I don't believe. Oh, yes, he did.
What did he say? Maybe relationship's a strong word. Did he ever discuss Miss Gardner's family with you?
Yes, I believe he described his kind of his relationship with her as a contract between her parents that he had worked out with her parents, is what he referred to it as.
What?
And when he mentioned that he had some kind of contract with her family,
Mhm.
did he give any further details about what that could possibly mean?
No, he didn't really go into too much detail. He would just
The
refer to it
trust
as a
fund.
contract, and that was really all he said. Didn't give a lot more context to that.
Did you ask him follow-up questions about that?
I don't remember exactly if I did, but I mean, I think he was just a little mysterious about exactly what that meant.
You said he was mysterious about it. Did he ever make comments to you about skills that he had?
About the trust fund.
Yes, at times he would mention that maybe his Army experience, he had like a special set of skills, or just that he had maybe different types of training that he described, you know, maybe he had, you know, from his time in the military.
And you knew that he briefly served in the Army as well?
Yes, correct.
The things he said to you about his Army service, did they make sense to you given what you knew from your husband, who's still an active member of the Army?
He just was very vague about the specifics of it. I knew that he wasn't like, so for context, my husband is a Green Beret. He's in the Special Forces. His extensive training took almost 2 years to go through. So when I learned that later on, just kind of comparing, I don't think that he went through the same training to be a Green Beret specifically.
At any point during your conversations with Mr. Fernandez in 2021 into 2022, did you perceive that he was interested in starting some kind of romantic relationship with you?
Yeah, I definitely think that there might have been some underlying tones there to maybe feel me out to see if there was any potential for like pursuing something with me. That's how it felt maybe.
Did you relay to him that you would be interested in that type of relationship?
No, I was not interested. I think that is kind of what ultimately led to when we ended communication with each other.
When was the last time you spoke with Mr. Fernandez?
I believe, I don't have exact dates, but I know that it was sometime in 2022. Definitely like February, March would have been like maybe the last time that we would have spoken via phone. But again, I don't have like exact dates.
That's fine. I'm not going to hold you to an exact date.
Okay.
We're not human calendars. I get that. When you spoke to him the last time or few times, did he ask to visit you in person?
He did mention visiting in person, yes.
And did you ever actually meet up with him in person?
No, we did not.
Did Mr. Fernandez in 2022 call you and tell you about the death of his wife's ex-husband?
Yes, he did.
Do you recall when he called you in relation to when the homicide occurred?
It was after he called me we were talking, kind of chatting, catching up about work. Can't remember the exact context of the beginning of the call. And then he said that he thought that the kid's dad had died and he thinks that it was a hit and run, was what he told me specifically.
And do you remember how close in time that was? Was the day after, a few days, weeks, months?
I believe that it was a few days after, but I'm not exact on that. But I know it was after it happened.
Did he give any more details other than it was a hit and run?
No, he did not.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kudus. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Oh, boy. Jesse can't even believe this.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kudus. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just can't see you. So oh, there you are.
So let's back up a little bit. You met him in 2013, is that correct?
I believe it was around that time frame. Yes, sir.
And although you told the jury that you guys, kept up a little bit of a friendship, you didn't tell the jury that you actually had a little fling with Mr. Fernandez, a romantic fling.
We did have a fling back in, I guess it would have been that same time frame, 2013 to 2015.
Okay, and you would agree that's an important detail when the state then later asked you if he thought maybe he was pursuing you. You had a history where at one point he did pursue you, correct?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
At one point in time, he did pursue you romantically, and it worked. And it worked. You were romantic with him for a brief period of time.
Yes, 10 years ago, yes.
And then later, he asked sort of again, if maybe you would be interested, correct?
Yeah, I believe that was kind of what his underlying tone maybe was in some of our conversations, yes.
And that was after he told you that things between him and his wife had sort of run their course, right?
I believe, I can't exactly recall like the exact timeline of how it all played out.
All right, well, let's go back through some timeline. Mr. Fernandez told you that he got married. He didn't hide that from you, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you knew that he was married for years, correct?
Yes.
And during that time, in your on and off friendship, you were having some co-parenting issues in your own personal life, correct?
Correct.
So you would contact Mr. Fernandez and you guys would talk about that, correct?
Correct.
He didn't just call you to gripe about Jared Brightigan, the his current wife's ex-husband, correct?
No, that was not.
You would be
Oh,
griping, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
You would
sorry.
be griping about your personal step-parent situation, and then he would talk to you about it, right?
Yes, I believe that was kind of both sides of it.
And in fact, you thought he was a valuable resource because you would contact him to get advice from him, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about this contract. Did you ever write any of this down, or is this all from your memory that he said something about a contract marriage?
This is all from just conversations that we had. It was not written down.
Right. So you're just recalling that he said something like this, but what you may or may not know, let me ask you, did you know that Mr. Fernandez was the trustee of the family trust?
Told ya.
I did not know that, no.
Did you know that Mr. and Mrs. Fernandez had a postnuptial agreement?
No, he did not refer to it to me as a post-nuptial agreement.
He may have referred to you as a contract, right? That's the word that
Yes,
you
he did.
seem to have remembered, right?
Correct.
A postnuptial agreement is just a contract between two people on how they're going to separate their belongings. You agree with that, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you can't recall as you sit here today the specifics of what he was talking about in that contract situation, right?
He never disclosed the specifics of the contract. He just referred to it as a contract and again was aloof with those details to me. So
Did you ever ask him what he was referring to?
I don't remember if I asked him specifically. I just remember he reiterated that it was a contract. That was the word that stuck out in my mind.
Gotcha. But as you sit here, you don't recall whether you even asked him what he was referring to, right?
I don't know. I don't recall the specifics. No.
And you don't remember the specifics of your conversations with him. And I think you've in fact told me before that none of this is for verbatim, correct?
Correct. I think just the timeline and like the specifics of conversation, again, I can't remember exactly what was said and when.
Right.
For that specific conversation regarding the contract.
Because you had a lot of conversations with him and you just don't have a recollection. That's because you didn't write anything down, right?
I don't think I did write anything down, no.
So let's be real clear about another concept. Mr. Fernandez calls and he tells you that Jared Brightigan died, and you recall that he said something about a hit and run, correct?
Yes, he did.
But again, you don't remember that verbatim, correct?
I do remember that stuck out in my mind. I do remember that he said those words.
Do you know if Mr. Fernandez knew the details of the homicide at that point, 1 or 2 or 3 days after the homicide?
All he said was they think it was a hit and run. That's what stuck out in my mind.
Did you know that the person who's responsible for this homicide ran away from the scene?
I don't know really any other details. I haven't followed.
Okay. But in
this
fact,
closely.
in this particular homicide, this jury has since learned that the person who shot Mr. Brightigan ran away from the scene. You didn't know that, did you?
I think I knew some of the details. I think I knew that there was another individual involved, but I don't know like the specific nuances of like
All right. So
how it all played out.
And you know that not because Mr. Fernandez told you that. That's because you looked things up after Mr. Fernandez told you about Mr. Brightigan passing away or dying, correct?
I did look it up, yes.
Yeah. And you followed it in the media, correct?
Yes, I haven't followed it closely though.
All right.
Since, yeah.
But let me be real clear about this question. You never contacted law enforcement and said, you know what? I've read this stuff in the media. Mr. Fernandez told me some stuff about a contract and a hit and run. I think you ought to know that. That never happened, did it, Ms. Kudas?
I'm not sure I'm following what you mean.
Law enforcement contacted you, correct?
Yes, correct.
You never contacted law enforcement, correct?
No, I did not.
Very important.
And when law enforcement finally did decide to contact you,
Mhm.
when they did, you have previously told me it wasn't because you thought it had anything to do with this case. You thought it had to do with a personal issue in your own co-parenting case, your own family law case, correct?
When they came to our house in North Carolina, I was not aware or sure what it was. I did think that it had to do with my husband's ex-wife at the time, just because we were kind of going through some high conflict issues.
And even after you looked up this case, you never thought Mr. Fernandez was a suspect.
Well, when they came to my house and they asked to interview me about him, that told me that he was probably, or I believe the terminology at the time was, a suspect.
Yeah. That's when you learned it, which was many, many months after the homicide when they came to your house, correct?
Correct.
But you looked it up on the internet after Mr. Fernandez told you about the death of Mr. Brightigan, correct?
Yes, I think he told me as just like he passed, like he said it was a hit and run. They think it was a hit and run. Like, I don't think there was anything else to it than that. Like, so I looked it up after the fact to see what he meant. Like, what, if anything, was in the news about it. Like, I don't think that there was anything.
And despite all of
my
that,
intent.
and despite all of that, before law enforcement came to your house many months later, you never considered him a suspect.
Grounds.
What?
What's your response?
Literally her testimony. What someone. We need to approach the court reporter. I've asked this question before. I know the answer.
Okay, I'll hear you out. Is that bar?
Yeah. He deposed her. Prenuptial agreement. You guys know that that's from Liar Liar. and it's void because you were nuts. You lied on your license and therefore you signed and blah 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 and blah blah blah. Prenuptial agreement. Fucking hilarious. Yeah, basically it's like this. I would just rephrase it and say, you never once thought that you should pick up a phone and reach out to law enforcement and say, hey, I want to give a tip. I think you guys need to investigate Mario Saldana. He's a fucking slime ball. He's talked about, God, he wishes he could just kill Jared. You know what I mean? That's what I would say. You didn't reach out to them. You didn't turn in a tip. You were like, hey, dude, this guy's trying to get my panties, and I think he's a killer. You know? I love chat. They said, whose witness is this? Well, again, this would be the state's witness because they thought that somehow this looked good. I don't know how they thought this looked good. So I would just reword it and I would just say, hold on. Let's go like this. This is an interesting sidebar. I wouldn't be taking this much time over this. I would be rewording my question, and I would just say, even after looking up the case, and you would have found out that he was shot and killed. Okay, hit and run, shot and killed. I mean, did you call the police and did you say, I want to provide a tip? No. So you had no reason to believe that Mr. Saldana, right, your friend, right, who's helping you co-parent and all this crap, you had no reason to believe that he was involved in this. I mean, what the fuck? That's the question. And she's gonna say no, because otherwise you would have called, right? I mean, it's really not that difficult. But Stifler is probably crying because today's hump day and the jockey is just running it. I mean, he's just running a train over here on the state. So you guys tell me, you guys have been watching all day. What's going on in this case? I don't know why you would call this witness. Just to keep reiterating.
Madam Court Reporter?
May proceed.
Ms. Kunis, with all of the information that was provided to you from Mr. Fernandez, over all of the different conversations that you had, over all of the months and years leading up to the homicide of Jared Bridegan, you never thought to contact law enforcement and report any of those details to them?
I don't know what you mean. Like, what would I have reported to them? I guess I'm
Exactly. Thank
confused
you.
by your question.
You did not contact law enforcement and give them any of the details that you testified on direct examination to, correct?
No,
No, meaning that is correct. You did not contact law enforcement.
I did not contact him after he told me. No,
Or any time until they came to your door, correct?
correct.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
I would have said it differently, been kinder.
Ms. Kudus, when law enforcement came to your house, you thought it significant enough to tell them the information you've testified to today?
Yes, correct.
And just to clarify, you remember, you said specifically the word contract stood out to you, not a post-nuptial agreement, but the word contract.
Yes,
And you also specifically remember he said it was a contract with her family, not with her.
yes, with her family specifically.
And he had this conversation in the context of also mentioning these
The trust
special
fund.
skills he had from his time in the Army.
Yes,
Yes. And when he described the death of his stepchildren's father, he said it was a hit and run, but did he ever tell you that Jared Bridegan had been shot and killed?
no, he did not. He just used the words, they think it was a hit and run. That is what stuck out in my mind.
Thank you, Ms. Kudus. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. May she be excused?
He can read.
Ms. Curtis, thank you very much. I'm sorry?
Do I need to show my ID or anything, or?
Oh, no, you're fine. All right, thank you very much. You can log
Thank you.
off. And state, you want to call your next witness? All right, Victor Cueras, we're going to allow him to go into the Zoom room. Members of the jury, while we are having him come into the Zoom room, the same instruction applies to his testimony by stipulation of the parties. The parties have agreed that he may testify via remote technology. If you would just give us a moment so that we can check the sound, okay? Mr. Kuros?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Judge Kite, okay?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
All right. Can the members of the jury see Mr. Kuros? If you could answer aloud. Yes. Thank you. All right, please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can the defense see Mr. Curious? Okay. All right. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay, sir?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Victor Quiroz. It's Victor. Last name is Quiroz.
And Mr. Quiroz, can you see the various Zoom rooms on your screen?
Yes.
You can see more than one Zoom room.
Correct.
In any of those rooms, do you see an individual known to you as Mario Fernandez?
Cam 4, yes.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah.
Camera 4, and may the record reflect he's identified Mr. Fernandez.
Yes.
Mr. Quiroz, I want to talk to you about your relationship with Mr. Fernandez. Could you please tell the jury how it is you know Mr. Fernandez?
Well, I met him through a high school friend playing a video game online. So that's how we met, and most of our conversations just been through video games online.
And what year did you meet him online?
It's hard to say. I think maybe 2010, or maybe around that time. Yeah, 2010.
And I'm asking you very few questions. I'm going to be asking you about an in-person visit you had with Mr. Fernandez in March of 2022. Okay? And for our court reporter, because you're on Zoom, would you mind answering yes or no? Because it's very hard for her to type down mm-hmm or mm-mm.
Sorry, yes.
No, no problem. Thank you. Prior to the visit that I'm going to speak to you about, had you ever met Mr. Fernandez in person?
No.
And your contact, you said, was mainly communicating through video games. Can you describe for the jury what type of video games you're talking about?
I mean, well, those since then it was mainly Destiny. We played a assortment of games. I mean, mostly Destiny, Apex, COD, whatever was popular at the time.
And these are games that allow you to play with other individuals who are logged into the same game and communicate by a headset or chat feature or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. Was most of your contact with Mr. Fernandez through those video games?
I would say so, yeah.
Did you all text, email, or speak on the phone outside of the video game platforms?
Mainly through just Facebook Messenger. Like we would text each other, hey, who's on tonight? Stuff like that.
Drawing your attention to March 2022, where were you living at the time?
Still at my current address in Clinton, North Carolina.
Okay, and you don't have to put your address on the record, but you are in Clinton, North Carolina. Is that what you said?
Correct.
And you were living in Clinton, North Carolina back in 2002?
Correct.
Did Mr. Fernandez...
2022.
Yes, sorry, 2022. Did Mr. Fernandez reach out to you in 2022 and arrange to meet up in person?
Not necessarily. I think it was like the weekend beforehand. He maybe like gave me a heads up. He was coming up north, and I kind of, said, hey, that's cool. If you need somewhere to crash out, I'm kind of on the way there. If it's not too far out your way, and it's pretty much. I mean, I don't remember what day it was specifically we met, but it was a weekday.
Did you know Mr. Fernandez was coming to visit you before he arrived in Clinton, North Carolina?
Like I said, the weekend prior, I think he did say like he was going to be in the area, so that was like the only notice I had received. Well, he had told both of us, me and my other people in the group chat there.
Mr. Quiroz, could you repeat the answer?
Yeah, no, it was just the weekend ahead, or the weekend before he came was whenever he, I believe, texted and said he was going to be in the area or something like that. And then I said, I'm working, but if we can work it out, you can stop by. Then you can stop by. It's cool. It wasn't any problem with me.
Mr. Quiroz, do you remember giving a deposition in this case on Zoom?
Correct, yes.
You remember being sworn in to tell the truth the same way you've been sworn in here today?
Yes.
And at that deposition, do you remember being asked questions by Mr. Fernandez's attorneys?
I don't know who was asking the questions, honestly, but yeah, I do remember some questions being asked.
Do you remember being asked previously if Mr. Fernandez had told you ahead of time he was going to be in Clinton, North Carolina?
Yeah, I don't think I mentioned it that time just because I didn't, like I said, it was hard to recollect, but kind of since then, I kind of been thinking back, and I believe he did text me, let me know he was coming ahead of time.
Ms. Stifler, can you refer to what page in the
I haven't gotten there yet. Yep, just doing the foundational questions. So your testimony today is that you previously told defense and myself, and I will refer to your deposition.
What was the date?
Yeah,
Hold
I
on,
didn't get it.
sorry, sir,
Oh, I'm
sir,
sorry.
hang on one second real quick. I gotta let defense know what page I'm on.
Look at the state's witnesses. Oh my God. He's like, yeah, I went back and thought about it, and there was a group chat, and he did text. The fuck? You think this guy's gonna come in here and lie? Think about this.
Comment about that deposition.
Hold on just 1 second.
This is insane. I could totally see myself doing this. If you ask me a question at deposition, and I'm like, no, I don't think he did. I don't know. Then after this whole deposition, then I keep my text messages. I go back and I look at a group chat and I scroll back and I'm like, oh, fuck, that little fucker did, he did text. It's just wild to me. This is crazy. They've turned this. Stifler's like, you don't remember testifying like this. Like, they're trying to make it seem like that Mario tried to dip out. He didn't dip out. It's nuts. He didn't take his dogs. She wants to impeach her own witness.
Mr. Quirs, you said that
Yes.
you did not mention it at the deposition, but you remember today that he gave you a heads up he was coming to visit?
No.
Yeah, and like I said, I wanted to comment on that deposition just because I just received it last night. I didn't really get a good chance to look over it. Like I said, I was told the last 3 weeks I was gonna get it sent. I never got it. I just received it last night. Like I said, I was kind of been thinking ever since that day what exactly was said, but I can't remember. Like I said, the deposition could be, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to review the deposition very well. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Your testimony today is you now recall Mr. Fernandez telling you he was going to come visit you ahead of time.
Tell him why.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
I'll overrule it.
You can answer the question. Your testimony today is you now recall Mr. Fernandez gave you advance notice who's going to visit you.
Yeah, like I said, the more I think about it, thinking back, I think he did shoot me a text before he came, or shoot both of us texts in the chat, and both of us were working, or it was three of us in the chat. So he texted, and I think the other two were like, yeah, well, I'll be working, and where I work, I don't, have a set schedule. So I told him, hey, if you're in the area and you can work it out, we'll meet up.
Did you meet up with Mr. Fernandez when he was in Clinton in March?
Yes.
2022.
Mhm.
Did he tell you anything about the reason that he was in Clinton, North Carolina?
The only thing that he said was he was going up north to see a friend. I don't remember. He didn't say any name or what state. I don't remember exactly what state it was up north, but that's the only thing he said was his reason for coming up north.
Did he have any conversation with you about the homicide of an individual by the name of Jared Bridegan,
No.
the father of his stepchildren?
No,
That he didn't mention to you in March of 2022 that his stepchildren's father had been killed?
no, we didn't. That never came up in conversation.
And you have your deposition, you say you reviewed it, and for
I didn't get a good chance to review it. No, I'm a family man. I got it really late in the evening. It was after 5 o'clock when I received it. We do dinner, we have homework. I've got 3 children that need attention, so I did not get a good chance to review it. No, ma'am.
Why did you just send it to him last
you
night?
have it in front of you, I can refer you in court and counsel to page 19, lines
Yes, I can
21,
pull it up
going to
here.
page 20, line 5.
Your Honor, may we approach with the court reporter?
Yes.
Oh my God. This is fucking a disaster. Oh my God. I told you guys it's gonna be.
Just give us one moment. I think she said page 19 if you want to go to it.
Why? Just so we're clear, I love how he keeps saying, like, you sent me this last night after 5. Like, you're supposed to send this to me 3 weeks ago. You want me to review this? Like, I'm a family man. I'm a dad. It's not that way money's off. Okay. Oh my God. What are they so upset about? What's wrong? What could be possibly wrong here? Dude, it's a guy that you play like online video games with, okay? And the text message is there. This is wild. Oh, God. You guys, this is their own witness. You see how they just like threw this together? This is crazy. This is, I mean, God, Diane Menashe and Jose Baez are going to, I mean, I hope that they say, we don't think that Henry Tennant did this. The hell are you people talking about? This is crazy. What do you think the jury's thinking? The jury's not even understanding what the word deposition means, probably. Listen, I think that the state pretended that these people had to, like, you guys, hey, come on, they can come back the next day. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. They're via Zoom. I think they tried to bust up Detective Johns' shit, and it went way south. This is what cheaters get. Can't even. I mean, oh my God. And she's freaking out. She's freaking out over the fact that, oh, so he lets you know ahead of time? Because why that matters is the state told the freaking jury that Mario Saldana, like, basically ran. He didn't run anywhere. Run? What are you people talking about? Like, so if the jury remembers, and that's why I think it's important in opening statements. Oh, shit.
I'm talking
When I
about, sorry, I'm talking about any conversation you had with Mr. Fernandez. Did Mr. Fernandez ever discuss the death of Jared Bradigan with you?
He did, but it wasn't when he came to visit. The day he came to visit, it was not discussed.
Okay. When did he discuss the death of Jared Bradigan with you?
I couldn't tell you an exact date. I just know it was one day we were playing the video game. He mentioned it, and I think there were multiple people on the game. He said what had happened, and he logged off shortly after.
What did he say happened, as best you can recall? And I understand you can't quote him word for word.
Yeah, I mean, this is me paraphrasing, but I think he said something along the lines that he had been shot. That's all he said.
When Mr. Fernandez visited you in March of 2022, did he tell you that he had been at the police station giving them an interview?
No.
You had no conversation in March 2022 about anything to do with the murder of Jared Brightigan?
No, ma'am,
He didn't mention it at all.
at all.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Give counsel just a moment to get on the screen for you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see me?
Yes, Cam 3.
Nice to meet you. My name's James Hill. I represent Mario Fernandez. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
Thank you for being here. Ms. Stifler asked you a bunch of questions about Mr. Fernandez. I believe you said you've known him since approximately 2010. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, as far as you can get to know somebody on a video game, yes.
So in 2022, you had communicated with him for over a decade.
On and off. I mean, we didn't play every day together. There was times where I didn't play. I mean, we would go. I think there was a span there where I didn't play with him for 5 years or so. I don't know. But we kind of it was a span of we didn't play together, and then when Destiny 2 came out, the group got back together. So there was a span there where I didn't communicate with him at all.
The gaming group, we got the band back together.
I'm not a big video game guy anymore. I got 3 kids of my own. But when you guys were playing, is this like on a headset and you guys are in gaming chairs and you communicate through the headsets?
Correct.
Okay, and it's usually with a group of people playing these games?
Correct.
Okay. So after 10 years of playing, you wouldn't consider Mr. Fernandez a stranger to you?
I wouldn't say a stranger, no.
You were comfortable enough inviting him to stay at your home if he needed to?
Yes. I mean, like I said, I knew he was in the area, and I offered out. I told him, don't even bother getting a hotel. If you can crash with me that night.
And I'm somewhat familiar with Clinton. It's not a tiny town. There's hotels and motels in the area, correct?
Correct.
And certainly, if you didn't feel comfortable with him staying at your home, you could have asked him to stay at a motel or a hotel.
Exactly. I mean, if I had any inkling or any sort of suspicion of anything, like this happening, I would never even invited him to my home.
Okay. But at the time, you had no concern at all. He stayed at your home and you guys went out to dinner that evening, correct?
Yeah, we went out to dinner, came home. It got late in the evening, and I think he left early the next morning.
You guys went to Ruby Tuesdays?
Correct.
Okay. Had dinner, public place?
Yep.
Okay. I know Ms. Stifler asked you whether or not he talked about the death of Mr. Brightigan, but let's talk about some of the other stuff that he didn't talk about. Did he ask you to drive him about an hour away to Raleigh to go to the international airport so he could get out of town?
No.
Okay. Did he ask you to switch cars with him so he could try to evade law enforcement?
Not at all.
Okay. Did he ask you to give him a pile of cash so he could lay low?
No.
Okay. Seemed like just a regular guy hanging out with you at Ruby Tuesdays?
Yeah, just one of the dudes. Yeah.
Didn't say anything strange or alarming to you, did he?
Not at all.
Nothing in your conversation struck you as odd?
Not one bit. I mean, we talk sports, we talk video games, we talk construction. We both have small construction projects we're working on. So, like I said, just a dude. I mean, we sat at the bar, had a couple of drinks, went home, and that was the gist of it.
All right, Mr. Quez. Well, I appreciate you taking time away from your family and your work. I don't have any further questions for you, sir. Have a good day.
Any follow-up?
Last question for Piers, and then we'll let you get out of here, okay? You just testified that you offered to let Mr. Fernandez stay at your house. You made that offer when he was with you in Clinton.
I mean, I don't know if there was maybe a small conversation beforehand. I don't like the day of or maybe the day before. I don't know. I just told him, hey man, you can crash in my place if you need. Blah blah blah.
Another conversation that may have happened that you didn't remember until today.
Well, no, these questions weren't asked before.
Okay. Your Honor, the witness may be excused.
All right. Nothing further for him from either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Quiros. You can log off.
Okay. Thank you.
Members of the jury, you have one more? We need to switch back over really quick.
Not on Zoom. We have a live witness, Your Honor.
Do you need the cart?
No.
Okay.
We got the band back together.
All right. Yes.
Oh my God. That was a state's witness. Oh my God. Oh my God. And she was so fucking mean to him. What are they doing? You see what a bitch she is? She's a little fucking conniving cunt. Yeah, quote me. I told you. I'm telling you. She's got more fucking bags. She's got more tricks in her bag than Ashley Jennings will ever have. Ashley Jennings is probably watching right now, learning. What? Okay. I thought for a second there she was about to ask him, well, would you offer him a place to stay? Would you offer him a place to stay right now, knowing that he's been indicted for fucking, you know, but she can't say that because it would be, he probably would say, yeah. He's a dude's dude. Like, I have no issues. I don't know. That just like, I'm telling you, man, they're creating their own bricks. I like the term bricks. Like, you're usually supposed to take away the bricks. When there's no more bricks, all the bricks represent reasonable doubt. And the state's just fucking making bricks. They're taking their witnesses and making them bricks. Each witness is supposed to take more reasonable doubt away. Or like take, you know, I'm over here, just can't even. I mean, I told you this is going to be crazy. Holy shit. Solicitation. Boy. They have also shitting bricks now too. Yeah. I mean, think about just what happened there with those two witnesses. What do you think the jury's saying? This is why I might even fly on a plane here on Sunday. I got to see the jury's reaction. I got to see the jury's face, man. God, this is crazy. You know, I cannot believe that they were not given. I wonder what the judge is thinking right now. But she was straight up like, and these are just things that you're just remembering right now. And he's like, I was never asked these questions. And I loved it because that's what they do. They don't ask questions that they don't want the answer to. And I just love that he said it. You didn't ask me any of this. If you would have asked me, like, why aren't you presenting me with my phone records? Why aren't you asking me to look through my phone records and see, did he text me? Did he call me? What the hell are you people doing? You know? Go and get this kid's phone records. You want to get John Biggerstaff's phone records? Like, what's going on? It's ridiculous. Yes, I am. I leave. Yes, I am. I'll be there for gardeners. Hell yeah. I leave. Yeah, I'll be there. I mean, Henry Tennant is not the shooter. Again, it's like, can you imagine them trying to prove conspiracy? Conspiring? Stifler is trying to hang on to the word contract. Oh, but they mentioned like the military, right? His military background was what? I don't know, man. I don't know what to think. How about this? Where is the person that's they're trying to say there are two people that were in that truck and then somebody gets out and the person then in the truck drives away? Why? To me, that makes no sense. Who they bringing in here? Well, I guess I could take down Vic Door. Let's go like this. What a day. What an absolute just mess. Witness 12, come on down. Who's it gonna be? Can I imagine? Just call John Biggerstaff. Call Jeremy. There better be somebody quick. It's gotta be. And why are we doing this again? Like, witness 10, witness 12 coming up. Coming up next. The state of Florida is in hot water. Can you believe this was a death penalty case? Can you believe that everybody that has been charged has been in prison? I'm sorry, county since for at least Henry Tennant's been in jail since 2022. Unreal. Where's mainstream media? Why isn't nobody talking about this? Why isn't Nancy Grace just outraged? Fucking clown. What if you're Jared Bridegan's wife here, right? Are you like at all thinking to yourself, like, holy shit, maybe these people didn't do it? Or are you thinking to yourself, oh my God, this plan that they had is so like it was so well thought out? Because I'm looking at 5 to 6 cars that are involved, like trucks, vehicles. I mean, at least that many people, right? Because cars don't drive themselves. And now I question the DNA that was on the tire. And I'm like, well, we shouldn't really question it if it's Henry Tennant's, yes, but what if both of those tires would have been hanging out outside that house and not just one? I don't know how anybody can be watching this. And do you guys all have reason? Well, please
No, it's fine. I just
write in the
I
comment
know
section if you're
things.
like
I don't know where he is, and
seeing through this. Does
I
anybody
know now.
think that Mario is guilty as fuck?
Sure. You can bring the gallery back in. Detective Johns, the state's going to call another witness, and I think it will take us to the time, so there's no need for you to stay. We're just going to start back with you at 9 a.m. Okay, it will be 9 a.m. Even though they're requesting some kind of hearing, but I'm not going to do the hearing. Okay, I'm going to hopefully finish your testimony tomorrow. Okay, for the record, I'm going to still admonish you, meaning just remind you that you are still in the witness stand. You cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand that? And you'll abide by it. Okay, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9, okay? Thank you. Okay. Everybody, is everyone ready to go back on the record?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in the jury.
Okay. So, have I failed any of you guys? Remember I said we're not going to take this guided tour. It's not what you think. You know how many people were like, Lana, like, why are you even covering that case? Like, this case is like so, like, dude, they all fucking did it. They did? Okay. I don't know. Something's up here. Something's up.
Thank you.
Right now, I have nothing. There's no way as a juror, I'm going to go back to that room and you're going to get me to say guilty on anything. It gets better every day.
All right, welcome back in, members of the jury, and everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, the state is going to call their final witness for scheduling purposes, and then after this witness, we'll break for the day, just so that you know what the remainder of the schedule is. I'm again going to remind you that we pause the testimony kind of midstream of Detective John, so we'll start back with him in the morning, okay? All right, you may proceed.
And please the court, Glenn Farag.
Glenn Farag. Good afternoon. All right, if you please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, thank you. This way, sir. You may proceed.
May please the court. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Glenn Farrig, F as in Frank, A-H-R-I-G.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Farrig.
Welcome to Jacksonville. Could you please let the jury know what you do for a living?
Good afternoon. I work as a forensic biologist at the Forensic Science Lab in Washington for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, otherwise known as the ATF.
How long have you been so employed?
I've been with that laboratory since November of 2017, so almost, but not quite 9 years.
And during the course of your experience in working for the ATF Forensic Biology Unit, have you been allowed to come into courts like this one and provide your expert opinion in the field of STR DNA technology and the statistical component to that?
Yes, I have previously testified to the work that I've done.
And Your Honor, this time I would tender, without going through his entire training and background, for potential voir dire as to this qualification.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
So since you've been testifying as an expert in DNA, could you explain to the jury what deoxyribonucleic acid is and why it's important forensically?
So DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, is something that's found within the cells of living organisms. You can think of it like a set of blueprints or instructions that tell a living thing how to develop and grow. It can be useful in a forensic context because there is some variation between individuals with regard to their DNA, so that we can use it to distinguish between individuals. It is fairly consistent throughout the body. So if your body produces it, it doesn't matter what type of sample it is. If the DNA comes from sweat or from skin or from bones or from teeth, the DNA profile is expected to be consistent throughout an individual. The DNA is also persistent over time, so that if we test DNA from an item from a crime scene, and then months or years down the road, we test DNA from an individual and do a comparison, we expect that DNA to retain its properties over time.
In other words, your DNA doesn't morph as you age.
Right. Your DNA is not expected to change with respect to the markers that we test and the profiles that we obtain as you age.
So the forensic differences that you look at to distinguish between individuals, are those locations on the DNA molecule, do they code for things like hair color and eye color, things like that?
We do a type of testing that's referred to as STR testing. STR stands for short tandem repeats. These are sections of DNA that do not code for physical characteristics.
So how, you briefly mentioned that DNA can be found in all of your cells. How is it left behind at a forensic scene? You mentioned some of those things, but just explain how it's left behind.
There can be a couple of factors that determine how exactly a DNA profile is left. There's a phenomenon which we would refer to as touch DNA, the idea that someone can touch or handle an object, and without saying with absolute certainty where the source of that DNA is from, it's possible that there are material from the skin cells that could be deposited. There could be secretions from the skin layers that could be deposited. There could be, if somebody has habits of touching their face or touching the area around their mouth, DNA could be moved around. But the idea is, however the DNA arrives and is deposited on an item, there is this concept of touch DNA where something can simply be handled or touched and leave but not behind enough material that somebody could come behind and test that item and get a DNA profile.
So in addition to touch DNA, is leaving your blood behind, leaving your spit behind, leaving your semen behind, do things like that, is that how DNA can be left behind in the scene?
Yes, we can also test bulk fluids, relatively large deposits or stains that could also have DNA that can be detected and characterized and compared.
Is it fair to say that what you refer to as bulk fluid, that contains more DNA molecules than touch DNA can?
In general, I would say so, that the amounts of DNA that might be expected with something like blood or saliva would be generally higher with respect to samples that we would characterize as a touch or a trace sample. But that's speaking generally. That's not to guarantee that, sample to sample, there's always variation.
Is DNA fragile, meaning that, like, just because someone touches something, does that automatically mean that they leave their DNA behind?
I can only speak to what is recovered when we do our testing, the results that we get. So just because if we knew for certain that someone did handle an item, it's not necessarily guaranteed that we would be able to test that item and recover results that would be consistent with that individual.
Do elements like heat, dirt, water potentially destroy or wipe away DNA?
There are a variety of factors that can influence whether or not DNA is damaged. So DNA can be what we call degraded, which is damaged over time. So things like heat, moisture, mold, bacteria, they can damage the DNA, which can impact and negatively influence our ability to get DNA profiles. And then DNA can be lost. It can be wiped or washed away.
So when you do your testing, when you have unknown samples and then known samples, did you do both of those types of testing in this case?
Yes, an unknown sample would be a type of sample where if a DNA profile is recovered, the origin of that profile is unknown. So any type of crime scene evidence, something like a swab from a firearm, a swab from a vehicle, those types of things are what we would characterize as unknown or questioned or evidence items. And we contrast that with reference samples or known samples. And these are samples that are taken directly from an individual and are what represent their known reference profile. Those generally come in the form of an oral or a buccal swab. BUCCAL is a buccal swab, or sometimes we will receive blood samples where they'll draw a sample of someone's blood and deposit it on a card.
And so what is commonly done, and you do in this case, is you have these known or reference samples. And then if you develop DNA on one of these unknown samples, you compare the two to see if they are consistent.
Correct. That is the ultimate aim in trying to do a forensic DNA analysis, is we want to test the questioned evidence items and try to obtain whatever DNA results we can. There's a point at which we will determine if we do get a DNA profile, does it meet our lab's criteria to be suitable for comparison to references or not suitable for comparison to references. If we do have unknown profiles that are suitable for comparison, then we will take any known reference samples that we have and we will compare the profiles of those individuals to the unknown profiles and see if we can make determinations supporting either inclusion or exclusion of the individual as a contributor.
Is it common in your training experience to examine an unknown item and not find any DNA at all?
It is possible that we would test an unknown item, and some of the conclusions we may draw is one of the lab steps. We will estimate how much human DNA is present in the sample, and sometimes we do not detect any amount of human DNA present, and we would characterize that as no DNA detected. There are times where we might test a sample and there may or may not be an indication of human DNA present, but when we do the last step in our process and process the sample on the detection instrument, we get no detected data, and we would report that as no results. So those are some of the conclusions we might reach where we test a sample and we don't actually obtain DNA results.
And is it common in your training experience to actually find some amount of DNA, but that DNA is just not suitable for inclusion or exclusion?
Right, that is one type of conclusion we might reach as well. We might develop DNA results and observe a profile, but the profile may not meet our criteria to be suitable for comparison. So we'll make that decision. The profile is either determined to be suitable for comparison, it might be determined to be not suitable for comparison. And some profiles, occasionally with mixture samples, a mixture is a DNA profile that appears to come from more than one person. We may separate that into two separate components, which we would refer to as a major and a minor component. And within the context of a mixture at our laboratory, the major component is the part that is suitable for comparison. The minor part is the part that's not suitable for comparison.
Thank you.
Very well said.
For that explanation, did you bring your file and review your reports in this case?
I did review the file and my reports. I have brought some selections of some copied materials in case I might need to refer to something.
I'm going to try to go through this fast. We're not going to ask you everything that you did, so just kind of follow my lead and we'll get through this. The most important question, I guess, for the state of Florida versus Mario Fernandez is, during the course of your comparison, did you find any of Mario Fernandez's DNA on any of the unknown samples that you tested?
We would never say with any certainty that we found someone's DNA on an item or that a person is definitely a contributor. What we would describe our results as is there support for inclusion of this person as a possible contributor? And
Why aren't you
summarize the
objecting?
results from this case with respect to Mr. Fernandez Saldana. Of the unknown profiles that had components or were entirely suitable for comparison, there was no support for inclusion of Mr. Fernandez Saldana as a possible contributor to the components that were suitable for comparison.
Same question with regard to Shanna Gardner. There was no inclusion of anything that you tested of her.
Same characterization with respect to the comparisons to Ms. Gardner. There was no support for inclusion of Ms. Gardner as a possible contributor to the suitable components of profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Or any of the police officers that you got known samples for?
Correct. We received a number of elimination samples from various law enforcement officials, and there was no support for inclusion of any of those individuals to any of the suitable components of profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Where were these located?
Or Justin Bridegan, the brother of Jared Bridegan, no inclusion there?
There you go.
There was no support for inclusion of Justin Bridegan to any of the profile components that were suitable for comparison.
Two more names, Jeremy Ordway and Jimmy Jones. Same question.
I know we received a reference sample from Mr. Ordway. I'm not sure about Mr. Jones. Could you refer to an exhibit number?
Yeah.
This is so
We'll
lazy.
go on to another part, my co-counsel can find that.
I can't answer with respect to Mr. Ordway that there was no support for inclusion of Mr. Ordway as a contributor to any of the profile components that were suitable for comparison.
So,
Wait, what?
of all the items, and there were many items you tested that did not either have enough DNA or had no DNA. Is that fair?
So some of the items may have been described as no DNA detected, which is where when we do that step where we estimate how much human DNA is in a sample, we did not have any detectable level of human DNA. There were some samples that fit that description. There were also some samples where we processed those samples on the detection instrument and there was no detectable signal, so those were no results.
So now we're going to get to the things where we do find matches. Beginning first, I'm going to talk about the shell casings number 3 and shell casings number 4. Did you find that there was an inclusion with regard to the victim, in this case, Jared Bridegan?
So those items in question, these are two 10 millimeter cartridge cases recovered from the scene, assigned lab exhibits 3 and 4. We will sample cartridge cases in pairs on occasion, which is what was done in this case. So lab exhibits 3 and 4 were sampled together.
Why?
It resulted in lab exhibit 3.1. That sample was processed and there was a profile obtained from exhibit 3.1, consistent with being a male DNA profile, consistent with a single contributor. Upon comparison to the reference samples in this case, there was support for inclusion of Jared Bridegan as a possible contributor to that DNA profile.
Was there a statistical component that you would assign to show, to give the jury an idea of how forensically important that inclusion was?
So when we report any conclusion as a result of a comparison that is anything other than exclusion, we will report a statistic that is known as a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio is a value that can give weight or give support to either inclusion or exclusion of an individual. It is an assessment of how probable the evidence profile is under different possible explanations. One explanation is what we call the inclusionary hypothesis, and this is where we assume that the person we're comparing is a contributor to the profile. The other explanation is what we call the exclusionary hypothesis. This is where we propose that the person of interest is not a contributor, that other unrelated, unknown individuals could be the contributor. So when we do the comparison between Jared Bridegan and Exhibit 3.1, the likelihood ratio value is that it is at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the evidence profile from Exhibit 3.1 if Jared Bridegan is the contributor than if an unknown, unrelated individual is the contributor.
Brother.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 94. You can see on your screen, State's Exhibit 88C, and 88D. You see those? I know they're all bunched together, beginning first with 94. This has been introduced into evidence as the victim's blood spot card. Is that where you developed the full profile from Jerry Bridegan? If it's easier for me to just
Can you
show it to you the whole.
Maybe if I look at it myself, yes.
I don't know why I'm saving steps. Sitting all day.
Did you just hear him?
It may be useful at this juncture to point out that at our laboratory, as the forensic biologist, I won't necessarily do all the work in the case myself. We do have lab specialists that assist us with laboratory tasks, and sometimes examiners will do very.
Hold on a second. I want you guys to hear Mr. Mizrahi.
Steps. If it's easier for me to just
Can you
show it to you the whole.
Hold on.
This has been introduced into evidence as the victim's blood spot card. Is that where you developed the full profile from Jerry Bridegan? If it's easier for me to just show it to you the whole.
Maybe if I look at it myself, yes.
I don't know why I'm saving steps. Sitting all day.
I don't know why I'm saving steps. What?
So it may be useful.
He just looked at the evidence bag. Right on top of the evidence bag, the little brown paper bag you're looking at. Guess what's attached right to that? The chain of custody slip that you slap on it, and people have to write their names and blah, blah, blah. This is why he says right here, well, maybe I should say this. I didn't do everything in this case.
At this juncture to point out that at our laboratory, as the forensic biologist, I won't necessarily do all the work in the case myself. We do have lab specialists that assist us with laboratory tasks, and sometimes examiners will do various laboratory tasks for each other. I am the one who's responsible for all the analysis of the data and the reporting. And I bring that up because I see this exhibit, which is ATF and also lab exhibit 18, which is the reference sample from Jared Bridegan. This is not a sample that I actually received myself, but I do see the handwritten initials of the lab specialist that did process this item.
Okay, and I'm showing you 88C and 88D, the shell casings. Now, my understanding is those shell cases went through a process to extract DNA different from the normal swabbing. Is that true?
That is correct. At our laboratory, we used a specialized sampling technique known as the rinse and swab technique to recover DNA from fired cartridge cases. It is a technique that we developed in-house, and we published our research in a peer-reviewed research journal. As I look at these evidence packages, I see the lab specialist handwritten annotation indicating these are lab exhibits 1 and 4 that correspond to 2 of the 10 millimeter cartridge cases.
I don't know which ones.
So the jury has already seen the crime scene photos, and there's no reason to publish those again.
Yeah, there is.
You'll have to kind of stay with me for this analogy. So the jury saw pictures of the deceased Jerry Bridegan on the ground. He was bleeding heavily. They heard testimony that the victim was moved during the course of CPR. In other words, first responders got to the victim who was face down. They rolled him over. They performed vigorous CPR, and the victim was bleeding everywhere. They also saw that these shell casings were all collected in the immediate vicinity of the victim, meaning within inches to a few feet away from the victim. Is the finding of the victim's DNA on these shell casings consistent with the DNA being deposited on the shell casings after those shell casings had been fired and left onto the ground where Mr. Bridegan was found and CPR was performed upon him? Understand my question?
I heard your description. I don't know what the question is. I'm sorry.
question is it consistent with your training and experience that the victim's DNA could have been transferred onto the shell casings after they were expelled from the firearm? Because
This is bleeding.
was moving around, bleeding, performing CPR, and the collection of the shell cases all happened in the same area. Is that consistent with your training experience?
I have to be careful how I answer this. What you're describing is what we refer to as activity, which is how we would describe how DNA is actually deposited on items.
Listen
I
up,
don't really
Steve.
have a technique or a method to try and evaluate specific activities as far as trying to determine exactly how a DNA deposition could have occurred. What I can say, which is what is seen in research studies, which I've observed in my own training and in creating training samples for others and in doing my own research, is that when we have, controlled studies where a volunteer will handle or come into direct contact with an item, and then we test that item, we do obtain results that are consistent with an individual coming into direct contact with an item. As far as can I extend that to say with any certainty, whether endorsing your specific scenario that you've described, I cannot do that. I do not have a method to do that.
I appreciate that because you're a scientist. My question is not whether that's how the DNA got there, just that is within the scientifical probabilities of the world that yes, if a bleeding victim and shell casings are all rolling around the ground, there could be some transfer there, possibly.
There was shell casings
I will say
inside the
in general,
vehicle.
If an individual comes into direct contact with an item, it is possible to test an item and get results consistent with that individual.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So now we'll get to, I guess, the meat of it, which is, did you find
We wanted to know where the shell casings were. There was 4 of them. You swabbed 2. Which 2 did you swab? I'm curious.
any DNA consistent with the known reference sample of Henry Tenen?
There were a number of questioned evidence items that were tested that yielded results that were suitable for comparison. And on comparison to Mr. Tenen's reference sample, there was support for inclusion of Mr. Tenen as a possible contributor to some of the evidence items.
Turning to the swab taken from the inner rim of the tire, was that consistent with Mr. Tenen? And could you explain to the jury your statistical analysis on number 11, the swab from the inside of the rim?
So lab exhibit 11 refers to the swab from the inner rim of the tire, and the cutting of that swab and the sample that we generated is lab exhibit 11.1. There was a DNA profile obtained from exhibit 11.1. That was a partial DNA profile consistent with at least 2 contributors. This was further resolved into a major and minor component. The major component was a partial DNA profile consistent with a single contributor. The minor component was not suitable for comparison. Upon comparison of Mr. Tenen's profile, there was support for inclusion of Mr. Tenen as a possible contributor to the major component of exhibit 11.1.
What was the statistical inclusion?
Oh, wow.
The likelihood ratio value for that comparison was that it was 1.38 million times more likely to observe the DNA profile from exhibit 11.1 if Mr. Tenen were a contributor with an unknown unrelated individual than if it came from 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay, turn to the swab of the keys, the silver key from that you took. Did you include Henry Tenen as a possible contributor to that silver key swab, number 30?
Lab exhibit 30 was the silver truck key, the sample that we took and generated the profile from, lab exhibit 30.1. That was characterized as a DNA profile consistent with 2 contributors with at least 1 male present, and that was suitable for comparison. Upon comparison with Mr. Tenen's reference sample, there was support for inclusion of Mr. Tenen as a possible contributor to that profile. The likelihood ratio was that it was at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile from exhibit 30.1 if Mr. Tenen was a contributor with an unknown unrelated individual than if it came from 2 unrelated unknown individuals.
Turning to states, 33.4, the cutting from the steering wheel. Were you able to include Henry Tennant as a contributor to that?
Lab exhibit 33.4 corresponds to a swab from the steering wheel of a pickup truck. That profile was a partial profile consistent with one individual that was suitable for comparison. Upon comparison to Mr. Tennant's reference sample, there was support for inclusion of Mr. Tennant. The likelihood ratio was that the DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Henry Tennant than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
We'll do the same process. May I please?
Yes, throughout.
Thank you. States Exhibit 9, we'll start first with States Exhibit 95. Is this the reference sample from Mr. Henry Tennant that you or your fellow lab people worked on?
This sample I did initial myself, and I see our lab inscription and lab number. This is Exhibit 26, the reference sample from Henry Tennant.
Okay, and that's going to be States Exhibit 95. All right, States Exhibit 92 is going to be the swab from the inside rim of the tire.
All right, I see the handwritten inscription from the lab specialist who assisted with this case. This is Lab Exhibit 11, the swab taken from the inner rim of the tire.
States Exhibit 193 is going to be the swab from the silver key.
I see the handwritten annotation from the lab specialist, and this is Exhibit 30, the swab from the silver Ford truck key.
States Exhibit 169 is going to be the swab from the serum.
I see my handwritten information. This is Exhibit 33, 4 of 13. There were 13 swabs submitted as part of Exhibit 33, and this is number 4 of 13, which corresponds to the swab of the steering wheel.
Sir, I appreciate your testimony. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Just briefly, Your Honor, may I do it from defense table? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I didn't catch, where did you come in from?
I work at the Forensic Science Lab, Washington, which is located in Maryland, just outside DC.
You flew in today, sir?
I came in yesterday afternoon.
Welcome, Jackson. I just want to make sure the jury's clear. You found nothing to include Mario Fernandez, is that correct?
Of the profiles that were suitable for comparison, there was no support for inclusion of Mr. Fernandez Saldana as a possible contributor to any of those profile components suitable for comparison.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
All right, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may the witness be excused.
You may.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, that will be the last witness of the day. I ask that you leave your notepads on your chair. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Please follow the communication rules.
Holy shit.
All right, thank you. Everyone may be seated. Please let the record reflect that the jury's left the courtroom. I'd like to inquire of Mr. Fernandez. Do you need a moment with him? It's about this sequestration.
I do need a moment.
Okay, all right. Just let me know when you're ready. Sure.
This is unheard of because they've conceded that they're like, yeah, Henry Tennant's the killer. Mario didn't hire him. Mario didn't solicit him. I think this is great news for Henry. I was expecting these to be single profiles, and they're just not. Like, whoo! Oh my God. Oh my God. Such good news for Henry. Like, I cannot even, oh my God, that makes me like, these are not single source profiles. This is amazing for Henry Tenen. Oh, thank God. Oh. I know, me too. Would it not have made more sense to have Henry's? Yeah, I think that Henry Tenen's going to be able to move his trial out of Jacksonville. I think he should move it to Miami, and I think that Jose Baez should do him a solid and do the case. I'm gonna say, like, come on, like,
Back on the record, Your Honor, we've had an opportunity to confer with Mr. Fernandez.
he's not the shooter.
So just so the record is clear, I was at the point in time where I would have to enter an order to sequester the jury for deliberation purposes. In the planning of this trial that's been months and months in the making, we discussed it. And just so the record is clear, the clerk's office is prepared to do it. And so they asked for the funds. And so I was getting to the point where I would have to basically enter in an order based on the party's input about when we would be finished, because that was important, right? So, and I'm saying all this for Mr. Fernandez's benefit as well. Okay, so I'm basically fast forwarding to near the end, and obviously the scheduling is largely up to the court. And once we give it over to the jury, we have no idea how long or how short it would be. It could be minutes, it could be days. And so we have to prepare for those things. And the clerk's office is prepared. So I inquired of the parties earlier, and I believe that the target date by all sides, I think you've been saying like maybe Thursday finishing.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Thursday of
Wednesday
next
or
week.
Thursday, yes.
So that is what we were planning. And if the jury were to be sequestered, this is the process. And Mr. Fernandez, I'm explaining this to you, okay? On the day that the jurors would deliberate, what would happen is that the day before I would tell them, you have to pack your bags. Their bags would be searched, and searched not for, well, obviously contraband, but they would be searched for what we would consider contraband, something that could not be in a deliberation room, like crime mysteries, dictionaries, books, like that would somehow impact their decision in the case. They can have books, but they cannot be at all related to anything criminal or anything along those lines. It can be purely like entertainment, like a fantasy book. That could be a good example.
Bird watches.
Bird watching. And so those things would be allowed. The hotel would prepare individual rooms. The TV would be removed. The phone would be removed. And essentially they would go to the hotel. They would be guarded by the police. And they would have no outside contact until they came back to the courthouse to be back together. So to ensure these things, the reason why it's done that way is to ensure, number one, that somehow there's not some informal deliberation between the jurors when they're outside of court. They can only deliberate when all of them are together in a room. So that would short circuit that. And then, so that is the preparation that I'm going to ask you about. Okay. So it's my understanding from the state of Florida that you're going to waive the sequestration. Like if and this only happens, that is that hotel room, if they're unable to reach the verdict within a reasonable hour during the time frame of the day. So we wouldn't send them home. If they were sequestered, they'd go to this hotel under the conditions I've just described.
That's correct. Of course, with the court's instructions that they aren't to deliberate, they aren't to do any research. So we know the court would give those instructions.
I reread the whole thing, and I'd also tell them the thing that I always kind of exclude, which is that they could be held in contempt of court. They could go to jail. They could, all kinds of things that I could do to enforce that. If they violated this court's order, I'd be prepared to give them the full force of this court.
So we have no objection to that process.
So the other thing, and that is a consideration that I'm sure your lawyers have talked about, at the time of deliberation, okay, so once the arguments are done, once the law has been read and they are ready to deliberate, I let those alternates go, okay? I let them go because then the alternates only stay there to the point in time in which deliberation. There is no ability, okay, to, let's say one of them, okay, during deliberations does something, okay, that is against the rules, whatever it may be, hypothetically. I couldn't substitute an alternate at that time. You understand? Okay. So I'm explaining all this because there's considerations on both sides. The state has decided that they would waive that. So I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Come
truth,
on.
so help you God?
Waive it.
Have you understood everything that I've said to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you have any questions about the sequestration process? And it's only if they're unable to reach the verdict within the time period we give them, a reasonable hour, then they would go to the hotel, they would return back, they'd have a whole nother day, and it could happen as many times as it needs to. That means they go back to the hotel to reach a verdict. So have you had enough time? Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any questions about that process? I'm happy to answer any of them.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you had enough time with your lawyers? Have they explained kind of, you know, what I've just explained to you?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
All right. And do you feel, my understanding from Mr. Dreiser, let me ask you, what's the defense position on sequestration?
We agree with the state that under these very particular circumstances that they do not need to be sequestered in the event that it goes into the late hour of the first day of deliberation.
Okay. So to be clear, they're going to go home with the court reading the communication rules, maybe in more full force than I did before. I mean, I've been reminding them, but I'd add in that, you know, how critical this is, that they cannot violate this court's order. So the defense is comfortable with waiving that.
I'll let Mr. Fernandez answer.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. And so this is critical for me, just like it's critical when I excuse those alternates. If they don't sign this contract, that is the clerk's office, and I don't put these things into motion, it's kind of too late to recapture all of that. You understand? So I need to kind of know today, do you need any more time to think about it?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, I will find that the waiver of sequestration by the defenses and Mr. Fernandez in particular is freely and voluntarily entered. So that will be the procedure. We won't sequester the jury, but they will be admonished the way that I've just described for the record. All right. So is there anything that we need to take up before we break for the day?
Your Honor.
Not from the state.
All right, thank you. And for the state's purposes, I've been emailed that the Gardner issue is going to be passed to noon tomorrow, okay? And then my plan is for the Fernandez trial, instead of starting late, I'm going to start right on time. And then I'm going to take a longer lunch break. I think they'd rather enjoy that with like food or whatever than being stuck in the back with just like coffee or whatever, okay? All right. Court's adjourned.
She's so freaking, she's a good judge, man. I'm telling you, she's fair. She's so like honest and open and transparent. I'm telling you, like, this is how it should be, you know. Well, I mean, I keep saying these days just can't go any worse for like the prosecution, but today I think went worse than yesterday for them. I would love to be a guest on anybody's platform that wants to argue that what they are seeing in this courtroom is anything positive for the prosecution. This is awful. This is absolutely unbelievable. Once they find out that solicitation to commit murder, okay, it's the same thing. Like it's life in prison. Life in prison. I think if the jury knows that, right? This is the evidence you're putting forward. I mean, I don't know. If this isn't reasonable doubt, I don't know what is. Okay. So again, they just claimed that, hey, Henry Tenon's DNA is at the crime scene on that tire. I would hope that Henry's DNA is in his own truck and on his own keys. So the only piece, okay, of anything, like they had the ability to try to swab that journal that Henry Tenon had. I mean, I don't know, to see if Mario's DNA is on that, like handwriting comparison, like that's, Henry Tenon wrote all that stuff. Like he did have a business plan. They're getting pallets delivered there. I mean, he had no idea he was on that poll cam, what they did. He went to that place 20 times. And let me ask you guys a question. Why would you ever put up a poll cam? Why would you ever wait that long? If you're looking for a blue truck and you are immediately onto John Biggerstaff and Mario and Shanna Gardner, why wouldn't you put a poll camera up over there when you're doing all these search warrants and getting like their phones and shit? They would have known immediately that Henry Tenon was an acquaintance of Mario's because they went through his phone records right away. Okay. And he was calling him. And so then Lindsay Butler, this is where I think she's going to get totally screwed. Lindsay Butler knows that she started looking into Mario's associates and they were looking for a blue truck right off the rip. You would know that Henry Tenon had a blue truck that matches that description, not when they want the jury and all of us to believe based on discovery filings and trying to say that we didn't know anything about that until later. It's a bunch of fucking lies. And it's going to come out. They were lying. Lindsay Butler knew. And so why wouldn't you put up the poll camera before? Like, why would you ever, like, why wouldn't you put the poll camera up? They put them up in the Idaho 4 case right away outside of King Road and the house over there and at different other places in Idaho for that murder. Think about it. Now listen, you want me to believe after watching all of that we watched today, you want me to believe that Mario Saldana would have allowed a fucking matching truck tire to just be chilling in the grass and be just sitting there and then eventually be moved up to the house and just laying up against the garage? How does that even get there? If Henry has his truck, okay, Henry has his truck. The tire, it's a spare tire. He had 2 of them. They were in his truck. Why would Henry take one of them? Because I don't believe this is what, I believe that both of them were at that house. And that changes the game for me a little bit. But it's like, because why would Henry Tenen ever be in the truck? He goes and gets new tires. So you'd only put 2 on. He takes 2 off. The 2 that he takes off, they match the 2 that were still on it, right? Because you're just changing out 2. And so what did you do with the 2? They said, oh, he kept 1 and got rid of 1. And I was like, okay. So like they kept 1 at whatever it was, Discount Tire. And I was like, why did he keep 1? Because he's going to use it as a spare. So he kept 1 so that he could replace it so that it'd be up under the truck. And so, well, what tire's out in the middle? So I had to play this all the way back. What tire's out in the middle of the road? It's the matching one that was at the house. But I thought he got 2 new tires on 4/2/2022. So are you a type of person that changes out 2 tires at a time or 4? So let's do a little math here. If I have a vehicle, here's my 4 tires. And let's say in 2020, I got my 2 front tires, 2020. And on my back tires, let's just say they're all 2020. And then I'm like, I'm going through a rough patch and I can't afford to buy 4 at a time. So I just have to get 2. And then, so I change out my back 2 in 2021, let's just say. And so I would take those ones off and then I kept 1 and I left 1 at the place. So that means I would only have 1 of the 2020. And then 3 that would be on my vehicle still, because there were the 2 that were on my vehicle, and then 1 is a spare. And then so I only have 1 that's a spare. Okay, so then think about this. So I have a 2020, just 1, because I told them to keep the other one when they took them off, and they put on my new 2021s. Then in a year, I'm going to get new tires to go on the 2020 front ones. But those are going to be now 2020s or 2022s. And again, so then that means I would have, it's a matching set. Okay, matching set. So, but again, it said that they kept 1 and I only kept 1. But this happened after the murder. Why would I keep 1 of my tires? It's because I got rid of the spare that was a match to the 2020 original ones because I changed them out in 2s. So that means I kept still. That means that when I would have gotten my 2020 tires, how I got 4. You need to go and prove that Henry Tenen, when he ordered tires that were originally, whatever tires were originally on that truck to begin with, they have to be all of the 4 matching tires. Make sense? Because they're claiming that the one in the street that was put in front of Jared, that one matches the one that was sitting up leaning on the, what do you call it? On the house. And I'm over here like, what? The only way I see that being possible is if the vehicle originally had 4 of the same tires on it at one point. And then I said, how hard do you think it would be to find a Ford that was made, like if you, once you looked up the dot, how hard would it be to go find a matching tire that was made in the same year? How many tires are made in the month of whatever? Like when you look up a dot, they knew what they were looking for. You're telling me they couldn't find? Wouldn't the whole purpose to go get new tires is to get rid of anything that had anything to do with that year and that tire on that truck that could potentially match the tire that's in the middle of the road? Makes sense. So I just find it hard to believe that if that was the purpose to change your tires in April of 2022, then why the fuck would you keep one of them? You understand? It makes absolutely no sense. How did Henry Tenen pay for his tires? Was it cash? Was it charge card? Let me tell you how easy it is, just saying, to go to Discount Tire, because I did it. Do you know how easy it is to go to Discount Tire and tell them that to give them somebody's name and to put the order under a certain person's name? Why don't you try to go do it? I had a long run-in with Discount Tire. You just tell them, oh, here, what's your name? Like, I did it. I think I made a video about it. I said, I think my boyfriend's cheating on me. And I think he bought his girlfriend fucking tires. And I want to catch him in the act. Can you look up my boyfriend's name? And I think he bought this bitch tires. Because somebody had slashed somebody's tires. And I was creative and I found a way to figure it out. So I went to Discount Tire and I gave him the story. And what did they do? They fucking look up the name that I gave them. And what did they give me? The entire purchase order. And I was like, oh, this fucking rat bastard. He did, and I just play and I leave and I'm like, oh my God. So my question would be is, could anybody have gone to Discount Tire and gotten tires and bought them and it really not be Henry Tenen? Because he doesn't have any money, I thought. He's over here pawning stuff. He's over here doing a bunch of crap. Something just doesn't sit right with any of it. And it doesn't make any sense that Henry Tenen would keep one of the tires knowing that that still matches the tire that was in the middle of the road. If you knew that that tire was used in a murder. Think about it. Why did he go and buy new tires in April of 2022? If it wasn't to get rid of anything and everything to do with. But then I said, well, isn't there still a paper trail of those tires connected to you? So who gives a fuck if you go and change tires or not? Because there's still a paper trail that tire, it would be circumstantial that tire is still connected to you based off of a purchase order. Unless your rim is bent or cracked, you wouldn't get rid of it. Huh? Usually the work order is in the name of who is on site and getting the work done. The only question is who paid for them, because that could be someone different. Well, I mean, yeah, they show that they say that it's the truck and there's 160,000 miles on the vehicle, right? I went over that receipt again. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. And then we're supposed to believe, though, that there's this big conspiracy to do this, right? And that somehow, some way, Henry just couldn't part with the tire that would have still been in the back of the bed of his truck because he would have had. How does that tire end up where at the house? Who says, you know what? I'm getting rid of this truck, but let me just take the matching tire to the murder scene and leave it out here for the cops. Just stroke of luck to come and find it on the day. And there's just not a pole cam. It makes no fucking sense. Like the dumbest shit. But what it does make sense is if you go and look at Google. So now that we have the date and everything, or not the date, but I just want to show you that I believe that somebody got an idea and that somebody is a cheater. And I'll show you what I mean by that. When you go to Google Maps, like you would have in this situation, because they were Googling everything, and you type in, what did we say it was? 5239 Potomac. And you pull up that address. And this is what it would look like if you did it. And when you do that, this is what it shows. Is this the right address? Let me see. What the hell? Turn me around. No. Which one is it? Oh my God, look at these. Look at this shit. Let's go see more dates. See more dates. Wait, 363939. Where are we at? Isn't it 5239, right? What's the address over there? We just did this. Murky, what did we just say that house that was what the address was? Is it over here? What the heck? No. Is it 5239? Five, 239, right? Isn't that what I said? That's not the house. Wait, maybe it's south. Potomac Ave. Jacksonville top property. Okay, I think this is it. Is this it? Yeah. This is it. Okay, here we go. Now, if you go to see more dates, there we go. Yeah, daddy. All right, take a look at this son of a bitch. This is what I think somebody did. Oh, why did it do that? Keep me there. All right, in December of 2022, do you see what vehicle's there? December of 2022. Isn't that good old Jeremy? That red car. Zoom in. See that? That's him. That's Jeremy. We're going to come back to that. Now, You go to December 18th. Look at this shit. You cannot make this up. But here you have this blue. It has a silver like trim. Okay, whatever. No tailgate though. Unless it looks like it got yanked off. Anyways, blue truck. But what somebody would have gotten the idea here, in my opinion, regardless of who it is, whoever was looking this up, look at this. Look at this shit right here. There's just a tire chilling on the lawn. Right? Garbage was taken. This tire is just chilling here. This was in 2018. December of 2022. So this is what we were looking at on that poll cam. So Mario gets arrested in 2023. So Jeremy said, I was sick and tired of seeing a tire just laying out, so I just picked it up, and I put it up against the side of the house. Well, what part of the side of the house? Like, are we talking like over there tucked away? I mean, where are we talking? But if Jared was killed February of 2022, right? Henry Tennant was arrested in August of 2022. So in July of 2022, these cops just come swinging by and they're like, oh, we're just going to pull in and, oh, there's just, by the stroke of luck, there's a tire there for us. And it just matches. It just fucking matches. Like, these people are all involved in a murder for hire conspiracy with involving tires, and you think that tires are just laying around here? No. I think that somebody was looking, that was doing investigative research, like a researcher named Lindsay Butler, and I think she was showing, Stifler, like they were going through stuff, and what it appears is, wow, there's just a tire laying there. And if you go down the road, it's the same thing. There's a tire there. Well, look at that blue truck. What a weird front yard. Like, why is the front yard fenced in? It's such a weird thing. Anyways, if you go down the street, I think you actually have to go this way. Oh, wait, here we go. Let's zoom in. Spy on these people. Look at that van. When's that from? Oh, this is the new one, 2025. Oh, this is December 2022. Okay. Look at, there's that orange little bucket that they use. I mean, I'm just saying this, like, is this, I just can't even believe it. There's just no way that I'm going to go back in that deliberating room and be like, dude, they found a tire when? I just have so many problems with that. They're just chilling out here matching. What do you guys think? But they have to put a rim on it. No, they don't. It didn't have a rim. This tire didn't have a rim. The tire that they took from the house didn't have a rim. There's just a tire. But that tire might have given them the, I believe that it did. This is like foreshadowing what happened here. The one in the street had the rim, correct. it's just mind blowing. I just know how they're just, you guys think about this. Henry Tenen takes his truck. This is what allegedly happens. He says that the engine blew up. He said that all this shit was wrong. He has to call for a tow. He's trying to get a tow. He can't get one. Then he's trying to get this truck to his friend Jimmy Jones. Okay. And so he finally gets it over there. He had to like have a different car, like basically just ram into it. Okay. Like wild shit. You get this truck over to Jimmy Jones's lot. Now, if you're the one that's driving the truck, you have to have a friend take you back to like this house or wherever it is that you're staying. And so let me guess, this is what you would do. Hey, Jimmy, you think you could drive me back over to my house? Oh, sounds great. We'll have a couple beers and then we'll go over. Okay, great. Hold on. Let me grab this tire out of the back of the truck. What? It's a truck tire. It cannot go on your Crown Vic. Like, why the fuck would you ever do that? And the answer is that you would not. And so what I believe, if you actually look at this discovery, they're buying time and they cannot go to this house yet. You want to know why? Because they need to find that truck. That's why they didn't go until July to this house. And in Burrell's testimony gave it away from me. Burrell's testimony when he said that we went by this place in February. Why would you go by this house in February and not talk to anybody? And what'd you see? Don't you think you would have saw, I don't know, the tire just laying out there in February? So it wasn't there yet. It's because Henry Tenen was still driving around the truck. So then I'm blown away because I'm like, well, where was the truck when you guys drove by? Because Henry Tenen was still driving the truck in February. Right? They put the blue truck out for a reason. Everything that they've been doing in this case is to get reactions and to do something. They knew exactly where that blue truck went. And I think somebody went and grabbed the other tire. And then they waited, and I would just love to know what was going on. And did the gardeners go out of town at all? Were they out of town when the tire was placed there and somebody went over there? There's no way that a tire would just be chilling. It would have been having to chill from the time that Henry got rid of the truck at Jimmy's, which was in March, April, something like that. And it kind of doesn't make sense if he got tires in April, on April 2nd, 2022. That, again, you're doing that to get rid of the matching tire because they're putting that stuff out. So then why would you keep one? And then why would you bring it back to your house? But then that means that it would have had to be just laying outside, on the, because Jeremy said it was on the grass and he got tired of looking at it. So he just picked it up and he put it, leaned it up against the side of like where the garage is. And so I'm even thinking that it would have been leaned up, like not where the garage door is, but over here, like duh, like right on the side here. You just laid it up over here. So how was it visible to the police? Just snooping around? And that means that it was visible, or it was on the lawn from, like, let's just go ahead and just easy math it. April, May, June, and the end of like July 18th. Almost 4 months, a tire. And Mario Saldana is going over there nonstop. And no one says, the matching tire in the road, maybe we should get rid of it. These people can all sit and spin. That tire was planted. It's like the only logical explanation. How rare is a tire? I mean, let me explain what the testimony is, guys. It's the matching tire because it's they go off of the DOT system, and that tire was made in the same week of the tire that was found in the middle of the road. So it's really, and I guess, did we hear the DNA guy? Did he say, was Henry Tennant's DNA on the tire that they picked up on the side of the road? Did anybody testify to that? Because the DNA that's on the tire that was in the middle of the road, that has Henry's mixture. But what about the DNA that would have been on the tire that was found at the side of the house? Is Henry Tennant's DNA on that? You know, because Mr. Mizrahi was in such a fucking hurry. Again, what was being testified today by the DNA guy, I saw as just the tire that was in the middle of the road. You have to go back and listen. We need to find out if the tire that was picked up in July on the side of the house. And I believe that Mr. Mizrahi did it this way. And it's my gut. If that fucking tire that's up on the side of the road does not have Henry Tennant's DNA on it, then it's even more so that it's planted. Because I just did the math with like the whole 4 tire. Like if I bought 4 tires in 2020 and I took 2 off and I put 2 on, and I took 2 off and I put 2 on, like it. And if I'm keeping one and giving them one, because I'm keeping one as like my spare, I would have had to originally had 4 tires to ever be able to be in a situation where I would have had both of those tires still after that last exchange on 4/2/2022. So hopefully that helps, but that the DOT system with your tire, go ask people about it. Like it's like very specific. They keep really crazy records about tires and when they're produced and manufactured. In the tire in the middle of the road. And if somebody went to the trouble to get new tires, why the fuck would you keep one of the ones that matches the one at the murder scene? And I just can't imagine that Mario like would go there that often and wouldn't be like, what the fuck? Why the hell did you bring this back here with you? You just couldn't part ways with a goddamn spare tire. Did you see all the shit that was left in the truck? There was tons of shit in that truck. Why would Henry Tennant ever be like, come on, tire, you're coming with me? You guys, come on. We're so much smarter than that. So I believe that the tire was planted at the house, and I believe that unless Henry Tennant's DNA is on that tire that was planted at this house on the side of the road or at the side of the house laid up in the, grass area, I want to know how difficult it is. Mark, maybe you can look into it. How difficult it is to hunt around and find F-150 tires that were what was the date of that made? I think it was a 2018 tire that was made in November of 2018 at like the 48th week of the year. It's pretty crazy. So we'll see you on the next one, guys. Peace out. 4718. What's 4718? I'll give you a jingle. Peace out. Hit the thumbs up. See you tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned.